Defense Ministry says China has fired multiple ballistic missiles during a set of military exercises in the air and the sea encircling Taiwan. Beijing launched the drills in response to a visit by Nancy Pelosi, the most senior US official to go to the self-governed island in 25 years. The exercises are taking place in some of the world's busiest waterways. Taiwan sees itself as independent, but China views it as its own. China's foreign ministry said Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was a violation of the One China principle and justified its military exercises by blaming the United States for the rising tensions in the region.
China has repeatedly made clear our stern opposition and stressed that we are firmly opposed to Taiwan independent separatist forces and foreign interference, and we will allow no room for any form of Taiwan independence forces. If the US continues down the wrong path, then all consequences shall be borne by the US, and do not say that we have not told them in advance. The US first made a malicious provocation, and China has been compelled to act in self-defense. So whatever we have done in response as a countermeasure would be justified and firm and resolute.
Our China correspondent Stephen McDonnell has more from Beijing.
For the last couple of days, China has been amassing large formations of planes and ships all around Taiwan. And now the shooting has started. So these are live fire drills. And in those zones, which have been marked out to the north, to the south, east and west of Taiwan, the PLA has warned commercial ships not to enter, commercial planes not to fly through that airspace. Interestingly, I see that the US Air Force has sent a plane there to go and observe these military drills. This is something the US has done in the past when there have been live fire drills. There's talk that the PLA could consider firing missiles over Taiwan's territory. If that happened, it would be a massive escalation, the likes of which we've not seen. But even already, these are unprecedented scenes. I mean, these zones, if they're all used up, they would involve mainland military exercises moving into Taiwan's territorial waters. And, you know, you just have to wonder if this was all worth it in terms of a visit. I mean, if you're adding up the advantages and disadvantages of having the number 3 leader from the US traveling to Taiwan, certainly a lot of tension, a lot of pressure on that island now. And more concerning, potentially, is that now that the PLA has done this year, does that mean every year it's going to have a dress rehearsal for a blockade of Taiwan, a dress rehearsal for an attack, an attempt to seize that island and bring it back into the arms of the motherland, as China's foreign minister expresses it? So a lot of questions and certainly a lot of tensions building around Taiwan as we speak.
Stephen McDonnell, our correspondent there in Beijing. Well, Nancy Pelosi is now in South Korea, where she's expressed concern over the increasing threat posed by North Korea. In a joint statement with the South Korean speaker, she said she supported efforts to maintain strong and extended deterrence against Pyongyang. But the South Korean president, who's on holiday, will not meet Ms. Pelosi in person, will speak to her by phone instead. Ms. Pelosi is expected to visit the demilitarised zone later today before heading to Japan. Well, let's talk now to Professor Kerry Brown, Director of the Lao China Institute at King's College London and author of She, A Study in Power. Really good to have you with us, Professor. And I wanted to start by asking you about what your take is on these live fire drills by China. According to our correspondent in Beijing, these are unprecedented scenes. How concerned are you that this action will escalate?
Well, extremely concerned. Who can be relaxed about this kind of, issue happening? China is now, kind of a very powerful military power. It doesn't have combat experience, but it certainly has the ability to, move towards this sort of aggression and bullying. And it's given China, I suppose, an opportunity to kind of really have a test at what might be possible. So in that sense, the Pelosi visit was kind of an unwanted opportunity, but an opportunity and it's one that the Chinese People's Liberation Army and the Navy are taking.
Talk to me a little bit about President Xi Jinping's goals. How central a goal is it to unify Taiwan? And if it is a central goal, under what sort of time frame?
Well, this is a policy, the reunification of Taiwan, that he didn't create. He's inherited it from every leader of the Communist Party and the People's Republic of China back to 1949. This has been a major objective. So he doesn't have any kind of real flexibility on this issue. And for his domestic audience, who are, very, very much wedded to China being a great, powerful country, to have the sort of visit by an American key politician, number 3 in the hierarchy, against all kind of, Beijing demands, is obviously a loss of face. So part of this is about ensuring that the Chinese domestic public do not see their leader as being weak. I don't think that China wants to undertake any, kind of final military action. That would be obviously an absolute catastrophe. But they certainly can't be seen as weak. So a lot of the symbolism that we see now is something that is driven by domestic politics, not necessarily from Xi. That's something that Xi is reliant on and has to serve.
Why would it be a catastrophe for China to have conflict with Taiwan?
Because it would completely destroy the key supply chains around one of the world's, probably the world's key economic area. It would smash apart global semiconductor supply because Taiwan supplies a lot, I think 55% of the world's semiconductors, which we're so reliant on. It would shatter China's international image, and it would create misery for 23 million people on Taiwan and for people involved in China too. It would be a third world war, basically, because you would have the United States against China. That's what it would involve. And so when you hear politicians and others, talking about this as though it's a confrontation that we must engage in, it's really, we've got to remember the calculations and the risks from this would be absolutely devastating for everyone.
It's interesting, isn't it, that we've almost got to this position that we're in this morning because of Nancy Pelosi playing to a domestic audience and Xi Jinping playing to a domestic audience. From President Xi's point of view, how secure is he, given the Chinese response to COVID? And it too is facing economic challenges, isn't it?
Well, it is not easy to get rid of a central leader in China. I mean, it's not easy to get rid of a central leader anywhere, but in China, I think that he's secure. But, the Communist Party of China is seeking legitimacy, and Taiwan is an issue, being tough on Taiwan, that, they can't, as I say, they don't have much flexibility about. Now, I mean, Pelosi's visit, I completely understand, why America would want to stress solidarity with Taiwan because of the security relationship. I think for the Taiwanese, though, who are caught between this, it's a really mixed blessing. It's good to have America's attention. It's probably crucial to have America's attention. But to be part of a kind of game where Taiwan is just caught between these two superpowers is really, really not comfortable. And the Taiwanese people now, Pelosi was there for 24 hours, she's gone. They're now dealing with the consequences of this. And it must be very uncomfortable to be in Taipei and other cities in Taiwan today when you know about this, kind of escalation happening around you and how missteps could be calamitous. I hope they don't happen, but really, this is not a relaxing situation.
Professor Kerry Brown from King's College London, really, really good to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Foreign interference has been an evolving threat for some years now.
It's been about power for the Chinese party state.
China's rise was inevitable.
They wanted to be able to covertly influence our public debate.
This was a get down on your knees and kiss my boots job.
Is this the worst it's been?
It is difficult at the moment.
What do you mean by that?
They're schoolyard bullies.
They could hurt us very badly.
They crushed the Hong Kong democracy.
The dynamic has changed.
Their survival is the only thing that really matters to them.
Your family are inside the camps. Do you think they're all alive?
It's a genocide.
Australia is in the midst of a diplomatic freeze with China. According to Beijing, the laundry list of grievances and accusations is a long one. We've gone from cooperation to competition. And as the rise of China marches on, so do the threats facing Australia, the Asia Pacific, and the rest of the world.
Madam Speaker, the President of the People's Republic of China.
When President Xi visited Canberra, deals were done and friendships were made.
It was actually what I would consider the golden period of the Australia-China relationship. We were signing the free trade agreement, we were escalating our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Really, it felt very golden at the time.
It is said that when friends meet, 1,000 cups of wine cannot contain their happiness. This is a happy night, and it's part of a historic day. After 10 long years of negotiation, we have finalised our free trade agreement as a sign of the comprehensive strategic partnership between our two countries.
This historic visit led to a new level of diplomacy between Australia and China.
But there was something else going on.
There was something else going on. You could see it to some extent already.
It didn't take long for the trust to dry up and the relationship to unravel.
As far as President Xi is concerned, the era of hiding your strength and biding your time is over.
It's the 100th year of the Communist Party. Never before have so many people risen so far, so fast.
China is quite simply determined to quickly resume what it sees as its rightful position as the world's #1 nation.
Supreme Leader Xi Jinping is on a mission to make China the world's greatest superpower.
The challenge for us in the West is to accept that the rise of China is legitimate. We can't stop it anyway. It is going to be the world's biggest economy. The rise of China is good for China and good for the world. China's rise was inevitable, just inevitable.
But it comes at a cost.
Just look at the actions, look at the words. It's pretty obvious that he thinks that China's time has come. And for the rest of us, it's a case of tremble and obey.
In 2012, the Communist Party of China installed an old-school communist as new leader, the ambitious Xi Jinping.
Do you think he revels in being feared?
Is it better to be loved or feared as a leader? And Xi Jinping has definitely gone for the feared option, and he's utterly ruthless in that.
The world's second largest economy was powering. It had increased, on average, 10% a year for 30 years. With 800 million workers, China quickly became home to the largest companies in the world and the most billionaires. For the Chinese people, life had never been so good.
I think we have to look at China's rise and Australia's participation in that rise in a very positive way. Hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, many of them in China herself.
But for the new Supreme Leader, China was on the wrong path. The ruling Communist Party had to be hardened up, and the Chinese people had to be reminded the CCP was in power.
Our coal, our gas, our iron ore has helped to bring about 500 million Chinese from the third world to the middle class in scarcely a generation, which has been a massive advance in human well-being, and let's be glad of that. But for China, I don't think this has ever really been about prosperity for the Chinese people. It's been about power for the Chinese party state.
In my judgment, he's the most malign, most aggressive, and most ambitious leader since Mao Zedong. He's seeking domination not just inside his country, but he's seeking domination outside of his country.
One of the first things Xi did as president was to highlight to the Chinese people the danger posed by the West and its Western values. Things like democracy, individual rights, and an independent media. He also highlighted the danger in questioning their own Chinese style of socialism. While outside China, the focus shifted to expansion, control, and interference. And nowhere have these drastic changes been felt more acutely than here in Australia. Which prompts the question, are we in a modern Cold War?
In some respects we are. I think we certainly are in cyberspace and in cybersecurity. Australia has never had a higher threat of hostile intelligence activity inside the country than we're currently facing.
Look, China is not the only actor in the cyberspace.
Senator James Paterson is chair of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence and Security. Along with fellow MP Andrew Hastie, he's been banned from visiting China for being critical of Communist Party politics.
It is well known that the Chinese Communist Party is a pioneer, a very successful one, a very influential one in cyber attacks, and that there have been some attacks in Australia which have been attributed to China.
Sensitive information has been stolen. IT systems have been crippled. Even the headquarters of our democracy has been compromised.
When you look at the attack on the Parliament House email system, that shows the interest that foreign states have in our democracy and how it operates.
So how is that information useful to them?
Well, what a lot of foreign states and other foreign actors are looking to get insight into is how we make our decisions and why we make our decisions, and insight into the personalities in our political system. Now, to be fair, every nation state is involved in information gathering, but there is something unusual and unprecedented by the extent and the breadth of the way in which the Chinese Communist Party does it.
Australia's security and intelligence agencies had become aware of China's interference. Their findings raised a red flag, and the government responded. It was time for a dramatic diplomatic U-turn on China, but it would take place behind closed doors.
Good morning. Well, we've had very, very constructive discussions, the Premier and I and our ministers.
On the surface, business was good and only getting better. Diplomacy had seemingly reached new heights.
With the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, we've further increased those economic opportunities.
If you look back to visits that we've had over a number of years, I've been in Parliament for 20 years, so back over the Howard years, very cordial relations, a two-way relationship that was mutually beneficial. And we still have that. We still have a very important trading relationship with China, and we want that to continue. We want peace to continue in our region, no question about that. But the dynamic has changed quite dramatically in recent years, and certainly within the last couple of years.
It's time to eating beef?
Yes, very good. More beef. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But behind the scenes, the pushback on China was on. Chinese Communist Party interests in Australia were now being monitored and scrutinised like never before.
Clearly, we receive intelligence and we've formed judgments over a period of time, which has been backed up by the evidence. Certainly, I think people would be quite staggered by the amount of intelligence and the very clear direction that China is now taking.
Chinese Communist Party interference was found to be intent on destabilisation and corruption of Australia's political system.
Former heads of ASIO have publicly said that levels of foreign interference and espionage in Australia are at the highest levels they have ever been, and that overwhelmingly the culprit of that is the Chinese Communist Party.
Today I spoke to my leader, Bill Shorten, and offered my resignation from the front bench, which he accepted.
One Chinese operation targeted members of the Australian Labor Party.
2015 was the year when Sam Dastyari was exposed as having taken money from a wealthy Chinese businessman in an attempt to shift Labor policy on the South China Sea.
It was a shocking revelation.
The last thing you should do is tip that foreign national off. Whose side is he on?
Sam Dastyari has to go. Well, I've got a list of his front benchers that are in the same category.
But the operation was foiled and ended in embarrassment for China and the Australians involved.
And it became clear from that point that, in fact, a lot of Chinese money had made its way into our major political parties' coffers. I'm talking about millions of dollars that went to Australian politicians. I think people started to ask the question, are we allowing ourselves to be subverted here?
At what point did things start to turn towards the negative?
It's clear that there are a number of points, and perhaps it had been building up to this, but the government's decision in relation to 5G to exclude high-risk vendors, which included Huawei and ZTE, that aggravated the Communist Party, and it was a decision taken by our country, which was absolutely the right decision to take.
Many accusations are made about Huawei, but none of these are proven. We have a Communist Party cell that runs Huawei. Yes, there is a Communist Party branch in Huawei, as there is one in Walmart, Nokia, Samsung, and I assume BHP and Rio Tinto.
The world's largest manufacturer of telecommunications equipment is a privately owned Chinese company with links to the Communist Party, and its network covers the globe.
The 5G network is really going to be the backbone of a modern economy and a modern society. This is the world of digital medicine, digital health, the Internet of Things. Now, if we're not satisfied of the integrity of that network or its imperviousness to outside actors, then there's any number of opportunities that a hostile actor, it doesn't need to be state, could exploit to basically bring Australia to its knees.
Now let me turn to the issue at hand. How can Huawei be trusted to deliver 5G in Australia? At Huawei, we are proud of our transparency, our track record of demonstrating and making available to customers and governments everything we do.
Under Chinese cybersecurity law, any company or individual must provide the state with intelligence and information as requested.
Malcolm Turnbull let it be known that his first action was to ring Donald Trump and report it to him as if he were a poodle turning over to have his tummy tickled.
The Huawei decision was quite justified. It was based on intelligence advice. It wasn't an anti-Chinese decision. Definitely not.
Australia set a precedent in its ban on China's 5G technology. Countries all over the world soon followed.
How do you think we'd go getting Telstra to run China's internal communications? Do you think for a second that the Chinese would be happy with that? Of course not. And I think a good rule of thumb, particularly when dealing with authoritarian governments, dictatorships, is to say if we couldn't do it in their country, they certainly shouldn't be able to do it in our country.
Intelligence experts had major concerns that China and the CCP were pulling too many strings on Australian soil. The time had come to call out China. It was a very bold move for a middle power and the boldest diplomatic move by Australia in decades.
I can't imagine a country like China who thinks they understood Australia, not realizing that when you push an Australian man or woman, you're going to get a push back. If you want cooperation, that's quite possible, but if you push, you get pushed back, and I don't think China understood that.
But then the strategic approach and attitude to China was reassessed. The threat level was dialed up. It was now time to go out in front.
I think people realised that with Xi Jinping coming into power and the arrival of his wolf warrior diplomacy, that all of a sudden there was nowhere to hide. There are things that we simply had to do to protect our own sovereignty.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the National Security Legislation Amendment, Espionage and Foreign Interference Bill 2017 and the explanatory memorandum.
New laws were created, specifically aimed at foreign powers who interfere with Australia.
Today I'm introducing legislation to counter the threat of foreign states exerting improper influence over our system of government and our political landscape.
The Espionage and Foreign Interference Bill and the Foreign Interference Transparency Scheme Bill have given Australian security agencies new powers.
We said, if you are a foreign government and you are seeking to influence our political debate, you can do so, but you have to do so transparently. You have to be open about it. You can't do it covertly. Now, no government in the world that we have diplomatic relations with objected to that other than the Chinese government. And I think that shows something about what their intent is and was.
With nothing further to lose in the diplomatic relationship, it then became a public confrontation.
I really do think that there was always going to be this clash. China's expanding interests and its aggressiveness in pursuing those interests were always going to run into more walls. But what happened, I think, is that Australia was no longer willing to play ball for the longest time, to preserve that incredibly important trade relationship.
Now, you can't ignore difficulties, tensions and fragilities in a relationship with our major export destination.
Is that to say that the positions that Australia has since taken after you left office weren't the right ones?
No, the big change since I was in office, and I was voted out in 2007, is the change in the attitude of the Chinese leadership. I think that has changed. It has become more aggressive. I don't criticise the Australian government for that.
Is this the worst it's been?
It's more difficult now than it's been for 30 years.
What do you mean by that? Is this as tense as relationships have been between Australia and China?
I think it's difficult. There was obviously some tensions at the time of Tiananmen Square. All I can say is that it is difficult at the moment. It's a very big foreign policy challenge for the current Australian government. The major reason why the relationship has soured is the more belligerent attitude the Chinese government has taken. But we have to persevere. We have to play a long game.
Do you think China cares about what we say or what we do?
I can assure you that every country in the world is concerned about what others say of it. But it's also why you use diplomacy. And we don't use diplomacy. Australia's a bunch, in diplomatic terms, we're bogans, ripping around in a Monero, giving a rude signal outside the window, as a writer said recently. And we haven't demonstrated any creative middle power diplomacy in handling this challenge of a China returning to the status it once had in the world.
How much of your business went to China?
95% of it went to China. Now we're not sure where it's going to go.
Are you selling anything at all to China? It's all gone.
What they're up to at the moment might only just be the tip of the iceberg.
In April 2020, Scott Morrison lobbied world leaders for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID-19. It seemed like a reasonable and logical next step in understanding the worsening pandemic. But it was perceived by Chinese diplomats to be an outrageous insult and would become a trigger point in a declining diplomatic relationship. And by November, Beijing hit back, and in true wolf warrior style.
When China announced that plan to slap those extra tariffs on Australian wine, what was your initial reaction to that?
The language I used, I won't use on air.
You're welcome to, if you like.
No.
Just for the honest answer.
No, this was rubbish. This was a get down on your knees and kiss my boots job.
But was it for you, or was that kiss my feet to the government?
To the government, yeah.
And you got caught up in it?
We got caught up. We were just one of the ones they picked at random because we were the number one imported wine supplier. So if you wanted to hit Australia, wine was a good place to hit us. That was it, you know, that's their decision. We can do nothing about that.
G'day, Dick. How are you, mate? Just passing you on your left now, mate.
Okay, well, I'll just maintain this position.
Flying high above some of the best farming country in Australia is Dick Estens and his mate, Andrew Crow.
How's the orange harvest going? It'll work out, mate. Keep your fingers crossed.
They're keeping an eye on their crops, millions of dollars sitting in the ground. It's been a tough few years with drought, flooding rains, and a monumental mouse plague.
You've had a bad run, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, some might say that, but this is farming, like this is what
how it is.
It's how it is. It has its few downsides, but by jingoes, it's got a lot of good upsides.
We take a lot of punishment out here with nature, droughts and global warming and rivers not flowing. So at this stage, we've survived all that. I think we'll outlive the Communist Party pretty easily. I think they've got headaches.
The trading relationship with China has been mutually beneficial for decades, but there have been worrying signs. China has a history of economic coercion that goes back years. It's how it responds to political disagreements.
So this is not specific to China. We've seen the United States use tariffs and sanctions to do the same thing. But China has been particularly willing to wield its economic might to try to achieve political goals. We've seen this happen when Norway was targeted for giving Liu Xiaobo the Peace Prize and salmon exports were cut off. We've seen it happen when the United States deployed THAAD in South Korea and China retaliated against a whole range of South Korean industries. It's also happened with Japan. And of course, now here in Australia, we can see that 14 different industries have been targeted by China as a result for Australia not kowtowing.
When it was announced, I thought this is just China trying to get Australia to do what they tell us to do.
Tyrrell's has been one of the most iconic names in Australian wine for over 150 years.
Where are we, Bruce? What do we got here? What am I seeing?
Well, this bit's the original bit of the winery. These two bars here were built for the first vintage in 1864.
1864.
Yeah.
Still going strong.
Still going, yeah.
Despite all the problems along the way.
Yeah, we've survived a few, and it looks like we're the only original family company that'll be left.
Tyrrell's started exporting to China in the early days. It quickly grew into big business.
This fantastic opportunity opened up. Opened the door to the Golden Palace, and we all went, you beauty.
The profits were huge, but when tariffs on wine hit 212%, Tyrrell's and many other Australian exporters were wiped out.
Are you selling anything at all to China? It's all gone. Zero. So does this prove that we were over-reliant on China?
Yeah, look, it could be upward of 700 wine businesses that are 80-odd% or more China.
And China didn't stop at wine. They turned their focus to numerous other export industries.
To say that I'm disappointed is an understatement.
The Agriculture Minister, after China belts Australian barley with a 5-year 80% tariff. Almost half the industry's entire export business is likely now dead.
Let's start off by talking about yourself. Tell me about your business and what you're able to grow out here.
Well, Peter, we're a farming business, and we're in the business of growing barley predominantly. The main trade is the beer and malting trade, but pretty much we're in the business of growing crops that conserve energy that can actually go places.
How important is the Chinese market for Australian barley growers?
The Chinese market has been extraordinarily lucrative, and it has been a fantastic centrepiece for large volumes of export barley to go up into Chinese malt houses. It would be sorely missed.
Andrew and Jodie Crow have spent over 30 years expanding their barley business and their family. They have 6 kids.
Mia, Maggie, Jerry, Nellie, Stanley and Flo. The kids had school holidays and now with the Sydney lockdown, all the children are home with us.
There, Joe. Go ahead. When are we taking off?
Right on, let's go.
I think we were very popular in China because when they got the containers or the consignments and they opened them up and they thought, oh, this is fantastic, look at this product, it's exactly how we wanted it.
Beijing's enforced tariffs came as a surprise, but remarkably, the price hike made little difference.
4 tonne, righto.
Now that they've slapped the tariffs on all of our barley that's coming into China, what sort of an effect has that had on the industry here?
Well, it's had a massive impact. But what's happened is almost a happy accident. The cupboard in Australia was completely empty. When they put those tariffs on, there was really no barley in the country.
Really? So the silos were empty?
Yes.
I was under the impression that it was doom and gloom. We had all this stock that was available, ready to go to China, but wasn't the case.
No, well, it wasn't the case, but it could well be the case going forward, but it's given us enough lead time to actually go off and entertain other customers.
Looking ahead, the cost imposed by the tariffs on barley is estimated to be huge, more than $2.5 billion over the next few years. It's a big worry that's created an uncertain future.
Well, I'm concerned primarily for the fact that they have only really just started on this project. What they're up to at the moment might only just be the tip of the iceberg. If they wanted to really amp up the volume, they could and hurt us very badly.
I just think this world is a very strange place at the moment and everyone's on edge. I do believe that we have to try and mend the relationship with them. It's a very important thing.
I'm Dick Astons, a cotton farmer from Moree. Been here for 40 years, growing cotton and barley, and in the last 10 years started growing oranges for the juicing industry.
How much of your business went to China?
All our cotton went to China, or 95% of it went to China. Now we're not sure where it's going to go.
At the moment, though, there's been nothing official in terms of extra tariffs like there has been on beef or barley or
They are
some
straight
of the...
plain not taking our cotton.
Just not taking it?
Not taking it.
Pretty incredible, isn't it?
They're schoolyard bullies.
Up until November 2020, China was our biggest customer, taking over half of all exported cotton. But now, due to the trade restrictions, exports to China are down to just 3%.
So, Dick, do you think that is an official government order, or do you believe that usual customers or buyers of our cotton are just too afraid to purchase it from us?
It's an official government order. You know, companies that we deal with have long-term relationships with these guys, and that's not the issue at all.
You must be worried about that.
Well, the market's really worried. The big sellers are really worried about it. It's costing us money now because we're not sure where next year's cotton crop's going.
The tariff and trade restrictions imposed by Beijing targeted 14 industries and wiped out billions of dollars in Australian exports. But the tariffs didn't go anywhere near our products that China so desperately needs.
The reason countries trade is not because they want to do favours to one another, not because they're mates, it's because it's in their mutual interest to do so. So why does China buy so much iron ore from us? Because we're a high quality, low cost, reliable supplier.
It is 2 o'clock in the morning. A 40,000-ton freighter arrives. It carries rust-coloured soil from Australia, the material from which iron and steel are made, iron ore.
As the world's largest steel producer, China has an insatiable appetite for iron ore. From the high-speed rail network to buildings, bridges, and the auto industry, it is the one thing China cannot do without.
How long can we rely on its purchase of our iron ore?
There is still very strong demand for our iron ore. We've got the best iron ore in the world. It's helping China produce the best steel that they can possibly produce. So that demand will be there for however long the Chinese government and Chinese companies want it. All the forecasts that we're seeing is that will be for quite some time yet.
You have in the past called for a 1% levy to be placed on our iron ore. Do you still hold that view?
Yeah, look, I think one thing we must do is make sure any of the retaliatory actions that China takes against our country do not impose costs on small parts of our economy that would in any way weaken our unity as a nation. What China is clearly trying to do is divide us as a country. They're trying to pick off these issues and divide us as a nation. We've got to stick together. And one way of doing that would be saying, look, anytime that China imposes the costs on our jobs, on our industries through illegal trade actions, China's going to pay the bill. China will pay the bill. We'll send the bill to China for those actions, and we could do that with a levy on iron ore exports because they need our iron ore. They've got no other alternative, and so they'd have to pay the tax.
Would you ever turn off the iron ore tap?
From Australia's perspective, we want the trading relationship to continue and, frankly, Pete, to strengthen, not to diminish. And I think that's important for us. And I think people talking about different commodities, turning some on, some off, or a tit for tat, is just not productive in the relationship where it is at the moment.
As debate over the trade of iron ore divides opinions in Canberra, the attitude in the bush is much clearer.
Why are they taking us on?
I think they don't like the fact that we're a major supplier of iron ore to them. That gets up their nose. They're using excuses. We're one of the first countries to call out on Huawei and talking about looking for where Corona came from. I think we're a little too reactive to it all. I think we've got the Chinese in a squirrel hole in a lot of ways, but we haven't squeezed up. It'd be interesting if we did.
Look, I've said to our people, if you've got the choice of buying something that's not Chinese, then you should buy it. Because if they're refusing to buy our product, then why should we? We should reciprocate.
Retribution, Bruce.
Oh, retribution's one way of putting it. Yeah, I suppose. We're not given access to that market, then we'll withdraw our little bit of access here. It's a bit of old-fashioned tit for tat, but someone keep punching the nose every day, you don't give them a free lunch.
The industries hardest hit are getting on with business and moving beyond the reliance on China.
We've replaced about 80% of China.
That's good.
Yeah, look, that's come from an increase in the UK and an increase in the States. Canada's gone up a little bit, and then there's some new markets. We've re-signed and got Russia going again.
It's been a refreshing sort of revamp of the whole system, really, and I think a lot of people are pretty proud of our ability to sort of get on with it and actually turn a negative into a positive.
I don't think the Chinese trade punishment of Australia is worthy of a great power. I think the Australian provocations, like turning the COVID inquiry bid into an anti-China statement, could have been more usefully ignored by China with a bit of a verbal response. So I think China's got a lot to learn about the diplomacy that's appropriate to a rising power.
We've just got to understand that if it's in China's interest to do something, they will do it. If it's not in their interest to do something, they won't do it. If they are going to benefit from buying from Australia, they will buy. If they're not, they won't. And that's just the reality.
When you fly, it gives you massive perspective. You can see things that you can't pick up on the ground. Only when you get up in the air can you really see the real picture.
bigger thing that we can do is really get the Western countries to show the Chinese people in any way they can how the West has improved their living standards, especially Australia with shipments of iron ore. We've built a lot of railways, roads, buildings. We've really lifted the GDP of their people.
In today's China, any dissent will be clamped down on. Repression is the tool.
His Achilles heel are his people themselves, and he knows full well that if 1.4 billion people turned against him, that it would be very difficult for that regime to stay in power.
How does China find itself so front and centre on the international stage? A look back at its past tells us a lot about where China is now.
It goes back so far, it's as if the pharaohs are still ruling in Egypt. It's as if Europe was still being ruled by a Roman emperor.
China is the oldest living civilization on Earth. For thousands of years, warring dynasties fought for control.
In terms of revenge, cheating, conniving, we're going to screw you over, we're going to kill you, we're going to poison you. It's Shakespeare on steroids. The West certainly screwed China over during the colonial years. The US did it, France did it, the British did it, Germans did it. The Opium Wars, a lot of trade deals, all to the advancement of the Western countries.
After 2,000 years of dynastic rule, imperial order collapsed. Two opposing political ideologies emerged. The nationalists wanted to unify the fragmented nation, and the newly formed Chinese Communist Party wanted revolution.
The Communist Peasant Army is well disciplined, zealous, schooled in guerrilla tactics.
They were led by a young and radical activist.
Their leader, Mao Zedong, cleverly propounds the dynamic agrarian reform. Soft pedals his ultimate goal, a communist dictatorship.
Civil war raged for the next 20 years. By 1949, the nationalist government had been driven out. Chairman Mao Zedong and the Communist Party were now in control.
Our country will never again be an insulted nation, says Mao. We have stood up.
2 million refugees fled to Taiwan.
Chiang Kai-shek lost the Chinese Civil War and he decamped to Taiwan. From 1949 onwards, the British recognised Communist China, even though the Americans didn't.
Mao was ruthless. His ambition to strengthen China's communist society knew no bounds. Tens of millions of people lost their lives, and he eventually lost his grip.
That was supposed to be the great leap forward, and I think there was 45 million deaths. It just didn't work.
In an extraordinary and desperate move, Mao Zedong turned the Communist Party on itself.
He really unleashed what they described as a red terror. He turned them against the educated, against the so-called intellectuals. People were being murdered on the street. There were public hangings, there were public confessionals. It was a really horrific time.
The world was watching, yet willing to engage.
In September 1976, death claims Mao Zedong.
In 1976, Mao Zedong's reign came to an end. For the people of China, it was a new beginning. New leader Deng Xiaoping returned order and reopened China to the world.
Hundreds of millions, literally hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty in China.
After 40 years of hardship under the CCP regime, the people of China demanded to be heard.
The demonstrators in Tiananmen Square
were advocating basic human rights.
Since Tiananmen Square, China has made itself more authoritarian.
The modern wave of protest began. Tibetans were fighting back.
The Communist Party continued its brutal campaign against ethnic minorities and religious groups.
The handover of Hong Kong from Britain to China.
1997, Britain handed Hong Kong back to the People's Republic of China. Mass demonstrations followed. And now, President Xi Jinping is leading the Communist Party and China into a bold new direction.
The people of Hong Kong have progressively had more and more powers subtly removed.
Hong Kong people will not keep silence under the suppression of President Xi.
He crushed the Hong Kong democracy.
China betrayed the One Nation, Two Systems agreement. There was a deal, and that deal's been broken.
It seems pretty clear that he sees himself as a Mao-like figure, and he is absolutely determined to complete the work that he believes Mao began.
He's seeking domination not just inside his country, but he's seeking domination outside of his country.
The Chinese Communist Party is expanding its reach and its influence further than ever before. It's determined to reset the international order and become the #1 superpower. It believes it is destiny. It also believes it needs continued and secure rule over the people of China. Are you being watched
Yeah.
by members of the CCP
Yeah.
here in Australia?
Yeah, actually, someone sent me the death threat. They said they will kill me.
9,000 kilometres from China, a young student is in fear of the CCP.
Every day,
Yeah.
you think you're being watched.
Yeah. I don't know who is the CDP members. Hey.
Hey, Zhu.
Good.
How are you? You well?
Yeah.
Good. Let's go have a chat.
Yeah.
Thanks for seeing us, Zhu.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that your real name, Zhu?
Actually not.
It's not?
No.
Zhu wants to draw attention to the communist regime's obsession with control.
The Chinese people don't understand their situation. They don't understand the CCP is bad. They don't understand the CCP is brainwash them. They don't understand when China pleases, it's just a narrative to control them.
Zhu wants to expose the communist regime and for the people of China to wake up.
Because in China, you can't be a real person.
For speaking her mind, Zhu now fears for her life.
Doesn't it make you more of a target, though, for members of the CCP out here?
Actually, yes, but if you don't go public, maybe you will disappear secretly and no one knows about that. If I go public, everyone will know me and maybe they will not kill me directly. I hope the Australian government will protect me, but I'm not sure because too much CCP members here.
Zhu is now on a bridging visa. She's desperate to stay in Australia. Her life depends on it.
What you can see in today's China is that any dissent will be clamped down on. Repression is the tool. It is a very difficult place to lift your head and make yourself heard.
His Achilles heel, and he knows this better than anyone, are his people themselves. And he knows full well that if 1.4 billion people turned against him, that it would be very difficult for that regime to stay in power. That is why I'm absolutely convinced he crushed the Hong Kong democracy.
China has the world's largest population made up of dozens of ethnic groups and religions. That's hundreds of millions of people with different beliefs and cultural backgrounds. But there is one principle that applies to all Chinese citizens, and it's not negotiable, and that's loyalty to the Communist Party.
Where were you born, Mistura?
I was born in East Turkestan, in the city of Khotan.
How long have you been in Australia for?
21 years, so I came in 2000.
Okay. Mistura, can I ask about your family and your relatives that are inside the camps? Can you explain who's there and how many and why?
Okay, so we lost contact with my family completely since 2018. I have 2 uncles who have been imprisoned. I have an auntie who was given a 10-year sentence, another auntie given a 7-year sentence for the reasons of giving their children a religious education. One of my aunties was given a 10-year sentence. It was simply because she stood up to somebody on the street.
Xinjiang province in far western China is home to 12 million ethnic Uyghur people. Most are Muslim and very different to the ruling Han Chinese. They've experienced systematic repression and discrimination for decades.
We've seen what's happening in Xinjiang, and we've seen, a genocide taking place against Uyghur Muslims. It is because they're seen as a threat to the sovereignty of the country, a threat to the territory of the country.
Beijing decided the Uyghur culture needs to be normalised in line with the Communist Party doctrine. And just like Tibet, the CCP cracked down on the Uyghur people. Is there any Uyghur Muslim in East Turkestan who is safe?
I don't think so, no. If you resist, obviously, there's no question you'll be, imprisoned. But just to survive, you would have to completely lose your identity.
Under President Xi, more than 380 suspected detention facilities have been built to re-educate and imprison the Uyghur people. How do you describe what the Chinese government is doing?
It's a genocide. This is a systematic, pre-planned means of eradicating a whole people. Their language, their cultural identity, their religious identity. It's a violation of basic human rights.
It's estimated there are currently over 1 million Uyghurs imprisoned or detained in Xinjiang province. It's the largest mass detention of an ethnic group since World War II.
Joe Biden recently said that this isn't just a fight against China, it's a fight against autocracy, and our grandchildren may wonder why we didn't fight back. Words to that effect. Do you agree with him?
I feel a very strong moral burden to speak out about things like the atrocities against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang for that exact reason, because I know we will be judged by history. I know that today we judge historical figures who failed to do more in history to stand up to autocracy, and I think we will be judged too if we don't do the same.
Your family that are in the camp, have any of them been released?
Not that we know of.
Do you think they're all alive?
We'd like to keep hope that they are alive. I guess it's really hard for all of us because you want to have hope of them being alive. And, meeting them again one day, but just thought of the things that they might be experiencing, in those places. You wonder if it's, if it's better that they were just not here at all.
The Chinese government has conducted direct military threat against Taiwan.
In China's mind, Taiwan has always been a part of China and should be returned to China.
Do you think they will take Taiwan by force?
They see democracies as clearly strategic opponents.
Both the United States and Australia underestimated how important the South China Sea was.
So what do they want from us?
They want us to concede.
The Chinese government should be totally ashamed.
Do you think any Chinese company that does business in Australia can keep the CCP at arm's length?
No.
It's effectively about spreading the economic influence of China by connecting more markets.
Targeting poor countries.
Well, their view is that the West has been doing that forever.
It's absolutely critical we demonstrate this will not work against Australia, and we will do everything we can to stand up for ourselves.
China says it will fight to the very end to prevent Taiwan from being declared independent. Speaking at a security meeting in Singapore, China's defence minister said any foreign interference is doomed to failure. He was referring to the United States.
We notice, separate to the US Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's remarks on the Indo-Pacific strategy, that the strategy is an attempt to build an exclusive, small group in the name of a free and open Indo-Pacific, to hijack countries in our region and to target one specific country. It is a strategy to create confrontation, to contain and encircle others.
Well, let's get more on this and what's being said at the conference. We can go to the BBC's Nick Marsh, who's in Singapore. Nick.
Yeah, yesterday it was the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin laying out America's vision for the Indo-Pacific. Today it was China's turn to respond, and as you just heard there, General Wei Fenghe responded with some force. The general message was for other countries to mind their own business. He said China's development was not a threat to others and that it was neither wise nor possible to try to contain it, and that includes the issue of Taiwan. But look, let's get a bit more detailed analysis on this. I'm pleased to say I am joined here by Maya Nawans. She's a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, specialising in China's military. Taiwan really is the hot button issue here. You get the impression that the stakes are higher than ever after hearing these speeches. Is that the impression you get, or is that just part of the theatre of these kinds of events?
I didn't think it was theatre. I think there was a genuine effort by both Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin but also General Wei Fenghe to restate their formal positions when it comes to Taiwan. For Austin, that was particularly important following Biden's statements in Japan with regards to Taiwan, questions around whether the US was abandoning strategic ambiguity. And for General Wei Fenghe, there's also, of course, a domestic audience at home that needs to hear a certain message. So there definitely was an effort to re-emphasize those traditional lines. That being said, of course, the issue of Ukraine, I think, played very heavily on everybody's minds. And whether or not we can compare the cases of Taiwan and Ukraine is a different discussion, but it definitely brought the relevance to the fore as well.
Yeah, Ukraine definitely dividing these two military superpowers, dividing the world. But we did see on Friday a significant meeting between Lloyd Austin and Wei Fenghe, the first of its kind at this top level since 2019. How significant did you read that? Was there a slight thaw in this very icy relationship?
I think the purpose of that meeting, as has been stated in, I think, the phone calls and the face-to-face meetings that we've seen between the two sides, is to really try and build a floor underneath that relationship bilaterally, to have opportunities to pass messages and red lines. And I think it served that purpose to re-engage again after quite a difficult few years between the two countries.
Yeah, difficult few years indeed. Maya Nawans, thank you so much for speaking to us, Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. So this conference really is wrapping up now. We've heard from the two major military superpowers, still deeply divided on pretty much every issue you can think of, but they did meet and dialogue is happening, something which is ever more crucial given all the issues that this region and the rest of the world is facing at the moment.
All right, Nick, thank you very much indeed, and to your guest as well, Nick Marsh there for us in Singapore.
If you've been following the news, you couldn't have possibly missed the big story from Taiwan. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. China responded with military drills. It fired ballistic missiles towards Taiwan and repeatedly rehearsed the assault of Taiwan. When the world protested, China turned around and said, "This is Beijing's internal matter." But is it? What explains China's obsession with Taiwan? We'll discuss on this episode of Gravitas Plus. Hello, I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay, and this is Taiwan. It is an island in the South China Sea. It is around 36,000 square kilometers. Taiwan is roughly 161 kilometers from mainland China. The two are separated by the Taiwan Strait. Zoom out and you will see the Philippines, South Korea, Brunei, Vietnam and Japan, all of them a stone's throw away from Taiwan. So why is it only China that is obsessed with this little island? Taiwan first appeared in Chinese records during the Zhou dynasty. The emperor had sent an expedition and the explorer spotted Taiwan. This is China's side of the story. In the 1600s, Taiwan became a Dutch colony. Portuguese sailors called Taiwan Ilha Formosa, meaning beautiful island. The Dutch rule lasted from 1624 to 1661. In 1683, Taiwan came under China. This was during the Qing dynasty. In the years that followed, a lot of Chinese migrated to Taiwan. They were mostly Hakka Chinese. This Chinese rule lasted till 1895 because in 1895, China lost the first Sino-Japanese war. Taiwan had to be given away to Japan. Decades later, when Japan lost the Second World War, Taiwan was up for grabs again and China was on the winning side. Then it was called the Republic of China, or ROC. So the ROC jumped at the idea of controlling Taiwan. It had the blessings of the US and Britain. But the Republic of China, or ROC, was a mess. It was a military dictatorship. Chiang Kai-shek was its leader. He led a nationalist party called the Kuomintang. He ruled China with an iron fist. Under him, there was unrest, unhappiness, and a civil war. It was at this time that communist leader Mao Zedong became increasingly popular. His Red Army fought Chiang's party. Mao won. In 1949, he established the People's Republic of China, or the PRC. Chiang fled to Taiwan. The island had a subtropical climate, abundant resources, and advanced infrastructure built by the Japanese. Also, Taiwan was free of communist influence. And Chiang did not move to Taiwan alone. Along with him moved 1.5 million people. The ROC's Air Force, artifacts from the National Palace Museum, the National Central Library, the National Central Museum, the Beijing Library, fuel and ammunition, radio stations, boats, clothes, cars, wood, some 774 boxes of gold. Basically, Chiang took all that he could take from China. He established a government in exile in Taiwan and then he declared martial law. By the 1950s, there were two Chinas. Chiang's military dictatorship in Taiwan, called the ROC, or the Republic of China, and Mao's communist China, called the PRC, or the People's Republic of China. ROC, PRC. Both claimed to be the real China. A battle for international recognition and legitimacy followed. Taiwan held the ROC's seat at the United Nations. Western countries recognized Taiwan as the only China. In 1954, the first Taiwan Strait crisis broke out. Here's what happened. Chiang put thousands of troops on two Taiwanese islands, Kinmen and Matsu. Mao's China responded by bombing these islands. 4 years later, another crisis broke out. Mao's men again bombed Kinmen and Matsu. They wanted to dislodge the ROC troops, Chiang's troops. Amid this military tension, Taiwan's economy grew. Between 1960 and 1980, Taiwan saw an economic boom. Workers were exploited. There was military rule. Exports grew. This was the era of Made in Taiwan. But soon Taiwan's luck ran out. You see, the Cold War was bubbling and Mao's China became strategically important to the US. And with American priorities, it seemed like the world's priorities had changed too. In 1971, the United Nations chose to recognize Beijing as the real China. They dumped Taiwan. Chiang Kai-shek died in 1975. 1 year later, Mao Zedong died too. Deng Xiaoping became the leader of China. He began opening China to the world. Over the next 10 years, relations improved between China and Taiwan. People were allowed to visit families on either side. Trade across the strait also improved. But as economic ties deepened, so did cultural divisions. They became worse. People in Taiwan began identifying as Taiwanese, not Chinese. A meeting was held in Hong Kong in 1992. The two sides, Beijing and Taipei, agreed on one China. But the problem is, it was a verbal consensus and its interpretation varied. First, let me tell you the Chinese Communist Party's version. One China means the two sides of the strait belong to one China and this China is ruled by Beijing and they'll work together to seek national reunification. This is Beijing's view. But Taiwan understood it differently. Also remember, while China is ruled by the Communist Party, Taiwan is an actual democracy with multiple parties. So in the year 2000, Taiwan elected Chen Shui-bian as its president. Now, he was from the Democratic People's Party, and this party openly backed Taiwanese independence. China was not prepared for this surprise. So Beijing passed a new law, the Anti-Secession Law. It basically said that China could use force to keep Taiwan. In 2014, tens of thousands of students gathered in front of the Taiwanese parliament. They began protesting the ratification of a trade agreement with China. The students cried, "We demand transparency because Taiwan is a democracy." This was the start of what's called the Sunflower Movement. And this was the first open protest against China. It was a new dawn for Taiwan. But China held on to its reunification demand. In 2013, Xi Jinping became president. He revealed his China dream. He wanted to revive China's historical glory. Xi's pitch for Taiwan hinges on the idea of one country, two systems. Taiwan does not really buy China's promises. It wants to remain a democracy. And Tsai Ing-wen's election is proof. She campaigned on the idea of transparency. She's from the Democratic Progressive Party. She's critical of China. She was elected president in 2016 and re-elected in 2020 with a record 8.2 million votes. Today, Taiwan is a self-ruled island. It has its own flag, its own anthem, its own currency, its own institutions. Taiwan's per capita GDP is more than $33,000. It is a chip superpower, the world's chip factory. But Taiwan's legal status is still unclear. Only 14 countries recognize Taiwan. China sees Taiwan as a renegade province, a breakaway province. Xi Jinping says Taiwan must be and will be reunited with China. You could say the whole purpose of his regime is what he calls the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, the unification of Taiwan. And Xi wants this done by 2049. Because that is when the People's Republic of China will celebrate its 100th anniversary, 2049. And Xi wants to do what Mao could not, what neither Deng Xiaoping nor Hu Jintao could do. He wants to be China's greatest leader, and for that, he must take Taiwan. Under Xi Jinping, China has forced countries to shun Taiwan, to stick to the One China policy, to set up embassies in China, not in Taiwan. Companies have been asked to list Taiwan as a part of China on their websites. What is China's basis for claiming Taiwan? One, history. Two, the 1992 consensus. But there's no real consensus on what the 1992 consensus really was. Also, should Taiwan's future be a victim of its past? Taiwan has moved on. Today, it is a dynamic and pluralistic society. It boasts of the world's first transgender cabinet minister, the first country in the region to legalize same-sex marriage. In 2021, Taiwan was ranked the world's 8th most democratic country. 62% of the island's residents regard themselves as exclusively Taiwanese. Only 3% consider themselves Chinese. In 1994, that number was 26%. Today, Taiwan has its own sense of identity, one that could not be more different from authoritarian China. Xi Jinping does not agree. He says independence will only bring hardship. But what about the Taiwanese people? What do they want? 5.2% want independence as soon as possible. Only 1.3% are in favor of reunification. What about the rest of them? They want to maintain status quo. But look at China's military moves. Status quo is evidently not an option anymore.
Thank you, Ambassador. We have many questions from the media, and thank you again for your first speech to the National Press Club. Clearly, the tensions over Taiwan are a major subject at the moment, and you spoke about the importance of economic growth and economic partnership between Australia and China, and the growth that China's achieved over decades. But do you accept that GDP growth does not mean much if war breaks out, and if a nation is conducting military drills around the Straits of Taiwan, that then causes uncertainty and fear that then undermine that growth? Now, Nancy Pelosi's visit last week has led to several days of military drills, and the PLA announced yesterday that it was going to continue drills, including, from the reports I saw in the China Daily, surface-to-ship simulated attacks. Now, in what way is that the action of a stabilising nation? How long will those military drills continue?
Is it a question?
Yes. How long?
Well, thanks, David. Well, it's a question. The last one is a question, but I think before the question, there were a couple of points you made as a statement. Allow me to say a few words on the points that you made before your question. I think the question now is really about the essence of one China policy. The critical point is if every country put the one China policy into practice with sincerity, with no compromise, it's going to guarantee the peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. The visit by Speaker Pelosi to the Taiwan region is exactly the reason that has caused the violation of the commitments by the U.S. government to one China policy, and has caused the escalation of tension across Taiwan Strait. And the Chinese side is taking action in reaction to what has been done by the U.S. side. And our purpose is to send a message, clear and out, to those who are violating the commitment of one China policy, who are supporting one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas. We're sending a message to those who are trying to split Taiwan from China. The message is clear. This is an action in reaction to the provocations from the U.S. side, from the separatist movements in Taiwan Island. And the reaction is legitimate. It's justified, and there's no reason for a reapproach. And as for how long the military exercise and drills are going to last, I think our spokesman for the National Defense, Minister of Defense, also our spokesperson for the Minister of Foreign Affairs have made it pretty clear that these are the actions as a countermeasure to what has happened, what has been done by the U.S. side, what has been done by the regime in Taiwan. And it's a determination to show that on the question of Taiwan, there's no room for compromise. It's not something like economic development or trade relations or specific issues in some other areas. On the question of Taiwan, it's an issue relating to sovereignty and territorial integrity. There's no room for us to compromise. And as for how long it's going to last, at proper time, I think there will be an announcement.
Thank you. The next question is from Anna Henderson and Helen Chen from SBS.
大使先生您好，我是来自 SBS 普通话节目的 Helen Chen。您刚刚提到今年是澳中建交50周年，那么中国方面是否会采取一些举措来改善目前两国的关系呢？比如说取消对澳贸易限制，比如说释放在中国被关押近2年的澳洲公民陈雷。谢谢。
And I will just translate in English. Anna Henderson, SBS World News. You mentioned the 50th anniversary of relations between Australia and China. To mark this, is it possible that China will make practical moves to improve the relationship, such as lifting trade restrictions on Australia and or releasing Australian citizen Chang Lei?
Well, thank you for the question. As I said in my speech, there was a difficult time for a couple of years in the past between our two countries, and now there's an opportunity for a possible reset of the relationship. And here we have a good start ever since the new Labour government came into power. But this is a good start only, and there's a lot to be done to really reset this relationship. And there's a lot of issues on the table, many disputes to be solved. Our policy is that we are for friendly cooperation with Australia. We're ready to work together with Australia's new government to put this relationship back on the right track. Specifically, I think it's been very helpful if both sides take objective perspective on each other, take positive policies and concrete actions. And in this process, the issues on the table will be gradually solved, or we're going to find out solutions to these issues. Currently, there are being top-level communications, there are being high-level contacts, even face-to-face contacts, but we have not yet come to the stage to discuss about how to solve those specific issues, either political issues or trade issues or some other individual cases issues. We are ready to compare notes with the new government and to get engaged in those process. As for the trade disputes, as you mentioned, I would rather not to use the word sanctions. I think this issue, perhaps I could categorize it in different groups. One kind is trade dispute between the two governments at the government level. These are mainly on the tariffs on certain products from Australia. And those were imposed by the Chinese customs. Indeed, it happened. Yeah, that's true. It was an official action. In response to the complaints from some of the Chinese companies who are involved in the similar businesses, they complain about the dumping of certain products from Australia. And once there's a complaint, according to the WTO, the Chinese government has the obligation and the right to increase tariff to protect our own industry. And the case is now in the WTO, and we are ready to sort it out and solve these disputes through WTO with the Labour government. If the new government in this country is ready to discuss it bilaterally, it's okay, we're ready to talk about those things. Second type is more about the people's attitudes. When there was some policies taken or actions taken by the previous Australian government on some of the major Chinese companies, Chinese projects, Chinese businesses in this country, for example, Huawei, ZTE, and many other Chinese companies, causing severe damages economically to these companies. Basically, it's been stopped Huawei of any kind of business in this country. And that's a huge disruption to the normal business relations between our two countries. And these actions have been sending very negative messages to the people in China. And they're not happy, to be honest. And they are, if you look at the reaction from the public in China at that time, even nowadays, they're still not happy about those actions. And just like you go to the shops and you buy something and you're offended, you're not happy, then perhaps you are thinking about go to some other store to buy the similar products. So there are people in China who are really calling for buying some other products rather than the Australian products. That's the attitudes of the public. It happened when we have some problems with our relations with other countries as well. For example, our neighboring country to the east, there was more a severe reaction from the Chinese public. And for this kind of problem, my expectation is that once we have more positive messages, more positive actions, more positive policies to be taken by the new government, it's going to improve the atmosphere. And the people in China will be happy to come back to the market, to come back to Australia, to buy the best quality Australian products, which are very popular in China. That's true. And third category is the caution taken by some of the Chinese companies. They are thinking like, what has happened to Huawei and the ZTE? Is it going to happen to me tomorrow? Is it going to happen to my company some other day? So there are companies from China who used to be interested in the Australian market, but they became cautious. And some of them try to find out alternatives, like investing in Latin America or in Africa. That's true. As ambassador in this country, I'd love to have more investment from China in Australia. And I would like to see an improvement of environment for the businessmen to do business in this country. We have so many things we can cooperate. It's beneficial to our both sides. Thank you. Oh, sorry for the individual cases. There are a couple of Australian citizens in China. They are under custody according to Chinese rules and laws, and their basic rights are well protected. Don't worry about that. And during the pandemic, during the severe periods of the pandemic in the cities where they are detained, there were times when they were not accessible to their relatives or the diplomats of Australia. It was because of the pandemic. Now they can get easy to get access to their relatives either in Australia or their Australian embassies in China. And the case is still under jurisdiction process, and we're going to sort it out according to Chinese rule and the laws. Thank you.
Well, that communicates the Australian concern about Cheng Lei, that's for sure. The next question is from Stephen Jetchitz from ABC.
Hi, Ambassador. Thanks for your time. I'm told that the Taiwan Affairs Office has, in fact, just this morning released a new white paper on Taiwan. And the white paper asserts that China will, quote, not renounce the use of force, and we reserve the option of taking all necessary measures. It also says while use of force would be the last resort, taken under compelling circumstances, it doesn't lay out what those circumstances are. Sir, can you explain to Australians who are concerned and worried about the prospect of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan and the inevitable consequences of that invasion, what constitutes precisely, in the minds of the Chinese government, a compelling circumstance that would justify a use of force across the strait?
Well, thanks for the question. In the first place, I would rather not use the word invasion when we talk about China and Taiwan. Taiwan is different from any other scenario or situation. Taiwan is not an independent state. It's not an independent state. Taiwan is a province of the People's Republic of China. The status of Taiwan is in the Cairo Declaration, is in the Potsdam Pro-Declaration, is in the UN resolutions, it's in bilateral documents between China and Australia. Taiwan is a province of China. And the issue between China and Taiwan is an issue between the central government of People's Republic of China with a local government. It's an issue of reunification, complete reunification, and an issue of Taiwan coming back to the motherland. As for our approach to the question of the Taiwan, I think it's consistent, clear, and pretty open. We have made that on many occasions over the past several decades, actually, that the people in the mainland, people in Taiwan, are Chinese. We are both Chinese. And the Taiwanese are compatriots of China. And the least thing we're ready to do is to use force. And that is one of the reasons why China has been so patient. For several decades, we are waiting. We are waiting for a peaceful unification. But we can never rule out our option to use other means. So when necessary, when compelled, we are ready to use all necessary means. As to what does it mean by all necessary means, you can use your imagination. But the people, but the 1.4 billion Chinese people are absolutely determined to protect our sovereignty, territory, and integrity. We will never allow Taiwan to be separated from China. I think that is our policy. Thank you.
Next question is from Ben Packham from The Australian.
Ambassador, thank you. Your colleague, the Chinese ambassador to France, told French media recently that when China takes over Taiwan, it will re-educate its 23 million people. Can you confirm with a yes or no, is that Chinese government policy? Will China re-educate Taiwan's people to change their minds about the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, thanks, Ben, for your question. But I didn't read the news about my colleagues' remarks on this particular issue. I think, given the situation that the people in Taiwan, the people in Taiwan are under a regional regime for many decades, it is reasonable for us to understand that their perspective about China, their perspective about their motherland might take somewhat different views. I think this is a fact. But I think the key point now is not about the either education or re-education. The 1.4 billion Chinese people, including the 80 million people in Taiwan, are all Chinese. Yeah.
So that sounds like a yes. Is that a yes? It sounds like a yes.
What do you mean by yes?
That it is Chinese policy that they will need re-educating.
Well, I'm not going to speak on behalf of our ambassador in France. I'm just
asking on a point of policy.
The policy?
On a point of policy.
I haven't read about such a official policy. But I think my personal understanding is that once Taiwan is reunited, coming back to the motherland, there might be a process for the people in Taiwan to have a correct understanding of China.
Would that
about
be
their motherland.
along the lines of the camps that you have in Xinjiang? The education process in Xinjiang?
Are we talking about a different topic?
Well, that's a re-education process, isn't it?
No, there's not. I would rather not use the word re-education. The people in Xinjiang are also Chinese citizens, and they receive education in school, in colleges, in universities about China, about their motherland. Yeah, and this is pretty normal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
The next question is from Chris Ullman from the Nine Network.
Ambassador Chris Ullman, Nine News. I was interested in your comments on respect for international law and also that we needed to have positive policies and your guidance for the media in Australia about being positive towards China. If I could just make a couple of observations about why people might have a negative view. You've occupied and militarised the South China Sea in contravention of international law. Recently, you threatened an Australian Air Force aircraft flying over those waters under rights under international law. You've imprisoned our citizens without rights to national justice. You have launched thousands of attacks against private and public sector through cyber. You've interfered in our politics, our universities and our diaspora and the people that you call the 1.2 million overseas Chinese. Many of them we would call Australian citizens who owe a right, a duty to Australia. So can you see why it might be that some Australians would think that when you talk about international law and positive policies, you do not do what you say?
Well, is it a statement? You have no questions?
No, I made some observations given you thought we were...
So you are making observations. You are making statements.
I'm making some observations. You were talking about reporting, so I was wondering why you might think that people would not see those things as being negative policies.
Well, are you inviting me to comment on your observations?
I'm inviting you to comment on whether or not you're occupying and militarising the South China Sea in contravention of international law and whether or not you threatened Australian aircraft in that airspace.
Okay, I'll try to be brief because you covered quite a number of issues. First, on the South China Sea, China and some other countries, we are all claimants of certain areas and territories in South China Sea. And China, we inherited this claim from our previous government, and who's now in Taiwan, the so-called Republic of China. And there's no room for the people of the Republic of China to deviate from our claim, and we'll continue to stick to the position to protect our sovereignty and territorial integrity. But at the same time, I understand there are differences, there are disputes between China and some other countries. So China and the relevant claimant countries are involved in discussions consultations, even negotiations bilaterally. And multilaterally, we are involved with ASEAN countries in formulating code of conduct, code of declaration, a DOC, declaration of conduct. Now in the process of formulating a COC, code of conduct, trying to sort out a framework for addressing such issues in the future. Secondly, about the existence of China in these areas and the military existence, I mean, it is the necessary measures we have to take to protect the security of the areas which belong to us, and as has been done by many other claimants as well. They have done that much earlier. Thirdly, you mentioned about the aircraft incident, about between China and Australia. May I point it out that that incident was very unfortunate. It happened not in the South China Sea in general. There's a too big area. You cannot say that it happened in the earth. It's happened at a particular location. That location is within the territorial space of an island that belongs to China. So it's just like you're in your house, within your compound. Somebody is driving around, carrying a gun, and trying to peep into your window, see what you're doing in your family and what you're talking about between your family members. You feel a bit threatened, you feel uncomfortable. So you have to come out and tell those people to keep distance at least.
Under international
so
law,
that's the point I want to make.
Neighbour's house.
And then about the Chinese Australians, I want to say a few words on this because it's so sensitive. There are 1.2 billion Chinese Australians, and these are naturalized Australians. They are Australian citizens. They are loyal to Australia. They are not loyal to China. But at the same time, they came from China. Their ancestors, they have blood relation with China. So they are a linkage of friendship and cooperation between our two countries. And you have to, if you watch very carefully, my embassy is very careful. Ever since I came here 7 months ago, I never comment on the Chinese-Australian issue. During the federal election, I didn't make any comment. Even when I met some of the Chinese Australians, I never talked about the elections. It's their domestic affairs. It's for the Australian people, including Chinese Australians, to make their own choices. At the same time, I want to emphasize this here. Australia is a diversified nation. People from different parts of the world come into this country. They form the community, a nation called Australian people. And Chinese people are part of those people. They are making contribution to this great country. Their interests, just like many other ethnic groups in this country, should be respected. Thank you.
Next question is from Claire Armstrong from News Corp Australia.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your time. You said that Zhang Lei's rights were protected. She is an Australian citizen, a journalist who almost 2 years ago to the day was arrested. The details of the charges against her remain unknown. She was tried in secret. The Australian ambassador was not allowed in the courtroom when this happened, and there is no details about when she may be sentenced or what her future is. Her family have raised concerns about her health issues and are alleging there have been even restrictions on food. So how are her rights protected? And if China is serious about resetting the relationship with Australia, why won't you release her?
Well, thanks for the question. I understand that any citizen from Australia who is detained overseas should be in a sensitive issue. And just like Assange, or Mr. Pavlov, who's detained in the United Kingdom. The case of Chen Lei, the person you're talking about, is still in the jurisdiction process. And in addition, what I have said earlier, I want to emphasize that this case involves national security. She is being charged of transmitting information relating to national security overseas. So it is common practice in not only in China but also in many other countries as well, that when cases involving national security, the trial is conducted in a way usually is not open to the public.
And there's no appetite to release her at this stage, is what you're saying?
Well, I think we all have to respect the laws and regulations of China. It's still under process. Thank you.
Next question is from Kieran Gilbert from Sky News.
Ambassador, thank you for your address. You said that China isn't seeking to be a hegemony or expand a sphere of influence. Is China planning to establish a military base in the Pacific, possibly on the Solomons? And as we look at the human catastrophe in Ukraine, what can the international community, including China, learn from that catastrophe when dealing with Taiwan?
Well, thank you for your question. It's the relation between China and the Pacific Island countries has been one of the most discussed issues within the past couple of months. Allow me to say that we're having relations with, we're developing a relationship with many countries in different parts of the world. In Southeast Asia, with ASEAN countries, with South Asian countries, with Central Asian countries, African countries, even European countries, and Latin American countries. Our relationship with the Pacific country is just similarly part of our relationship with different parts of the countries in different parts of the world. The purpose is to develop a friendship of cooperation and to help this region and these countries for a political stability, social harmony, and more importantly, a priority, economic development. As for the relation between China and the Solomon Islands, I think our foreign minister, our spokesperson, and also our people have already made it pretty clear on several occasions that China come to Solomon Islands upon request of the government of that country. And there's no reason for us to refuse to help. But the purpose is help them to stabilize, to prosper, and to improve. There is no intention for China to set up the so-called military base in Solomon Islands. And the leader of the country have said a similar thing. I think, should I say that the page is turned? What is next to be done is, I hope that China and Australia, we can cooperate either bilaterally or trilaterally, or quadruple way, to cooperate between China and Australia plus Pacific Island countries for the stability, social harmony, and economic development. For example, climate change. I think there's a lot we can do between China and Australia to help those countries to improve their situation. Thank you.
Next question is from Andrew Tillett from the Australian Financial Review.
Yes, thanks, David. Ambassador, thanks for appearing today. I just want to go back to Taiwan. And implicit in your comments is sort of, you talk about it obviously from the PRC perspective, but there are 23 million people in Taiwan. Don't they get a say in what should happen to their future?
Beg your pardon?
There are 23 million people in Taiwan. Mm-hmm. Don't they get a say in what should happen about their future? You talk about reunification, but it would be on China's terms, wouldn't it? I mean, one country, two systems. The deal that was offered to Hong Kong is dead. We've seen that in the last couple of years. That might have been a deal that the Taiwanese were tempted by in the 90s, but would not be now. So you talk about, you know, the white paper, the paper out today talks about leaving the option of taking Taiwan by force. But what about the 23 million Taiwanese people? Don't they get a say in their future?
Well, first, thank you, Andrew, for your question. A few words on the Hong Kong. Hong Kong have been applying this one country two system. Generally, it's been successful. There have been problems during the process. That was because there were some loopholes in this process. And by taking necessary measures at the national constitutional level, we have solved the problem. And we have full confidence that the future of Hong Kong will be even brighter. And if you look at the numbers, the economic development performance, the Hong Kong's economic performance has much better than it was than the number it was when it was under British colony rule. And their economic performance is much better than the United Kingdom, sorry to say that. And so we have reason to believe there'll be a future. And look at China's development, and there's a much, much bigger room for Hong Kong to get more prosperous in the future. Secondly, on the question of Taiwan, I think you're talking about the will and wishes of the Taiwanese people. Taiwan is part of China, and 1.4 billion Chinese people are determined to protect that, to be affected, and the future of Taiwan will be decided by 1.4 billion Chinese people. And at the same time, I believe that the majority of the people in Taiwan believe they're Chinese. They believe Taiwan is part of China, and Taiwan is a province of China. They are for reunification. There, we do have a group of people, a hand of people perhaps, they are seeking for Taiwan independence movement, gradual independence. They are trying to remove marks that are telling Taiwanese people that these are the people they are Chinese, and these activities they are being resisted by the majority of people in Taiwan. That's what we believe.
Well, don't the opinion polls show that most people in Taiwan prefer the status quo, not independence, not being part of China, but the status quo, the current system?
Well, I think the poll is misleading. If you look at the poll for the last previous election, in this country, federal election, the opinion polls turn out to be just the opposite. I think it is quite obvious. Even the people in Taiwan who are in power in the local government, even the senior officials in Taiwan believe they are Chinese. They want to have China to be part of China, to have Taiwan to be part of China.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Next question is from Mark Riley from the 7 Network.
Mr. Ambassador, just a couple of statements you've made today, if I could ask a question on those. You said that this is a possibility for a reset in the relationship. Prime Minister Albanese has said he's prepared to meet President Xi in Bali, the G20 in November. Will China allow that to happen? Will there be an invitation to the Prime Minister to meet with President Xi? You've also given us quite a discursive admonition to countries in the region about acting with mutual respect, cooperation and friendship. And then you've said, quote, Australia should handle the Taiwan question with caution. That sounds like a threat. Is it?
Thank you for the question. For the bilateral relationship, as I said, our policy to Australia remains unchanged. We're for a friendly, cooperative relationship between China and Australia. As I said personally, when I just came here, I'm a new ambassador. I'm here to seek friends, not to seek rivals or adversaries or even enemies. But at the same time, after the couple of years of difficult situation between China and Australia, there's going to be a process for us to reset and gradually improve our relationship. And now what we have now is just a good start, and there's more to be done, including creating a favorable atmosphere between our two countries politically. Political relations is important. When we have a good one, they are helpful to our cooperation in other fields. Other way around is going to hurting our cooperations. As for the top-level contacts, there have been communication between two prime ministers by sending exchange of letters or messages, and there have been minister-level meetings. I personally would wish to see a gradual improvement of atmosphere to create a favorable condition for a more wider range of communications at various levels including the top levels. Second, on the Taiwan question, the question of Taiwan, caution is just to remind. It's not here as ambassador in this country. The least thing I would do is to make demand or to sound like demanding. Australia is a big nation. It's a great nation. I have all my full respect. But I would like to remind that big and great as Australia is, it is important for the government in this country to stick to the commitment of One China policy. And this commitment should be not only in words, but also in deeds. Not only in name, but also in essence. And it should be practiced with absolute sincerity, but without discount. Thank you.
I would like to follow up on that question about a Bali meeting, because I'm curious about, you sound like you are in favour of improving relations towards a meeting between Anthony Albanese and President Xi. Can you identify right now any obstacle, any reason why they should not be able to have a formal meeting in Bali at the G20?
Well, if you look at the past couple of years when we have political difficulties, you feel uncomfortable to meet each other. And let's take in a very bad example. If you are, talking bad about me, why should I meet you? You humiliated me publicly, and should I meet you to be humiliated again face to face? The meeting at the top level is very important, not in the sense of symbolism, but also in essence. Once we have a high-level meeting, we hope it's going to be helpful in developing a more positive relationship instead of making it worse. So when there was no top-level meetings between the two countries during the past couple of years, it is because we did not believe the meeting would help to improve the relationship, and we were concerned a meeting could perhaps make things even more deteriorate. As for the upcoming multilateral forum like East Asia Summit, APEC Summit, and G20 Summit are going to be in Bali, and APEC in Thailand, I guess, and ASEAN in Phnom Penh. Yeah, and we are. I think we are going to communicate with our Australian colleagues through diplomatic channels to see when appropriate or when we have the necessary condition and atmosphere, whether or not both sides have the willingness to get engaged in a top-level meeting. As ambassador, I'm hoping for the best, and I'm going to try to make all my efforts towards that direction.
The next question is from Dominic Giannini from AAP.
Dominic Giannini from AAP. Thank you, Ambassador. Given your focus on sovereignty and non-interventionism, how are we supposed to take that seriously from China, given the failure to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and continued cooperation with Russia? And how are we to take your condemnation of Australian media seriously, given the quashing of dissidents and disinformation around in China?
Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting question in the sense that it's been asked again and again on many occasions for the past couple of months. My answer is there's no simple answer to a question of complexity. If you look at what has happened in Ukraine, it involves many aspects. It involves the relations, the disputes between NATO and Russia. There is security concern from Russia. And they are feeling that they're being countered again and again, at least 6 or 7 times, by the expansion of NATO towards eastwards, which is a break away from their promise that not to do that. And there's also for this issue, I think it's we're for a bilateral negotiation between NATO members, especially the United States and Russia, to sit down and negotiate for a comprehensive, sustainable security mechanism. And the second layer, perhaps the relation between disputes between Ukraine and Russia. These two countries are both friendly countries to China. We have good relations with Russia, for true, yes. But at the same time, we have a very good relation with Ukraine as well. Also very in-depth cooperation in many areas, including technology. And there's no reason for us to support one against the other, or other way around. But these two countries used to be part of the former Soviet Union, and so the relation between these two countries is rather complicated. We are for a bilateral discussion at the table to find out a political solution between these two countries. And thirdly, perhaps it's the role of Ukraine vis-a-vis the relation between NATO and Russia. I'm not going to comment on that, but may I just remind that we have some very important views expressed by Dr. Henry Kissinger, I think a couple of years ago in the New York Times. He's for a more strategic kind of vision to properly handle these issues. Thank you.
And on the media in China? The media in China, how you criticise the Australian media for not giving China enough positive attention. Is China cracking down on media in its home country?
I don't quite catch the point you're making, man. I mean, yeah, the media in China are also being affected on attitudes towards Australia when they have when they know that there's a very positive attitudes in this country about China, which is very unfortunate, and it's not necessary. We might have different views on many issues between China and Australia, but there's so many things where we have in common, and we can cooperate. And even and we have diplomatic channels just quite open between our two countries. When we have difference, we can talk, we can sit down and discuss, try to sort it out, and try to narrow it down if possible. Otherwise, we can perhaps leave aside and focus our efforts on the common areas and go on with our cooperation, because it's good for our two countries. And instead of focusing too much publicly on the differences, countries have differences, even among people. Even between among brother and sisters, you have different views. Even between husband and wife, sometimes you quarrel. But it's one thing for the husband and wife to quarrel and fight at home. It's something else if they fight downtown in the street. It's going to change the nature of the marriage. So I'm for a proper modality to handle the differences between our two great nations. We have so many things we can cooperate, and we should not allow these differences to hijack our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ambassador, we've got one last question, which is from Chloe Burris from Network 10.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Australia has been very clear in asking for a de-escalation of the military drills. China's foreign ministry has in turn accused Australia of breaching the UN Charter. Do you share that view?
Sorry, I didn't catch your question.
China has accused Australia of breaching the UN Charter by calling for a de-escalation of the military drills. Do you share that view?
Well, let me say a few points on this issue. If you follow the statements of the Chinese embassy spokesperson, the beautiful lady there, she is our spokesperson. After what has happened recently by Speaker Pelosi's visit to China's Taiwan province, we have made a number of remarks. And number one, these remarks are in reaction to the remarks made by the Australian side. When there was when there was a view expressed in the public, in the media in this country about the relation between China and the U.S. vis-a-vis Taiwan question, my spokesperson made a statement or remark to tell what it is. Our position on Taiwan question, our position on the Speaker Pelosi's visit, our position on One China policy, and our request. We asked for Australia to understand and support China's position of One China policy, which is also a policy of the Australian government. Then after some further statements by the Australian government, either the Minister of Foreign Affairs or Foreign Minister, we made further remarks to elaborate on our positions. But continuously, we've been asking for understanding appreciation of our One China policy from the Australian side. It was only after the joint statement by the 3 foreign ministers, Australia, US, Japan, they would not only express their serious concern, but also used condemnation on China's missile launch in the so-called Japanese EEZ, exclusive economic zones. It was only then that the spokesperson of my embassy made a remark expressing our serious concern, strong discontent, and we used the word condemnation. Because, number one, it was the US side who was the one who fired the first shot. The other ones who violated the One China principle, they say they are committed to One China principle in words, but actually they are doing something just the opposite. And the other one who provoked it, we were the ones who reacted for defense to protect our territorial sovereignty and integrity. And secondly, the area in question vis-a-vis China and Japan was still an unresolved issue. There's no solution. Which area? I mean, that particular area belongs to either China or Japan. So it's an area, the area in question, I mean, the area where the ballistic missile dropped in is an area of dispute between China and Japan. And usually, among countries, when there's a dispute between two countries, the non-claimant countries stand neutral instead of choosing to support one against the other, because it involves territorial dispute. So we were surprised by Australian governments to choosing a side to support Japan, and Japan's claim was legally unfounded, and it's invalid. And thirdly, our wish is that as good partners between China and Australia, we hope that our Australian government respect China's territorial integrity and national unity, and stick to the One China policy, not only, as I said, in words, in deeds, and in action. And it's an issue not to be compromised, and it's an issue not to be discussed and practiced in a blurred way. Yeah, it's an issue so sensitive to China. If we can make compromise on many other issues, economic issues, trade issues, or any other issues, there's absolutely no room for us to compromise on the question of the Taiwan, because it's a question of sovereignty and territorial integrity, just like no Australian government would ever compromise on Australia's territorial integrity. And just like, maybe it's not a good example, but Tasmania will be a part of Australia. And this involves the territorial integrity. And I hope we could have some understanding from our friends and colleagues from this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking the Ambassador for his speech today. Thank you.
The message coming out of China is getting louder by the day. It doesn't like other countries, especially Australia, ganging up and meddling in its affairs. As we know, Beijing is currently doing its best to punish us economically, but in the last few days, President Xi Jinping has also ratcheted up the rhetoric by warning of the perils of a new Cold War. A loose translation is, if we don't stop poking the panda, will face serious consequences. Now, it's worth taking that threat seriously because Xi controls the largest military force in the world, and as one of his supporters cautions tonight, the cost of conflict with China could be Armageddon. It's a prospect as terrifying as it is unthinkable. a military showdown between two nuclear-armed superpowers, the United States and China. A conflict that could reshape the world order. Is Australia vulnerable at the moment?
Australia is monstrously vulnerable at the moment. We have this naive faith that American military power is infinite, and it's not.
Tonight, leading minds on the looming war with China.
It's going to be waged on an economic front. It's going to be waged on a social affairs front. They're going to come at us all ways.
How likely is it? How prepared are we? And at what cost for us and the world?
Use all your imagination. Think about all the nightmares you can think of. And what will happen will be 10 times more than your worst nightmare. You are talking about the possibility of Armageddon.
Taipei is a modern metropolis, capital of Taiwan, an island half the size of Tasmania, yet home to a population just about the same as all of Australia. The trigger point for conflict with China, if it comes, is right here. Why do you think people in Australia should care about what's happening in Taiwan right now?
Because we are a democracy, and democracy do not survive in isolation.
Xin Cheng Xiao is an entrepreneur who runs a tech startup in Taipei. In recent months, he's grown increasingly nervous about China's growing threats to reunify with Taiwan, by force if necessary. What is it particularly about Chinese rule that you're scared of?
Number one is losing all your freedoms, right? Because Taiwan has been enjoying, our democracy and our liberties, our freedoms for the past few decades. And it is just unimaginable that, we would be reunified with an authoritarian regime and then surrender such freedoms. So, no, it's not an option.
For Xiao and many other Taiwanese, the crackdown on democracy in nearby Hong Kong is a warning of what may be to come.
They lost their basic right to vote, to elect their officials, to speak their minds, to protest. Hong Kong people just live under fear every single day. So we all hope that it doesn't come to this, right? Because Taiwanese would have to fight. And although we spend heavily on military equipment, we are no match for the second largest army in the world.
China is increasingly vocal about bringing what it views as a renegade province to heel, stepping up its warnings to the rest of the world not to meddle in its business.
请坐下。谁妄想这样干？
Anyone who dares try to do that will have their heads bashed bloody against the Great Wall of Steel, forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people.
President Xi Jinping's hard line at the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party in July was followed by a record number of Chinese fighter planes breaching Taiwanese airspace, more than 150 incursions over just a 4-day period. The question is, if China does make a move on Taiwan, will the US respond? Right now, the answer seems to be yes.
I just want to make China understand that we are not going to step back. We are not going to change any of our views.
So are you saying that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense if China attacked?
Yes, we have a commitment to do that.
Those who want to block China's unification with China's Taiwan will be doomed to failure.
Victor Gao is an expert in Chinese affairs and an unofficial mouthpiece for the regime in Beijing. Vice President of the Centre for China and Globalisation think tank, he's a former diplomat who was the interpreter for Communist leader Deng Xiaoping. If the US does intervene in Taiwan and Australia supports them, what will happen to Australia?
Listen, if Australia goes to fight together with the US soldiers in China's drive for reunification between China's mainland and China's Taiwan, then you are talking about the worst thing you can dream of. A war between China and the United States will soon escalate out of control, and that will be Armageddon, Armageddon, and Armageddon. And this is what I hope the Australian people will come to realize, that you need to deal with China with respect as much as you give to the United States.
Through simulated invasions, China has been showing off the military might it could unleash if Taiwan puts up a fight. At the sprawling Zuraha training base in Inner Mongolia, troops are schooled in street-to-street combat in a mock Taipei. As you can see from these satellite images and from these photos, there's even a building with an extraordinary resemblance to Taiwan's presidential headquarters. It's all designed to send a message. We are armed, we are ready, and we can make a move whenever we want.
Let the Chinese people do their mission. Let China's mainland unite with Taiwan, and that will make the Chinese, the Americans, the Australians, and mankind as a whole happier and safer.
You said Australia should show China more respect, but it sounds to me like you want Australia to kneel down before China and fear them.
Absolutely not. I think China probably at the heart is a country of pandas. Do you really want to fear a panda? Do you think a kangaroo will fear a panda? Probably not. A panda probably will run away in front of a leg-kicking kangaroo.
This is what we will get all the time from, as people say, the panda huggers. I believe that the Chinese Communist Party's aim is to be dominant in this region and perhaps dominant in the world. And this is a zero-sum game. It must remove America from the Western Pacific in order to be dominant in this region. Simple as that.
Few have a handle on the strategic perils of the Taiwan issue, quite like Australia's former Major General, Jim Molan. A lot of experts are looking in the crystal ball at the moment, trying to figure out if and when there would be war over Taiwan. When do you think this is likely to all play out?
Fundamentally, given the power that they have now in their military, they could act any time from now on. And that's what frightens me more than anything.
So if a move on Taiwan does happen, how's it likely to play out? Jim Molan believes there are three likely possibilities.
The first scenario is what I call the incremental model. China places a blockade around Taiwan, a no-sail, no-fly blockade, says to Taiwan, OK, well, you can happily go bankrupt Taiwan, and let's see what the Americans do. Now, the Chinese can back off if the Americans come through with overwhelming force, which I don't believe they can. But until then, China may be able to achieve its aim without fighting. The second scenario is a sudden attack, a Pearl Harbor type attack, to take out all the American bases in Japan, in South Korea and in Guam. And then they turn around and say to Taiwan, well, what do you reckon, Taiwan? Do you want to be destroyed by us? The third model is to do them both.
The second China starts targeting US military assets, surely then it's a very slippery slope towards all-out nuclear war.
No, I don't believe that's the case. America would be foolish, even though it may have suffered a tactical defeat, to use nuclear weapons because it would start losing American cities.
It's a terrifying prospect, the two biggest powers in the world going toe-to-toe. But as you'll see, there are strong reasons to believe war is not as likely as some might think. A quarry on the northern outskirts of Melbourne seems an unlikely testing ground for the weapons of tomorrow. But here, a war game in miniature is underway.
3, 2, 1.
Defentex is a Victorian company developing autonomous drones for the battlefield. It's headed up by Travis Reddy, who believes these diminutive weapons could be a critical part of Australia's arsenal.
It's cheap, it's expendable, and can group together in a mass or a swarm so that we can have this big impact in the battlefield.
How much are your developments made for the sole purpose of helping a country with a small defence force like Australia take on a big force like China?
That's ultimately the reason that we exist.
Each tiny flying machine can carry a powerful payload.
It could be a smoke round, an anti-tank round, an anti-personnel round, a radio retransmission system.
But their real strength comes when they swarm in huge numbers. If you end up getting hundreds or thousands of these drones working together at one time, what can they actually achieve?
Yeah, they can have a devastating effect.
It's early days yet, but increasingly cheap autonomous drones are being viewed as a key to modern warfare, particularly for nations like Australia.
We're a very small country. We have a very small defence force. So we have to maximise the impact that every individual soldier can have.
So this could be a big tactical advantage for the little guy.
100%.
And I want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate it, Mr. Prime Minister.
Right now, of course, Australia's focus is on the much bigger military hardware that'll result from the AUKUS Pact. It'll be a couple of decades yet before the cementing of the relationship with our two most trusted allies results in shiny new nuclear submarines. Former Major General Jim Molan fears that's far too late.
It's excellent to have something out there in the future, 10, 20 years away. The question I've got is, what are we going to do for the next war? And the next war is not going to be 10 or 20 years away. It's going to be in the next 3 to 10 years. My estimate is in a serious fight, the Australian Defence Force only has enough missiles for days. This is not going to be resolved in days. And of course, we're not big enough. We should expand the Defence Force significantly.
It's a pretty bleak picture you paint. It sounds like we're stuffed.
I don't think being stuffed is a strategic word that I've used very often, but it's not bad. We should fund defence now based on our assessment of the national security strategy, which is based on the war that we want to win.
In short, you think Australia needs to prepare for war tomorrow?
Absolutely.
One thing is clear, while Australia's new subs will be nuclear powered, they won't be carrying nuclear warheads. But veteran Communist Party loyalist Victor Gao says Australia has already crossed the nuclear line.
I would say the AUKUS deal in itself, by enabling Australia to build nuclear submarines, will have one big consequence for Australia. That is, Australia will no longer enjoy the benefit and the very rare privilege of not being targeted with nuclear weapons going forward.
I think you're comparing oranges and apples there. Australia is doing a deal for nuclear-powered subs. They're not getting nuclear weapons. Why should Australia then be a target of nuclear weapons?
Listen to me. The tubes in a submarine can be armed with both nuclear warheads and conventional warheads. Now, in the heat of a battle or in the heat of a war, do you think Australia will allow inspection as to what kind of warhead you put into that big tube? I can bet you, in the heat of battle, no one will pause, and the safe approach is to target Australia as a nuclear-armed country.
Senior figures in China have said that because Australia has entered into the AUKUS agreement, that it is now a target for nuclear weapons. Do you think that's just bluff and bluster?
I would call that bluff and bluster in that category specifically.
From overseeing the most powerful naval fleet on Earth,
how we doing? Good to see you. Good to be
Richard Spencer prefers a quieter life these days. As former Secretary of the US Navy under Donald Trump, he watched China's military power and belligerence grow. But he's cautiously optimistic that tensions won't spill into all-out war.
You know, China, I don't believe, is quote-unquote looking for a fight specifically to fight. It wants to flex its muscles. But look what happened in the Cold War with Russia. I mean, we managed many hot friction points, and it never went to a kinetic state.
What do you mean by kinetic?
You start firing rounds downrange.
How likely do you think that is?
I would hope that that's a far probability because it does no one any good.
During the Cold War, mutually assured destruction prevented conflict as both sides feared the consequences of the other's nuclear arsenal. But Richard Spencer believes war will be prevented this time by a different threat of destruction: economic. In this modern, globalised world, China and the US are each other's largest trading partners, so in reality, highly dependent on each other.
It's a very interesting symbiotic relationship when you trade and have very meaningful commodities traded with your competitor. You can't simply cut the line. You can't simply have some sort of knee-jerk reaction without unintended consequences.
I guess that's where this situation is so unique compared to wars of past eras, because back then countries were self-sufficient, and now it is such a globalised economy that it's a completely different landscape.
Completely different landscape. Financially intertwined, trade intertwined. That matrix that you described right there, the complexity of it, I would say is the safety gate for, all-out war.
Australia's relationship with China is just as intertwined, and given that, the former head of the US Navy believes it might not be in our best interests to defend Taiwan militarily, even if we were morally opposed to any Chinese aggression. Is there an argument to say that perhaps it's not worth it for Australia and the United States to get involved in that?
I'm simply a citizen, but I would have to ask the question of my government leadership, can we think long and hard about this? Knowing the scenarios, they're quite difficult. It would be a question that has to be asked.
Is it kind of a case of you don't want to get involved in a war that you know you're probably not going to win?
It's a very problematic situation in that regard. You have to think about what the results are at what cost.
But Jim Molan believes inaction could be even costlier for Australia.
Suppose we said, OK, Taiwan, well, you're on your own up there, and the Chinese snapped it up, and the Chinese started looking around the rest of the world, and they might snap up other liberal democracies like Australia. And we might then turn to America and say, America, well, could you give us a bit of a hand here? And the Americans might say what we said to Taiwan. Where do you draw the line? This situation that's developing now is an existential threat to Australia as a liberal democracy.
Hopefully that day of reckoning will never come, but there's no doubt we're living in perilous times. It's China's move now in this global game of chess, and everyone will be watching with bated breath to see what happens next.
China has no desire to preach to the Australians. We are, after all, the largest trading partners. We play it right. You will have the best of the two worlds. You will have the United States as your staunch ally. You will have China as your biggest, largest, ever expanding and always affordable market. Please don't fight. Don't pull the trigger. Let's make peace rather than make war.
So China is just a big, cuddly panda.
Well, China prefers peace rather than war. That's the key.
Hello, I'm Tom Steinfort. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new stories and exclusive clips every week. And don't miss out on our Extra Minutes segments and full episodes of 60 Minutes on 9now.com.au, as well as the 9Now app.
Preparing for war in Taiwan. Taiwanese military forces training for a scenario they hope will never happen. A Chinese invasion from across the sea. Taiwan's president herself, Tsai Ing-wen, comes to rally the troops.
更是要让国际间看到我们守护国土的决心与努力。
Taiwan has good reason to worry, facing its giant neighbor across a narrow strait of water. This year, Chinese warplanes have flown close to Taiwan over and over again, probing, prodding, until Taiwanese fighters intercept. And out at sea, Chinese warships add to the sense of constant threat.
Taiwan has lived with that threat for more than 70 years, but now it's rising to a new level and the world needs to pay attention.
Under President Xi Jinping, China has been flexing its muscles more and more openly. Not just on occasions like its 70th anniversary parade. This year, in one of the most remote places in the world, China's mountainous border zone with India, out of the blue, a sudden escalation in tensions between Chinese and Indian troops left dozens of people dead. China's defense ministry published videos of its forces training in Tibet, the message seeming to be, we're ready for anything. Relations with the United States have soured to the brink of a new Cold War, with Donald Trump and Xi Jinping at loggerheads over a huge range of issues. Within its own borders to the northwest, China has ignored international condemnation of re-education camps, part of a sweeping crackdown on its Uyghur minority. And in Hong Kong, since a wave of protests began last year, China moved more and more aggressively to assert direct control of this former British colony. And this summer, the arrests of prominent regime critics began, after a new national security law stripped away many of Hong Kong's freedoms.
This crackdown in Hong Kong is what's most chilling of all for Taiwan.
China sees the self-governing democratic island off its southeastern coast as a province of its own, a place that must be brought under its control too.
And here's the thing, China says that it reserves the right to take Taiwan by force.
In a speech just last year, President Xi Jinping framed the threat like this.
我们不承诺放弃使用武力，保留采取一切必要措施的选项。
No wonder people in Taiwan are increasingly worried.
I think China is in the mode of expansion, trying to expand outward. The threat is very real, and therefore, Taiwan's preparation is also very serious.
What is unfolding in Hong Kong right now, I think, gave us a hard lesson that we really need to do better to safeguard our democracy.
From 2020 to 2030 is the most dangerous time on the earth, in my opinion, for a conflict with China over these disputed territory.
And as we'll see, it's far from certain that Taiwan would get any help if China did mount an attack. So in this video, we're going to ask what could actually happen. We're going to examine 3 possible scenarios guided by experts who've been studying the risks for years.
Ranging from China chipping away at Taiwan's defences to a murky annexation of an outlying island, Crimea style. And in the final and most dangerous scenario, an all-out invasion. Something that could not only be a disaster for Taiwan, but bring China and the US to the brink of a war that would change the world.
Everything that happens in this scenario happens under the shadow of a potential nuclear war, because that's what this could lead to.
Some of what we're going to see and hear is genuinely frightening, but if this year has taught us anything, it's that nightmare scenarios can happen, and it's better to be prepared.
Europeans need to start planning for this contingency and need to think through what their actions could look like.
Before we get into those scenarios, we're going to deal with 2 important questions. Why does China want to take over Taiwan? And first of all, what is Taiwan? Now, it sounds like a really basic question, but this is no ordinary place. There's nowhere like it, anywhere in the world.
The story takes us back to 1949, when the island was known as Formosa.
In the heart of the China Sea is Formosa, once the home of Asiatic pirates and headhunters. It is a hot, mountainous, leaf-shaped island about the size of Massachusetts and Connecticut combined.
It was the aftermath of the Second World War, and Mao Zedong's communists had won victory in China's Civil War, a conflict that had dragged on for more than 2 decades. The defeated nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek found refuge on Taiwan, where they planned to regroup and mount a fight back.
From Formosa, Chiang hopes to launch the attack that will drive out the communists.
Chiang's side was supported by the United States, but that dream of reconquering China turned out to be a fantasy. Instead, with the Cold War, came a kind of stalemate. All along, both Chiang and Mao insisted that there was only one China, and that they were the rightful ruler of it. Chiang was a fervent anti-communist, but he was no democrat. He ruled Taiwan as a military dictatorship right up until his death in 1975. It was only under this man, Li Tenghui, that Taiwan began moving towards democracy.
Right, Li Tenghui is being described by the international community and also viewed a lot here in Taiwan as the father of Taiwan's modern-day democracy. And why is that? He is the key person who really kicked off a step-by-step democratization from the early 90s up until the 1996, when he held the first democratic presidential election in Taiwan's history. And of course, he won that election by a very comfortable margin, and he just went on to further consolidate all the democratic institutions here in Taiwan.
Li's reforms were a historic turning point for Taiwan. Ever since, Taiwan has made huge economic strides and flourished into an open, even raucous democratic society of almost 24 million people.
And how to deal with China has been one of the major battlegrounds of Taiwanese democratic politics.
From 2008 to 2016, former President Ma Ying-jeou pursued a policy of trying to improve relations with China. Economic ties grew stronger, but eventually there was a backlash. Student protests called the Sunflower Movement sprang up in 2014, accusing Ma of going too far with a major Chinese trade agreement. People feared it would make Taiwan too dependent on Beijing. And in the election 2 years later, Tsai Ing-wen of the opposition DPP party swept to office. She became Taiwan's first female leader on a platform that was far more critical of China and confidently asserting Taiwan's distinct identity.
台湾是一个民主自由的国家，这个国家伟大的地方就在于每一个人都有做自己的权利。
Joseph Wu serves as foreign minister in Tsai Ing-wen's government. He spoke to DW in Taipei.
You understand that Taiwan is not run by China. We elect our own government. Our president is democratically elected. Our parliament is also democratically elected. We have Ministry of Foreign Affairs that engages with the international community. So Taiwan is not run by China. Taiwan is not part of the PRC, and that is the fact.
That doesn't go down at all well in Beijing. We spoke to expert Wang Huyao there, who runs a think tank that's close to the government.
They are really seeking more separation from China. You know, there's a lot of things that the current administration is doing that really not good for the cross-strait relations.
But public opinion in Taiwan seems to be moving in Tsai's direction. More and more people are identifying not according to Chinese roots, but as Taiwanese.
In May 2020, the Pew Research Center did a survey among Taiwanese people, and the number and the percentage of Taiwanese people identifying themselves as Taiwanese just again rose to the historic high, while the number of people identifying themselves as Chinese continue to just decline. And I think that again just reflects the growing generational difference between the younger generation, which considers the importance of maintaining their Taiwanese identity, versus the older generation, which still feels like a big part of their life has a very deep connection to China.
Meanwhile, Taiwan's successes have continued to add up. Just one example, its high-tech economy is home to TSMC, the world's most advanced silicon chip maker, one now driving a huge proportion of the world's smartphones. In the coronavirus pandemic, Taiwan's effective response has become the envy of the world. And its society has opened up in striking ways, even becoming the first place in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage in 2019.
You would think that for other liberal democracies like here in the West, Taiwan would be a natural friend and ally. Well, think again.
Only 15 countries in the world recognize Taiwan as a sovereign state. Most of them are tiny. The rest long ago switched recognition to China. Even in Europe, home of proud democracies, Britain switched recognition to China way back in 1950. France did the same in 1964, and Germany followed suit in 1972. In fact, the only country in Europe that has full diplomatic relations with Taiwan is the Vatican. Population 825.
Because if we think about Taiwan as a place and what kind of place it is, then it is a vibrant democracy, it is a tech superpower.
Janke Oertel is a China expert at the ECFR think tank in Berlin.
It is a country that is just playing a role in the global system, or could play a role in the global system that would be quite substantial and very close to where Europe's at in a lot of the conversations. And so it is quite surprising in a way that our relations are not as close as they could be.
But any attempts by European countries to strengthen ties with Taipei soon meet with powerful pushback from China. During a recent visit to Taiwan by a group of lawmakers from the Czech Republic, China's foreign minister threatened that the delegation's leader would pay a heavy price.
这两件事情恰恰是干涉了中国的内政，中国是不得不要做出必要的反应。事实上，这个意味着台湾是中国领土的一部分，这是国际社会的共识。
Likewise, China's influence means Taiwan is frozen out of key international bodies, including the United Nations. The same goes for the World Health Organization, which has been especially frustrating for Taiwan during the coronavirus pandemic.
The Chinese government was able to mobilize its allies in the international organization to block Taiwan's participation. No matter how many like-minded countries there are in helping Taiwan, we think that the boycott or exclusion of Taiwan people from participating in these international organizations is not fair to the Taiwanese people.
Taiwan's diplomatic isolation deepened profoundly in 1979. US President Jimmy Carter welcomed Deng Xiaoping to the White House and switched diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing.
The US didn't abandon Taiwan completely. It softened the blow with some reassurances on defense. But crucially, those reassurances are far from watertight.
One is that the United States would provide defensive weapons and services to Taiwan as necessary, and did not define what defensive meant.
Bonnie Glaser is an expert on Taiwan and China at the CSIS think tank in Washington.
And then the second obligation is to maintain the United States itself, the military capability in the West Pacific to prevent intimidation, coercion against Taiwan. Now, notably, that is not a commitment to come to Taiwan's defense in the event that it is attacked.
It means that the United States is a sort of half ally for Taiwan.
It sold large amounts of weapons to Taipei over the decades, something that stepped up a gear under the Trump administration.
What we see is that the United States seems to be more serious than ever in their commitment to peace and stability in this region. The United States has been regularized its arms sale to Taiwan. Whenever we have an item to request the United States to make available to Taiwan, they review it right away, and normally they would make it available to Taiwan after that review period. So it's been quite regular now, and we appreciate that very much.
But in the meantime, China has become dramatically more powerful, as proudly displayed on the streets of Beijing, making it pose a far greater threat to Taiwan. The Taiwanese military is completely dwarfed in comparison, and adding to the challenge, it doesn't even have enough recruits. The armed forces have been producing videos like this to try to drum up enthusiasm among potential young soldiers. but they've been struggling to make up for a shortfall left by a phasing out of conscription.
So that's where Taiwan stands right now in 2020. A striking success story in many ways, and yet incredibly vulnerable to China. So now to our next question. Why does China want to take over Taiwan?
It's 2015, and blurry footage from China's state media starts to circulate around the world. It shows a military exercise at a remote desert base. But there's one thing that seizes attention. That building in the background in various shots looked very familiar to people in Taiwan. It appeared to be modeled on the presidential office in Taipei, the symbol of Taiwan's self-government. Satellite imagery later seemed to confirm the similarity.
Taiwan made official protests, but China brushed them off, saying the drill was just a routine exercise. And yet, there's nothing hidden or new about China's desire to take control of Taiwan.
This goes back all the way to the unfinished business of the Chinese Civil War. As we saw earlier, both Mao and Chiang Kai-shek said there was only one China, and they were the rightful leader of it.
And even today, one China remains a sacrosanct principle for Beijing.
The history, because they share the same language, they share the same culture, they share the same background, and they just have a little different system.
As seen from Beijing, with Hong Kong having returned to China in 1997, Taiwan would be the last piece in the puzzle for China's restoration as a unified great nation, overcoming a legacy of historical scars.
China actually in the past, 100, 200 years, China has suffered in the foreign powers and has been humiliated by many Western powers in the past. So I think that it's important that China maintain a unified country, and particularly when China now is already become more prosperous and more economically developed. And so that people can really enjoy the benefits of becoming one greater China to unify with the mainland.
But there's more to this than nationalism and identity. Taiwan's position in the so-called first island chain skirting China's southeast makes it highly important from a strategic point of view. Controlling it could fatally undermine America's current power in the region.
And if Taiwan falls, if Taiwan were to be occupied by the Chinese military...
Analyst Ian Easton wrote a book, The Chinese Invasion Threat, working through these strategic questions.
Then it becomes almost impossible to defend our entire network of treaty allies in the Asia Pacific. How do we defend Japan from a blockade at that point? Or how do we defend South Korea? How do we defend the Philippines? Because at any time they could be invaded from Taiwan if China is there.
And conversely, controlling Taiwan would be crucial for China shoring up its own position.
China would be quite fearful if another country had forces on Taiwan, because then it would have, in a sense, a base, a place where force could be projected against China. And that is the biggest fear that China has. Now, if the Chinese were able to occupy Taiwan, that would aid them in projecting force and preventing interference by foreign forces, and particularly the United States.
In 2005, China made this a matter of national law. The National People's Congress agreed on an anti-secession law that declared reunifying the motherland as the sacred duty of all Chinese people, Taiwanese compatriots included. It was passed by 2,896 votes to 0.
The Chinese government passed a law. They take this very seriously, and there's a strong view of 1.3, 1.4 billion people that behind this National People's Congress law that if they will not tolerate any secession.
The law held out the prospect of a Hong Kong-style approach of one country, two systems.
China, welcomes one country, two systems. China would let Taiwan to do whatever on its economic side, and also free enterprises, capitalist, whatever. That would not be really influenced by China. So as long as the sovereignty is within one China policy, the system, Taiwan can keep its existing system without changing.
But Hong Kong's recent experience with one country, two systems has left the concept in serious doubt. And under Xi Jinping, the threat of resorting to force against Taiwan is quite open, as we saw earlier.
我们不承诺放弃使用武力，保留采取一切必要措施的选项。
And the latest National People's Congress only added to fears that the threat was becoming more explicit.
So I think, the which I think sent a signal that, of course, China wants to have a peaceful reunification, but who knows?
This ambiguity in China's messaging and in the anti-secession law itself leaves a lot open to interpretation.
So it's not completely clear what China's red lines are. But the most important of the circumstances, I believe, is the one that is completely open-ended, and that is in the anti-secession law. It basically says if over time Taiwan does not agree to unify peacefully, then force can be used to achieve that goal. And that is really the one that is quite worrisome.
And with every passing year, China's military has been getting stronger, with massive investments in exactly the sorts of weapons that it would need to invade Taiwan, and crucially, to deter or repel any American attempt to stop it. James Fennell was Chief of Intelligence for the US Pacific Fleet until 2015. He recalls how he watched the Chinese Navy grow since the beginning of his career.
And the Chinese Navy at that time had a few ships that we followed from the North Sea Fleet, but really nothing else that concerned us. And now 30 years later, the Chinese Navy is larger than the US Navy in terms of total number of ships. And they certainly are outpacing the Navy, the U.S. Navy in the Western Pacific and the 7th Fleet where I served. And for the last five years plus, they've been producing literally 5 times as many ships per year as the U.S. Navy produces.
Those ships include 2 aircraft carriers and many of these amphibious warfare ships, the sort of vessel that could bring Marines to Taiwan's coast. And China has the edge in crucial missiles too. Missiles designed to destroy precisely the kinds of ships that the US might use to defend Taiwan.
And they invested a lot of time and energy to become the world's leaders in anti-ship cruise missile technology. They have these anti-ship cruise missiles like the YJ-18, which has a 300-kilometer-mile range that's longer than anything that the United States has right now. And it's also supersonic, and it has these high G, high maneuvering capabilities that can defeat defensive systems, close-in weapon systems. And they've built them, by the truckload, essentially.
So take all this together, and China's dramatic military build-up hasn't just totally outgunned Taiwan. It's even made it a serious rival to the United States in the Pacific.
Even 5 years ago, the ability of the United States to come to Taiwan's defense was greater than it is today.
And with the balance of power shifting in China's favor, the prospect looms larger that it will decide to act.
James Fennell says there's even a kind of historical deadline on the horizon, the 100th anniversary of Communist China in 2049.
I believe that whoever is the leader of the People's Republic of China on 1 October 2049 is going to stand up in front of the Forbidden City and give a speech to the people of China, 1 billion plus people. And that person is going to have to say, we have achieved the great rejuvenation of China, and we are now completely restored and whole, and we've erased the shame of a century of humiliation.
Fennell argues that any invasion would have to take place within the next decade for the dust to settle in time for that momentous date.
My theory is if you could take 20 years as about the time that the world will forget anything, then you back that up from 2049, you're basically at 2030. And so I've characterized what we're in right now, it's just begun, is the decade of concern. From 2020 to 2030 is the most dangerous time in the earth, in my opinion, for a conflict with China over these disputed territories.
So China's leadership has the motivation and increasingly has the means to make a military move against Taiwan.
So what might China actually do? Let's turn now to our three scenarios, each one more dangerous than the last. We're going to start by projecting what's happening right now into the future, with China trying to chip away at Taiwan's defenses. And we're going to ask, how far could it go?
February 2020, Taiwan's Air Force releases this image to the media. It shows a Taiwanese jet fighter intercepting a Chinese bomber flying near its airspace. A rare glimpse of the dangerous tension in the skies.
The photograph might be rare, but what it shows happens a lot, especially this year. Taiwanese military expert Yuan Liqiang explains a common flight path that Chinese planes follow.
Made an encirclement, flying out from Miyako Strait, go to the eastern side of Taiwan, then flying down, then return back to China, taking the route of Bashi Channel. Then we will need to respond by sending aircraft fighters, for example, the IDF, our indigenous fighters, or F-16, to respond, to make sure.
So we are defending our skies, we are defending our waters at every moment in the last few decades.
This constant pressuring from the Chinese side is like a stress test on multiple levels. It's partly aimed at demoralizing the Taiwanese public, but it's also simply wearing down Taiwan's planes.
Every time Taiwan has to scramble a fighter jet, that not only weakens the airframe, because every fighter jet that's made has a limited number of hours that it can fly. And so by having them constantly on strip alert, with their wings fully loaded with heavy munitions and with external fuel tanks, that weakens the wings as well. And it also takes the pilots away from other activities that would improve their readiness.
And perhaps most importantly, all of this probing generates hugely valuable insights for the Chinese military. James Fennell, who led US naval intelligence in the Pacific, explains.
You have to know your adversary's defensive structure and its network, and its air defense radar system. Where are the weaknesses? Where are the strengths? How long does it take a fighter, F-16 fighter in Taiwan, to get off the ground to respond to a JH-7 coming from this air base, or a J-11 coming from that base, or a KJ-5000 or 2000 coming from this base, an early warning aircraft. So they're testing all of these little nuanced things that we can't see, we don't know about because we're not getting the raw intelligence. But I guarantee you, China is looking at every facet of that, down to minute detail of minutes, seconds, of how long things take to respond, who doesn't respond, which base comes first, telephone calls, text messages between different government leaders and defense officials. They're mapping all of that out.
In the cyber realm too, China continues to probe and chip away. Yuan Liqiang explains.
Just very recently, Taiwan has found that 10 of the government agencies have been attacked by the Chinese hackers. That has been happening very frequently in Taiwan.
This unassuming building in Shanghai reportedly houses the military hacking unit 61398 that Taiwan suspects of launching many attacks. But Bonnie Glaser adds the sources of the attacks may be broader based and the objectives are varied.
And some of it is espionage related. Others are aimed at demonstrating to Taiwan the cyber capability that China has that could be used in a crisis.
All this belongs to what's called the grey zone, hostile activities that stop short of outright military action.
they're constantly hitting Taiwan with cyber attacks, with disinformation, misinformation attacks, and of course espionage. If they're constantly working through propaganda channels and other channels to weaken and demoralize the Taiwanese military and to isolate the Taiwanese government.
And with its open society, Taiwan is highly vulnerable to disinformation campaigns, so says expert Ning Su.
These efforts, I think they are getting more and more sophisticated. They are aiming to interfere with Taiwan's internal social and political lives.
In one notorious case, a Taiwanese official was allegedly driven to suicide over unsubstantiated stories on Chinese social media outlets that he'd failed in his duties.
I think the ultimate purpose most of the time is to create confusion in a society, to create distrust in the government, to create division among peoples. And when there is confusion, when there is distrust in democracy, then there is an opportunity for the idea of authoritarianism being accepted. And I think that's the purpose of disinformation.
It adds up to a multifaceted information war.
China has long pursued a united front policy and tactics against Taiwan, and so tried to build support within Taiwan for unification. And that includes buying media in Taiwan and buying off some people in Taiwan, maybe even trying to buy votes and inserting people in Taiwan and trying to shape the narrative.
So could this scenario of chipping away, that's happening right now, eventually succeed?
The hope, I think, in Beijing is that the Taiwanese will eventually just crumble, that the society can crumble, and that ultimately, over the next 5 to 10 years, they can subvert Taiwan's government to crumble Taiwan's democracy from within by using external pressure.
But if Taiwan doesn't crumble, it could push back, becoming more determined to stand alone. And that could ultimately trigger a crisis. Perhaps one like our next scenario.
Cast your mind back to early 2014. You might remember scenes like this. Seemingly out of nowhere, heavily armed troops began showing up at key installations in the Ukrainian peninsula of Crimea. Adding to the sense of confusion, the troops bore no insignia. They wouldn't say who they were or who had sent them. People started calling them Little Green Men, but it soon became clear what was going on. The Little Green Men belonged to Russia, and their mission was stunningly audacious, nothing less than annexing Crimea. In hindsight, Russia's motivations for taking control of the Crimean Peninsula seem quite obvious. It housed a strategically important Russian naval base, which Moscow leased from Ukraine. After weeks of unrest in the capital Kiev that culminated in the fall of the central Ukrainian government, Russia made its move.
But this wasn't just about securing a naval base. This was about Russian national pride.
It staged a referendum in Crimea to make the case that locals wanted to join the motherland. The vote was dismissed as a sham by the West, but for Vladimir Putin, it served as a domestic political triumph.
Leaders here in the West were aghast at what Putin had done, but they were helpless. They imposed sanctions, but 6 years later, nothing has changed. So, could this serve as a blueprint for a similar Chinese move against part of Taiwan?
Let's take a look at the map. Taiwan has a large number of outlying islands that could be vulnerable to being plucked away like Crimea, from the tiny reefs of Itoaba and Pratas down in the South China Sea, through the Penghu Islands just off the Taiwanese coast, right up to Matsu well to the north. But we're going to focus in here on the Jinman Islands. They're just 2 kilometers from the Chinese mainland port of Xiamen. You could swim it. These islands have history. Back in the 1950s, they were the focus of 2 major post-war crises between Taiwan and China. neither side has forgotten. But despite that history, today Jinmen has close ties to Xiamen just across the harbour. It now pipes in much of its drinking water from the mainland. And beyond that, it has important intelligence and strategic value, according to expert Ian Easton.
Jinmen controls the mouth of Xiamen Bay. Xiamen is the largest port facility by far in southeastern China. Of course, Jinmen is a granite fortress. It is honeycombed with tunnels. There are tanks there are rocket systems there, there's heavy artillery, there's mortar systems. There's also a lot of Marines there and Special Forces troops there, which could theoretically conduct sabotage missions. And of course, it's a major focal point for intelligence collection.
So how might a Crimea-style scenario play out in Jinmen? Well, a possible trigger could be political. A Taiwanese statement, for example, that China might interpret as breaking its anti-secession law. Ian Easton explains how things might then begin.
Well, the most likely course of action, I think, for them would be to conduct a massive sabotage operation against Jinmen. So everything from cyber attack to electronic jamming to having commandos and intelligence agents and assets on the ground start potentially assassinating military commanders, blowing things up, knocking the power out.
China's maritime militia could be brought into play here. You could compare them to Russia's Little Green Men. They've been involved in international confrontations over fishing rights in the South China Sea, something that Taiwan has been watching closely.
While Russians use Little Green Men, then people could call it Little Blue Men in the South China Sea because it's very likely that China mobilized those maritime militia to harass those fishing boats from the surrounding countries.
And certainly you're going to see Jinmen then surrounded by and flooded with maritime militia. So these are ostensibly members of the PLA, but they look like civilian fishermen oftentimes. And so it creates a very serious dilemma for the Marines and the Army troops that are on Jinmen, that the garrison there, of do they shoot or not? And when do they shoot? And at what point should they start shooting? Is it when they're closing in? Is it when they've already landed and now they're swarming the island and taking over facilities? And of course they would be mixed in with undercover special forces from the PLA as well.
The aim would likely be to move fast, to establish facts on the ground quickly, like Putin did in Crimea. And it would pose a huge dilemma for the government back in Taipei.
Taipei is not necessarily going to know how to react, and there's not necessarily going to be a consensus in Taipei on the value of Jinmen, the value of escalating to potentially an all-out war with the PRC over Jinmen. There are going to be some in Taiwan that would say, well, Jinmen historically was part of Fujian province. It's not actually part of Taiwan. It's kind of foreign territory that we occupied at the end of the Chinese Civil War, and it's not worth escalating over.
In Washington, it would also present a dilemma, but it seems likely there would be little American appetite to intervene militarily.
It's very difficult to judge how the United States would react to a limited use of force against Taiwan. It would likely come with very little warning, and it might be over very quickly. I think that the United States reaction would primarily be one of responding, and it would be rhetorical, and it would be mobilizing the international community against China. There might be an effort to put sanctions on China, but I doubt that there would be a use of force by the United States to punish China for what it had done.
So could this be a relatively painless scenario for China, one with diplomatic costs that it could accept, like Vladimir Putin's experience with Crimea? Well, it's not necessarily so clear-cut.
It would most likely trigger anti-China protests in Taiwan, much more intense than the Sunflower movement that we heard about earlier, rallying public opinion against closer ties with China and potentially making it harder to achieve Beijing's overarching goal of taking over Taiwan completely. And even if the US decided not to intervene, the takeover could prompt Washington to increase its commitment to defending Taiwan proper. For China, even this relatively limited pushback might not be worth it.
But I think the risk there is it upsets the overall strategic aim of, the Great Rejuvenation, the Great Restoration. My opinion is once China pulls the lanyard and says we're going after Taiwan, they're going to go after Taiwan. If they're going to go with the military, they're going to go all the way. They're not going to go halfway.
So now let's turn to our final and most dangerous scenario. China going all the way and invading Taiwan.
It's a decade or so in the future. Beneath the surface in the Chinese Communist Party, there are growing signs of dissent. China's economy has been underperforming for years, held back by a sharp fall in global trade that lingered after the coronavirus pandemic. Tensions with the US have turned into a chronic Cold War. Beijing has kept pouring money into its military, but debt is soaring, and China's population is beginning to shrink. The party chairman is under growing pressure to break out of this sense of national decline, or face being forced out of office by party rivals. This makes Taiwan look like an increasingly tempting target. Its economy is strong, but its military disadvantage is deeper than ever. And its people, appalled by what happened to Hong Kong, look even less likely to join China voluntarily. Meanwhile, in the United States, recounts are underway in key swing states after a bitter election ended with razor-tight results. Both sides are claiming victory and accusing the other of having help from foreign powers. As the legal challenges fly back and forth, the US faces months of political uncertainty.
So a power vacuum in the United States, a push for national pride in a stagnating China, and Taiwan as exposed as it's ever been. These are the sorts of circumstances that could encourage China to make a move. So if it came to that, how might an invasion play out?
So you'd have first initially a joint fire strike campaign which would launch in all these missiles. It wouldn't just be one missile per one installation in Taiwan. They would use 4 or 5, maybe 10 to 1 to make sure that every defensive position in Taiwan had been attacked, every airfield had been cratered, every naval port disabled, and then they would then come in and put their air force over the top and establish air superiority so that if any Taiwan aircraft tried to get off the ground, it would be decimated. And while all that's going on, and simultaneously the amphibious forces would be coming across, and those helos would come off first and launch and land forces into key points that they wanted to clear for amphibious landings. And then you come in with much larger craft that would be, in their civilian fleet that would have literally scores and scores, thousands and thousands of PLA soldiers embarked that could just walk right off the pier.
Now, of course, Taiwan would be trying to defend itself. Yuan Liqiang explains how it would have to be smart in how it uses its much smaller military.
All the assets, including the land forces, the tanks, the ships, the boats, the subs, all the aircraft has to be used quite effectively. That could be divided into 3 phases. The first phase is to protect the force itself. The use of deception, camouflage, concealment, those kinds of tactical measures will need to be conducted so that we will have we will still keep our capability to respond. Then the second phase is to fight away from the coast, the Taiwan coast. So that means the island, the country, and the people will be away, or the casualty can be minimized. Then the third phase is to annihilate or destroy the landing forces at the beach. That means attack helicopters and land-based missiles to attack the Chinese PLA Navy ship.
But ultimately, the best that Taiwan could do is buy time, hoping that the United States would intervene. That would present Washington with some very difficult decisions.
Well, the first dilemma that's going to be on the table for the United States is what to do to protect the American citizens in Taiwan. Because on any given day, there are about 79,000 American citizens in Taiwan. So how to protect them, how to evacuate them, or at least as many as possible.
Beyond that, there would be intense pressure to decide whether to follow on with a full-scale effort to defend Taiwan. James Fennell talks about the assets that the Americans could mobilize in the Pacific.
The U.S. Navy and the U.S. 7th Fleet has resources that could disrupt the invasion. So our submarine forces, they would be used to try to disrupt the Chinese invasion, the ships that would come across. Naval and the U.S. Air Forces that are operating from Japanese bases and our aircraft carrier that's forward deployed to the region would be utilized to help destroy an invasion fleet.
So the US would have options, but intervention would still be a momentous decision. American forces would immediately become Chinese targets, with its Pacific bases like Okinawa in Japan and the tiny island of Guam open to attack. And so, even if the United States managed to defend Taiwan, its intervention could set off a terrifying chain of escalation between two superpowers.
That may just be the first battle in what becomes a series of battles that go on over a number of years in a protracted great power war. And of course, all of that is assuming that nuclear deterrence holds, that neither government, neither Washington or Beijing, miscalculates and panics and loses its nerve and does anything with nuclear weapons. If they do, then we're talking about a potential nuclear war. And that would be truly horrific. And so there's also, everything that happens in this scenario happens under the shadow of a potential nuclear war, because that's what this could lead to. It's extremely dangerous and extremely serious.
Now, we've been talking about all this happening perhaps a decade in the future, but some of the circumstances that could trigger this scenario could emerge much sooner than that.
And if you look at the internal situations in China at this moment, their economy has been affected by COVID-19 and also affected by the very serious flood recently, and therefore the whole economic production in China has suffered. And under these kinds of circumstances, maybe the Chinese people will blame their leaders for the wrongdoings or economic slowdowns in China. And under these kinds of circumstances, the Chinese leaders, the authoritarian leaders, may find Taiwan as a convenient scapegoat. And therefore, Taiwan needs to be doubly concerned about the Chinese possible use of force against us.
So the world might not have 10 years to think about these risks. So what can it do to minimize them? As we've just seen, a conflict over Taiwan has the potential to spark a war between superpowers. Even the most benign scenario we've just examined is fraught with risk. So what should the world be doing about this? Well, let's start with the United States. Some of the experts that we've been hearing from in the US say Washington has to make a much clearer commitment to Taiwan's defense.
Either we're going to stand up to a totalitarian regime of the Chinese Communist Party, or we're going to watch them take Taiwan by hook or crook, and it's not going to be a world that I think many of us want to live in.
Our policy towards Taiwan, it doesn't make a lot of sense. There's so much strategic ambiguity that is built into this that it's ripe for miscalculation. By not providing credible guarantees to Taiwan's security and messaging to Beijing that the United States is serious about Taiwan's security, that increases risk. We would never do this with South Korea, with Japan. Strategic ambiguity doesn't work. We know it's destabilizing, and yet we're doing that with Taiwan.
A new bill in Congress aims to make big changes, committing future presidents to defending Taiwan in the event of an attack. Its author, Congressman Ted Yoho, a Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, explains.
Yeah, the Taiwan Invasion Prevention Act does several things. One, it delineates if there were an attack on Taiwan by China, that it would authorize an AUMF of the United States Congress to allow the president to go in and defend Taiwan militarily.
An AUMF, that's an authorization for use of military force.
And I think the biggest thing it does is it gets rid of the strategic or political or diplomatic ambiguity that's lasted since the 70s. It's been a lot of ambiguity of where Taiwan stands.
But critics say this could backfire, either by provoking China or by encouraging risky behavior by Taiwan's leaders.
So if the United States has a position that says it will come to Taiwan's defense if attacked by China under all circumstances, then that could, the argument goes, give a blank check to a Taiwan president to engage in more dangerous and destabilizing behaviors. So U.S. policy currently is to oppose any changes in the status quo in the Taiwan Strait made by either side.
But our American experts do agree on one thing. The US needs at least to be able to defend Taiwan. And right now, that is not certain.
But I think the United States has been a bit complacent in recent years, and my hope is that the US will follow through on some of the plans that it currently has to modernize and update U.S. forces with an eye to being able to intervene on Taiwan's behalf.
China's message to the U.S. is pretty simple, though. Back off.
I think U.S. being a country that has stated in the past that they're going to interfere Chinese affairs, probably should maybe keep a little distance on that. I mean, let China solve the problem itself.
So what about attitudes here in Europe?
As the Czech Republic has found out, when Europeans express solidarity with Taiwan, China responds with threats. But that may make Europeans more determined to take a stand. At least that was hinted at by Germany's foreign minister at a meeting with his Chinese counterpart.
Und wir werden uns für unsere Werte auch außerhalb der Außengrenzen der Europäischen Union einsetzen, und zwar in alle Himmelsrichtungen. Und Drohungen gegen dieses Engagement werden wir nicht mehr akzeptieren.
But experts say Europe still hasn't figured out how to back up that commitment.
What we lack is a European conversation about what kind of player Europe in the future would like to be in these kinds of scenarios, and whether we would like to stay at the sidelines of this, or whether this is sufficiently important for Europe to not only defend its economic interests, but also its interest in kind of safeguarding vital democracies in a region that is of crucial importance for the future of our economic prosperity.
And finally, let's turn to Taiwan itself.
Foreign Minister Joseph Wu says there's one thing he'd like democracies to do now to support Taiwan: back its bid to become more integrated in the international community.
The Taiwanese people should not be excluded from the international organizations. It's not fair to the Taiwanese people, and it's also stopping Taiwan from making contributions to the international community. So I would ask the international community, I would ask the members of the international organizations to look at Taiwan's role as a positive one and to include Taiwan.
Even that would provoke a furious pushback from Beijing, and democracies know it. But Joseph Wu insists that the whole world has a stake in Taiwan's future.
If you look at China's expansionism in the last several years, I think it's not only about China's expansion. They are trying to export the authoritarian international order while the democracies are following the rule-based international order. And if China succeeded in taking Taiwan over, I think the rest of the world, especially for democracies, is going to feel the heat. China is expanding outward. Taiwan happens to be on the front line.
For those of us watching from the outside, we owe it to the people of the region to sit up and pay attention to a flashpoint that could blow up into a devastating conflict.
It's midnight and we're in South Taiwan, headed toward an area where military exercises are scheduled to take place.
It's closed.
It's September 13th, 2021. The 37th annual military drill will start at dawn. These high school students from the capital Taipei are here to watch the show.
I just compare to this year and last year.
What are you gonna do with the pictures?
Just upload to the Instagram and let everyone knows Taiwan's defense power.
Why is it important to show defense power?
We want the world to know we are a country, not same to the People's Republic of China.
One of Taiwan's leading broadcasters, TVBS, has the best spot right now. We accompany Ting Ting Liu, the broadcaster's star presenter.
We are going to go to a better vantage point.
Are you the only one who have this around here?
There's a couple of other media outlets who also rent this kind of platform, so you can see over there.
Less than 100 meters away, a war game is already underway. The airports have just been destroyed by the Chinese army. Taiwan needs to use the highway to start and land its fighter jets. We come across a surprising scene. The soldiers have swapped their weapons for brooms and dustpans. Our photographer explains what's going on.
They're clearing obstacles from the road to make sure the aircraft can start and land safely.
To prevent accidents, the highway has to be as clean and smooth as a runway. Now the military exercises can begin.
Welcome to the 37th major military exercise. 3 aircraft models are taking part today. The F-16, our very own Mirage 2000, and of course the E-2K radar-equipped aircraft.
Taiwan's largest broadcasters are reporting live. The military also supplies stills and video material. A special guest is here to see the fighter jets, early warning aircraft, and the pilots. The President of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen. She's the first woman to lead the country. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, she's here in uniform. These exercises lasted 5 days and have taken place since 1984. The military films the drills, like this one showing the response to a Chinese attack. It's a deliberate demonstration of military might that's especially directed at Taiwan's neighbor and rival, the People's Republic of China. But few people realize where Taiwan's true power lies. Though Taiwan's population is only around 23 million, the global leading semiconductor manufacturer is based here. TSMC is one of the most influential companies in the world. From the automotive industry to computers, smartphones, and gaming consoles, many sectors depend on components made in Taiwan, which has helped the island territory prosper. With strong exports and one of Asia's most important seaports, Taiwan's economy grew some 6% in 2021, one of the best growth rates in the world. Despite its economic clout, Taiwan finds itself in an unusual situation. Only a handful of nations recognize it as an independent country. Taiwan has its own flag, national anthem, currency, and democratically elected president and government. But it is still not officially recognized by any major power. And it's all down to the country's complicated relationship with China. Mao Zedong's Communist Party has never forgotten that its greatest opponent, Chiang Kai-shek, the previous leader of China, retreated to Taiwan in 1949, de facto creating a new country. The People's Republic of China has never recognized Taiwan and regards it as one of its own provinces. Chinese President Xi Jinping continues to insist that Taiwan must be reunified with China.
We do not rule out the possible use of force.
Most Taiwanese agree that they should keep a low profile rather than risk provoking China. Even if it costs Taiwan their independence, they see that as the best way to preserve peace and economic freedom.
Everyone knows Taiwan's an independent country. We don't need to shout it from the rooftops.
But an increasing number of Taiwanese are beginning to advocate for independence, including many young people, even though that risks aggression from China.
If a conflict erupts, my friends and I are prepared to go to war.
Freedom of the press, marriage equality, freedom of speech, and the right to protest, and digital democracy spearheaded by a popular transgender cabinet minister. In the capital Taipei, nearly everyone rejects the Chinese dictatorship and reunification. A small group, though, continues to insist that Taiwan belongs to China. In Taiwanese politics, two very different worlds collide. There are metal singers who go into politics, and former gangsters who spark violence between the two camps. How do people in Taiwan deal with this situation of living in a country that officially does not exist? We want to know more about the last bastion of political resistance to Communist Party China. Most Taiwanese share the same goal, for things to remain as they are. Wayne also doesn't want to provoke China, but opposes reunification. He's on the conservative side, has 2 children, and lives in an upscale Taipei neighborhood. He values the stability and safety of Taiwan and wants to keep it that way.
We don't have shootings all the time. We don't have, I hate to say we don't have jihadists, trying to blow themselves up. We have freedom of speech. We have a very democratic society. Our national health care, I'll tell you a secret. A lot of my friends who live in America would fly to Taiwan to do their health check. It's an overall good place to live, and I welcome French people to come to Taiwan. Seriously, it's a great country.
Taiwan has been good to Wayne, and his family is part of the country's top 1%. He also does business with China.
Okay, other side. Hey, don't get your stuff on my seat. All right.
The businessman runs 6 English language schools, including one in China. As he heads off in his luxury electric car, He has a telephone meeting with the Chinese school's director.
I wanted to ask how the students are doing right now.
They're doing well, but a few new students are struggling. I want them to get tutoring, but we don't have enough teachers.
The school in China accounts for 10% of Wayne's business. So it comes as little surprise that the businessman wants to avoid stepping on China's toes. That's true for many here. More than 40% of Taiwan's exports go to China.
This is, can't hear you. Let's get dancing. Break free. Okay, go.
Today, Wayne is bringing his daughter to one of the 6 schools he runs.
Yeah, okay. It's about 4:30 in the afternoon. They come to our school after their Chinese school to get a U.S. curriculum. If we were to calculate our students' class time throughout the day, plus our program, it will be longer than adults' full-time working schedule. So Taiwanese kids work very hard. Most Taiwanese parents actually aim for U.S.
Only about 5% of families here can afford to send their children to schools like this. Wayne is now headed to his mother's place. He checks in on her every day. Lisa runs the show here. She founded the 6 schools 30 years ago. Her son now handles the day-to-day management, but she's still the one in charge. And when it comes to finances, she's all business.
Tuition fees are due.
You mean for school next year, February to June?
That's right.
Today, Lisa has an appointment with 2 bankers. With an annual turnover of $4 million a year, she's looking for investment advice.
My son told me he bought stock in Apple. He's happy because the return is 14%.
Yes, their value keeps rising.
Apple's good, but I want to invest in NIO in China.
NIO has been doing quite well since it went public.
Business is good for Lisa and Wayne, and they don't want politics to interfere with things.
People have grown used to living in peace and happiness, and that's how it should be. People can buy what they want, eat what they want. Things are going well. But if Taiwan were to become independent or decide to reject the status quo, our society would become divided. And hate would grow among Taiwanese.
Lisa is satisfied with the meeting. She's always felt comfortable calling the shots.
Bye-bye.
People in Taiwan have grown used to their way of life and freedoms. And they want to continue doing business with China. In other words, Taiwan wants to benefit from China's economic might without the drawbacks of dictatorship.
That's why I am pro-status quo, because when it comes to it, I do not want to risk my business. I do not want to risk my family. And, some people ask me, oh, Taiwan is not recognized. So what? I don't care, because the Taiwanese passport that I use, we could travel everywhere. Let's be honest. You compare the Taiwanese passport versus the People's Republic of China passport. The Taiwanese passport can go more places than the China passport.
How long will Taiwan be able to walk this tightrope and placate its powerful neighbor and rival? Especially given that some Taiwanese are chafing at the status quo. Like Roy, who's 25 and advocates for Taiwanese independence.
People in my neighborhood don't like me. They don't like people who demand Taiwanese independence and who resist the status quo.
Roy lives in a conservative district in a suburb of Taipei, which looks down on people like him. He's on his way to his apartment, where his girlfriend is waiting for him.
Hello, love, I'm home.
They live in a 3-room apartment, which belongs to Roy's grandmother. Roy met Wang Wei 4 years ago at a political gathering. She has a Taiwanese father and a Chinese mother, something that occasionally bothers her.
I speak with an accent, and people often ask me, "Are you Chinese?" I don't like that because I regard myself as Taiwanese.
Wang Wei's mother is worried that her partner is Taiwanese.
Once my mother asked me, "Who will you vote for?" I told her I would vote for Tsai Ing-wen, who's now president. She asked me why. I told her because Tsai Ing-wen cares about Taiwan. Then she said, "You're a traitor if you vote for Tsai Ing-wen."
Roy and Wang Wei are both convinced that Taiwan should become independent.
We may have the same culture and the same language, but our way of life is different. We're a free and democratic country. They're an authoritarian country. That's why we need to oppose China and gain independence. China is angry. Even if nothing changes, China will still be angry. If we let them have their way, we'll end up like Hong Kong. Eventually, we'd be under the control of the Communist Party of China.
Roy is even prepared to stand up to China himself, if need be.
In an attack, most Taiwanese would run away. That would be easiest. But I believe we should take up weapons and defend our families, our homeland, and our way of life. We need to stand up to China, not run away.
But is Roy underestimating the threat to Taiwan? This is China's military. Propaganda images designed to impress and intimidate Taiwan. China's army is much more powerful than Taiwan's. Every day, Chinese fighter planes like these nuclear-capable H-6 bombers are sent over the Taiwanese Air Defense Identification Zone. In 2021, there were more than 600 such incursions. But Taiwan's government refuses to be intimidated. The country's leaders say they are ready to go to war if need be. Foreign Minister Joseph Wu is standing firm.
We have been preparing is that we have the ability to defend ourselves even if it's going to happen tomorrow. So we are trying to make ourselves ready for a possible conflict with China. And I want to say again, we have the determination to defend ourselves. This is our territory, this is our sovereignty, and this is our way of life, and we want to protect it.
The minister sounds confident, but others say that Taiwan is not ready to defend itself. This retired military officer is carrying 41 different awards on his shoulder, received during his 38 years in Taiwan's Air Force. Today, the former deputy defense minister wants to draw attention to the Mirage 2000 fighter, which Taiwan bought from France 30 years ago. The former officer is convinced the Mirage fighter is no longer a match for China's fleet. But only a handful of broadcasters show any interest.
The Mirage is a fourth-generation fighter jet. China is already working on the fifth generation. We have no choice but to up our game.
Taiwan's military knows it needs to be prepared for a Chinese offensive, particularly because the younger generation is increasingly against the status quo, which risks a backlash from Beijing. The Sunflower Movement began on March 18, 2014, when a group of students and other activists stormed the national legislature. They wanted to prevent a sweeping trade agreement with China, which would have strengthened Chinese influence. At the time, the ruling China-friendly Kuomintang party planned to wave the agreement through. What followed were 23 days of protests, where the students vehemently showed their determination.
When we leave this parliament, we will have to live up to our responsibility. It won't be easy, but we have to preserve the spirit of the movement.
The Sunflower Movement helped pave the way for the election of President Tsai Ing-wen of the Democratic Progressive Party in 2016. It was a bitter defeat for the old guard Kuomintang, which had dominated Taiwanese politics since the beginning in 1949. We pay a visit to one of the Sunflower Movement activists in the Parliament building. Audrey Tang has now twice been appointed Taiwan's digital minister by the president. She's the world's first openly transgender national minister, and as a former hacker, she's also an advocate for radical transparency.
Is this an interview? If it's an interview, I need to turn on my camera.
Everything the minister says to the press is made available to the people of Taiwan. Our entire interview will be posted to her YouTube channel. All her government statements are posted there too.
Yeah, basically I just speak my mind, so that's no extra training required, I guess. But of course, a lot of the actual work is, of course, also a group effort. I think my main contribution as an individual is to insist that the materials forming the message and also the medium is delivered as Creative Commons.
Today, Tang wants to encourage Taiwanese citizens to purchase government-issued spending vouchers. The goal is to stimulate the local economy in the wake of the pandemic. Unlike the more formal Chinese style of official communication, Audrey Tang isn't afraid to let her personality show.
Virtual vouchers, come and get them.
The humorous clips don't take much time to make.
Hurry!
Young Taiwanese love it. Colorful, whimsical, a very effective public message.
Minister Audrey Tang is very creative. She always has new ideas that are ahead of her time, especially when it comes to technology.
The digital minister has contributed to another unique instrument, which emerged from the GovZero community. Called vTaiwan for Virtual Taiwan, it's an online platform that allows for civic debate on legislative topics. Fostering this digital democracy is one side of Audrey Tang's work. But there's another, more disquieting side. In late 2021, Taiwanese officials said the government faced up to 5 million cyber attacks or probes per day. In May 2020, hackers targeted a state-run energy company, causing payment issues and chaos at gas stations across the country. To help protect against such attacks, the minister employs white hat hackers to test government projects and software programs.
Make sure that we also understand so-called red team thinking, how the penetration testers think about the system so we can defend ourselves better and also proactively hunt any threats.
The CEO of Team T5, a Taiwan-based cybersecurity company, is familiar with many cyber espionage groups. They were even able to identify the one responsible for the energy company attack. Called APT41, they are a notorious group of China-backed hackers, also wanted by the FBI.
They have very high skill. They are really good at cyber attack. And according to our research, we know them did compromise lots of very large enterprises and very important critical infrastructures and some like technology companies. Yep.
APT41 are hackers for hire. They work for organized crime as well as state entities such as China.
The day of the attack is very close to Taiwan presidential inauguration ceremony. So many people guess it might be related. They want to cause some impact because not only this company, it happened to two major oil product providers in Taiwan.
Taiwan fears that critical infrastructure like the electricity and power supply could also be hacked, which would bring the entire country to a standstill. Some of these hackers work out of Base 311 in the Chinese city of Fuzhou. Base 311 is where the Chinese military's cyber warfare operations are headquartered, just off the coast from a Taiwanese archipelago. Much like with the Kinmen Islands to the south, which is only a half-hour boat ride from the mainland. In Kinmen County, people worry more about a Chinese attack than anywhere else in Taiwan. That fear is exemplified by these defensive stakes, which recall the battles between Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists in 1949. Robin is from Taiwan and works as a tour guide on Kinmen.
So when I got here about 3 days, 3 nights, attacking with just Kinmen, was called ROC troops. So they sent 900 boats at same time, the nighttime, 2 o'clock, attacking to Kinmen for 3 days.
In Taipei, the Taiwanese government faces another challenger, the Kuomintang. It's the main opposition party and the oldest in Taiwan. The conservative One China Party tries to thwart the new government at every turn. Freddie Lim is a newer member of the legislature, who won his district in the January 2016 election that saw Tsai Ing-wen win the presidency.
So where are we here, Freddie? We are at Sansui Sichang, which is a market that built in Japanese colonial period, almost 100 years.
The small market is located in a historic Taipei district, in the heart of Freddie Lim's constituency.
This is one of the most famous dumpling shops in this area.
Surrounded by voters, Freddie Lim looks in his element. Perhaps because he's not only a politician, he also possesses a special talent.
Freddie, very famous.
Hi, why famous? Why?
Sing a song.
It's more famous as a singer or as a politician?
都一样，都 OK. Both.
He's the frontman for Taiwan's most famous heavy metal band. Tonight, he's performing before an audience of 20,000. He also takes the opportunity to send his message to his fans. A pro-independence message, much to the displeasure of the conservative Kuomintang.
Our country is valuable even though it's small. No dictatorship should be allowed to tell singers, writers, and artists what they can sing, write, or perform, just to enforce their terrible policies.
Since Freddie Lim won his election, the Kuomintang is doing everything in its power to retake his district. In Parliament, Lim has even been physically seized by political opponents. To keep Lim from voting, the opposition, all wearing blue, grabbed him and held him in place. Shocking images, but they're the order of the day in Taiwan.
I think they can't sell their idea about being closing with China. So how they can position themselves? They found it just so difficult. So it might be easier for them to go extreme and to get attention from the people. But that's for us. I don't think it makes sense. But they just do that.
The Kuomintang is not the only party that poses a threat to Taiwan's democracy. There's also the China Unification Promotion Party, or the CUPP, an extremist pro-China party. Though it's just a fringe party, it knows how to capture public attention. The lettering on their vests delivers a clear message. We support reunification with China. Today, Mr. Chung and his comrades are demonstrating for the 122nd time in front of Taiwan's Center for Disease Control. Their demand is always the same. Taiwan should purchase Chinese-made COVID vaccines.
China is prepared to make safe and effective vaccines available to us quickly. We have to protect people's lives here in Taiwan. We can't allow the government to block Chinese vaccines.
An hour into the protest, the police step in.
I'm informing you that today, September 20th, you must leave the premises, otherwise we will remove you by force.
The CUPP activists comply and leave the area. We take the opportunity to follow Chang Futang to his headquarters, just a few kilometers outside Taipei. As we entered the premises, we were struck with the impression that these could possibly be mainland Chinese military forces on Taiwanese soil, which could be a serious danger to democracy here. We first encounter a statue of the Chinese Communist leader Deng Xiaoping. In the 1950s, Deng was a close comrade of Mao Zedong. 40 years later, he was responsible for the Tiananmen Square massacre. In the next room, CUPP propaganda videos are being filmed. The demonstration from earlier that day will also go online soon. A man in a blue tracksuit is keeping a careful eye on things. He has an air of authority that piques our curiosity, especially since he's sticking close to the party's chairman.
This is the office of the CUPP president. I'll introduce you to his son.
When his father, Chang An-lo, the president of the CUPP, isn't here, his son Chang Wei takes over the helm. But the shadow of his father, who's in China right now, is always present.
This wood sculpture was given to my father when he returned to Taiwan. It's a souvenir. A wolf, because my father's nickname is White Wolf.
White Wolf may have a romantic sound to it, but the name comes from the time when Chang Wei's father was a leader of the Bamboo Union, the largest of Taiwan's triads. Chang An-lo spent 10 years in a US prison on drug charges. More recently, though, he's been investigated for claims that the CUPP has been accepting funding from China. Chang Wei tries to convince us that he's different from his father, since he was raised in Argentina by his mother. He conducts the rest of the interview with us in Spanish.
I was 21 when I met him the first time. He'd spent 10 years in prison in the US. I only knew my father from news reports. I knew he was my father, but I'd never met him. I'm not in a gang. My father has forbidden it.
We meet another former member of the Bamboo Union. He succeeded in leaving the crime syndicate and has become a loyal supporter of independence. These days, he's glad for the freedom he enjoys. He runs 6 fitness centers. Holger Chen may still look like a gangster, but his Bamboo Union days are over. Now, he's an entrepreneur and an internet celebrity with more than 1 million followers.
I work out 3 to 4 times a week, bench pressing. Usually 160 or 170 kilos, sometimes even 180. This is San, the Buddha, the good side. This is Irmu, the bad side. This signifies that our world doesn't just have one side, but 2. If you encounter a bad person, you have to use your bad side to beat him.
In 2020, Holger Chen paid dearly for his newfound political support for an independent Taiwan. The incident made headlines far and wide.
Now for news of the day. Internet star Holger Chen was shot in the arm and leg 3 times early this morning.
As he left one of his fitness studios in the middle of the night, Holger Chen and 2 employees walked to his car. Suddenly, a gunman appeared, shot him at close range, and fled.
Every day, I still have pain in my leg. I had a total of 7 entry and exit wounds. I was in critical condition, very critical. I still have bullet fragments in my leg, and I worry that I'll have pain for the rest of my life.
The reason for the attack was clear. In 2019, Holger Chen helped organize mass demonstrations against powerful pro-China media outlets. He's been speaking out for Taiwanese independence since leaving the Bamboo Union.
All Taiwanese should rise up against the red media here and against the Chinese Communist Party.
The protests were mainly directed at one man, Tsai Ing-ming, the billionaire owner of the China Times Media Group. Holger Chen had accused him of working for Beijing and seeking to destabilize Taiwan by spreading propaganda on his media outlets, including the CTI cable news station.
He's an enemy of Taiwan. We know that people like him are working for the enemy and getting money from the Chinese.
In the wake of the 2019 protests, the media magnate was asked to appear before the Taiwanese National Communications Commission, which decided not to renew CTI's license.
CTI News will stop broadcasting after nearly 3 decades. Authorities have accused the owner, Tycoon Tsai Ing-ming, of interfering with the broadcaster's editorial independence.
Holger Chen is not the only one to be threatened by pro-China extremists. Taiwan is also home to political exiles who fled Chinese-controlled Hong Kong. One of them is Lam Wing-ki. He's a bookseller who specializes in books that are critical of Beijing. As a result, he spent 8 months in a Chinese jail. The Chinese police have their sights set on him again because he refuses to divulge the names of his customers.
I used to send 5 kilos of books per day to China. books I'd sold. I did that for almost 2 years. For 2 reasons. First, to earn money. And second, to influence people. I believed that China can only be transformed from within. People have the right to read books. I'm opposed to any and all bans.
Taiwan does not have an extradition treaty with China. That's why Lam Wing-ki was able to open a new bookshop in 2020 with Tsai Ing-wen's blessing. The Taiwanese president even left behind a simple handwritten note that said, "A free Taiwan supports the freedom of Hong Kong." The post-it note is still there. Words like these are a provocation for China, a country where the word freedom, here framed on the wall, has little place in a bookshop. A provocation that would soon be answered. Red blotches on the walls, the floor, and the table. On April 21st, 2020, Lam Wing-ki was splashed with red paint while eating at a cafe. His attacker, who was captured on a security camera, was determined to intimidate the anti-China activist into submission.
They arrested the people who threw paint on me. And now they're in jail. I'm glad, because Taiwan is a democratic country.
To avoid provoking China, Taiwan was long reluctant to take in anyone fleeing Hong Kong. But in 2020, Taiwan gave refuge to 11,000 Hong Kongers who wanted to escape China's brutal suppression of dissent. It had become clear that for President Xi Jinping, the promise of one country, 2 systems meant something very different than what Hong Kong had hoped. And many here fear that Taiwan could suffer the same fate. Do you believe in one country, 2 systems? And will Taiwan be the next Hong Kong?
Those are empty words. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Something that doesn't exist.
Yes, a meaningless saying.
China would like to reconquer Taiwan, territory that it considers its own. Today, Taiwan stands at a crossroads. Will the de facto independence of their country become official? Or will Beijing do everything in its power to assume control of Taiwan?
Taiwan's military has carried out a live fire drill lasting an hour. The drill simulated how Taiwan would defend itself against a Chinese attack. It comes as China extends its largest ever military exercises around the self-governing Ireland, which were scheduled to end on Monday. Instead, they're going on for another day. Now, Beijing's series of air and sea exercises over this past week is in response to a visit by the US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the highest-ranking US official to visit Taipei in 25 years. I've been discussing these latest tensions with our security correspondent, Frank Gardner.
Taiwan's military response has been absolutely minuscule compared to the huge-scale exercises that China has been conducted. These are the largest ever military maneuvers that China has done. Remember, China hasn't fought a war for a very long time when it effectively got beaten by Vietnam some time ago, decades ago. But it has, in the last few years, built up its military to such an extent that it is considered to be an overt threat to Taiwan, which it considers to be part of its own territory. So what China has been doing, as in the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, their military forces, they've been conducting the full range of combined arms, anti-submarine, ballistic missiles, aircraft, surface ships. They've been practicing beach landings, things like that. Taiwan's response is just 1 hour of firing howitzer artillery from a tiny place called Pingtung down in the south of the island. It's a tiny gesture, really. But I think almost more significant are the words of Joseph Wu, Taiwan's de facto foreign minister, who has voiced his concern that these Chinese military drills are going to become normalized with the intention of essentially strangling Taiwan. Because look, Taiwan doesn't want to have to invade Taiwan. It's vowed to retake what it calls a renegade province. Taiwan considers itself a separate state. China doesn't. But to invade it would take up to 2 million men, and it would be hugely costly in human lives, in global reputation, in money, and so on. So China would much rather bring Taiwan back voluntarily, as it were. But these exercises they're doing are simply pushing Taiwan further and further away from China. The Taiwanese do not want to belong to China. They don't want to be ruled by Beijing.
It's so interesting. Of course, this was sparked, as I mentioned, Frank, by the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And I'm wondering, just looking at it in a larger context, why do you think she may have visited now?
Well, there are some commentators, Nuala, who are saying that this visit by Nancy Pelosi was crassly irresponsible because it has upset the apple cart. There is a kind of strategic ambiguity over Taiwan, where the US officially says that it abides by the one China policy. In other words, that there is only one Chinese government, and that's in Beijing. But the US also promises to defend Taiwan if it's attacked. And the one thing the red line for China is if Taiwan declares independence. It hasn't done that. Although it's a democratically elected government, it has its own 300,000 strong army. But the visit of such a high-level visitor from the US has really provoked the Chinese, and I think it's basically brought matters to a bit of a head. And this isn't going to, in the long run, I think, do Taiwan any favors.
Thanks so much, Frank Gardner, there. Updates.
Exciting.
Yeah, you want to see it? When they told me, I was so emotional. I was in tears.
I was wondering, did Nanan got a chance to meet the Queen?
Oh, you go.
All right. I'm Mark, the director of photography of One Way.
And I'm Wei Du, the director of One Way.
即係以前覺得移民係一件好要有錢人先做嘅事啦。
冇得救㗎啦，香港即係我知道自己遲早都要走㗎。咁我叫阿文啦，乜車都揸過晒啦，麥當勞都冇晒聲氣啦。
錢係比預期中都使得快嘅。
呢度係爹哋媽咪間房，呢個係一 How you feeling? It's so boring.
You know, the changes in Hong Kong, because the things are happening just so fast. Every year we find something that's topical.
In 2021, obviously it is immigration.
呢邊坐低了解下。德國升學。
好啦，既然我哋講咧，今日個話題咧係加拿大同美國啦。Everyone knows someone who's living and they're not living themselves.
When we looked at everything that was out there, I think there were two crucial pieces that were still missing. One is that most of the coverage was really about political activists. When we knew a lot of middle-class families with kids were leaving as well. These are people who had the choice to stay. So why did they leave? And on top of that, I think a lot of the articles or videos we had seen at that point really just end at the point that they leave Hong Kong, as if the rest is history. They lived happily ever after. But as a repeat migrant myself, I knew that was not true.
It's actually very difficult to get anyone in front of the camera, and it is getting more difficult ever since 2019 for obvious reason.
Fiona and Amma and their family came through an open call. There were all these Facebook groups for people who were leaving Hong Kong, so we posted a message in one of the groups, and they were the only family that came forward. And I think Fiona said, because her kids were so young, she wanted a record for them when they grow up to look back on and understand why they did it and what they had to go through. And for us, that was just the best of reasons.
你们两个人在香港就是一共的月收入有多少？
我有4萬幾咯。
總之平均當我哋兩個加埋，試過7萬咯。
你有邊份工試過7萬、3萬？
嗰陣時咪。
你自己計下，你一日揾幾多？
梗係有啦。
你自己計下。冇啊。
有試過7萬嘅。
試過咯。
That was our first time. That was our first interview. So you get a sense that they open up quickly and easily. And when you have that, you just know it's going to work. Don't worry, no one's going to watch it. That's what we usually tell people.
We kind of try to manage their expectations and also let them feel it is a safe place to talk about their stories, and they wouldn't immediately think, okay, our story will be viewed by how many million?
2 million. We had no idea we were going to reach 2 million. And I think what's even more surprising was, given how divided Hong Kong has been, that this documentary really reached across the political divide. And the yellow people liked it, the blue, you're not blue.
The full spectrum of political thinking.
Yeah, the yellow camp liked it, the blue camp liked it. I think we are at a point that people have become very desensitized to political slogans, and this documentary was not a rehash of political slogans. You know, people could disagree with one another's ideas and political beliefs, but you can't disagree with other people's lives and the things that have happened to them. They all watched it. They say they liked it. Actually, daughter Nan told her teacher about it. So now her entire class has seen it. It's a little bit more complicated for Fiona and Amma. I was extremely anxious in the beginning, just because it sort of laid out their relationship in such honest terms.
你又唔肯揾工喎，但係你又係咁使晒啲錢喎。面對現實啦，先生。
A lot of the comments online weren't particularly kind to the husband, Aman. But in the end, I think what really helped them sort of overcome that apprehension was the fact that a lot of people reached out to them and said very nice things. People talked about how this documentary helped them. People talked about how they could relate to their struggles.
即係邊個唔想嫁唔見早啊？你嫁到先得㗎。
I read this one message from Kid Lau. Thank you for being an inspiration to us all, for letting us know that things aren't easy, but we are in it all together.
咁就1人2物，得貴唔貴先？
好貴。
係咪啊？要儲幾耐啊？
儲唔到。
I want to read this message from Leon, and he says, after the airing of the program, a lot of people reached out to me with donations and other assistance. I am very, very grateful, but it's tricky accepting money from strangers these days, so I have to decline all of the offers. Oh, updates.
Exciting.
Yeah, you want to say it?
Where should we start? Where should we start?
Okay, now the most important thing. Everybody wants to know. They got their visas.
Yes.
So it took them a whole year. And I remember when they told me, I was so emotional. I was in tears.
They have put down the first deposit on their first house ever in UK.
Yeah.
That is something to celebrate.
Yeah, and Fiona is doing very well. She got a promotion, so now she's the project manager at KPI Recruiting. That means that she's not just working with Hong Kongers, putting them in jobs. She actually goes to factories, explain sort of the work habits of Hong Kongers, create positions, create plans.
And the husband, Anand, he got started training to be a lorry driver.
Yeah, it is extremely difficult to pass the written test of a driver license in the UK. He's failed it twice. He's not alone in that. He's still working on it, and I'm optimistic.
The little boy, he has been making major progress. He has been seeing the speech therapist on a regular basis. Yeah, I was wondering, did Nanan got a chance to meet the Queen?
So they went to the castle. The Queen was not there. The Prince was not there. But of course, Nanang, she's recently had a change of heart though. She's now officially announced it to her parents that being a royal seems to be a very difficult life. So she's happy living out the rest of her life as a commoner. HW wrote on YouTube, huge respect for Fiona. Looking after 3 kids is definitely not easy. That's a good one. That's a good one. There are a lot of similar comments about how the husband Aman was not pulling his weight. And I see your point, I do. But to some of the more harsher comments, I also want to defend him a bit. You know, he's a father that picks up his daughter from school, cooks for the family, and washes dishes afterwards. I think between the two of them, as parents, they serve different purposes. Fiona is a good parent, but she's a very strict parent. On the other hand, Aman has this incredible ability to relate to his children and see things from their perspective. I'll always remember that conversation he had with Nana in a car about this little boy proposing to her.
You take the flower. She got the ring, a ring. Ring.
The way he talked about it and really engaged her without any judgment, I don't know many adults that could do that. And I just hope he never loses that tenderness.
可能下次再拍已經我哋有分嘅生活點樣？
我覺得未必會離婚，因為 visa 未批。
即係5年後離婚。
6年咯。唔係啊，因為你要好煩啊，你要搬定咗成個 visa。如果你萬一真係甩咗一個係，
咁如果死咗點解？
啊死咗係好計喎。不可抗力啊嘛。哦，覺得死咗應該會易計啲。
Xbash says on YouTube, the open, candid discussion of dying/divorce was a very typical scene of Hong Kong married life. It just shows that they feel comfortable with each other's nagging and won't feel hurt by it. People divorce when they have nothing to bicker about anymore. Xbash, I think you are probably right about that. A lot of my Hong Kong friends have said the same to me. The bickering does get intense sometimes, and every time it came up, it still took a lot of getting used to.
咁我電飯煲未執落個箧，你咁快執滿一個箧？你個有另外。
你個電飯煲咁高，你擺到落邊個箧度啊？
如果我擺到咁點先？你部遊戲機又識擺落個箧。
But I think over time, I also realized that there is this dynamic balance between the two of them. Fiona being the responsible one, and Aman being the more optimistic person in life.
點解你唔係有錢人可以就咁攞錢過去就可以乜都買得翻？
因為我冇嫁到我有錢老公。
I think what's maybe jarring for a lot of people is that they don't fulfill their traditional gender roles in Asian society.
Hey, so decision maker. I need to go to work now.
Yeah, that's
I don't want to go to finance.
All right. Comments from Bill Chan. To people who are thinking to migrate to UK or another foreign country, please do your research online. Please don't just leave Hong Kong without preparing yourself with tons of information. It will be a cultural shock if you are not ready. I believe Aman and Fiona, they did do tons of research before they leave Hong Kong, but it is an overwhelming experience.
佢呢隻可唔可以咁擺落去冰？
There are so much uncertainty and they're working into an unknown. But I think the successful factors to a lot of immigrants, it is the leap of faith. They have that courage, you have to have that gut to embrace that uncertainty.
Frederick Lowe writes, just love how Fiona is on the one hand self-conscious of her English ability, but despite of that, does her very best to try and adapt to life in a new environment. More importantly, she wants the new friends she makes to know her and her background as well. I think you could see some of that in Nanam as well, who wants to go to school, bring a piece of newspaper and tell her classmates about what's happening in Hong Kong. It's been relatively well documented that women just do better through the migration process, that they're more adaptable. And I think that probably has something to do with the fact that women deal with the loss of status much better than men. It's the same as men are reluctant to ask for directions when they get lost. Kevin Lau 09 writes, racism happens in every country, but racism towards Asians are getting worse in the last few years, especially in the US, UK, and Australia. It will be a very difficult time at the beginning. I hope they can get through it. Now, racism, of course, is a very real issue. Now, while I was in the UK filming with Fiona and Aman's family, I also did another documentary about Asian hate, and I spoke to a lot of victims. This is really something that could happen to anyone. So far, though, as far as I know, these new Hong Kong immigrants, at least that they haven't reported any negative experience. People around them are incredibly kind to them. But I also sense there is a reluctance to talk about racism, a reluctance to admit that you could be a victim. That is pretty common among first-generation immigrants who sort of need to validate their decision to move to a different country and just want to fit in. It will probably eventually become a bigger complaint among the second and third generation immigrants, and that's really, once you start talking about it is actually when things start to get better. Ling Ling writes, I do not watch much TV, much less documentaries, but this documentary is so real, so thought-provoking and inspiring. I was refreshing YouTube every week to see when part 3 will be released. One of the best documentaries that I've watched to date.
So is there going to be a part 3 at all? Is that happening anytime soon?
I think ideally, of course, we want to keep people updated on how the family is doing, how the other immigrants are doing, but it's a very long process. As a part 3, it might not necessarily just be about this one family, because the most dramatic phase of their journey is already behind them now. And for the particular style of documentary we work in, we want things to take their natural course. So what I have in mind is maybe more of a group portrait of Hong Kongers in the UK, how they're received by other people, how they receive what confronts them, and eventually how they change the towns and cities and eventually the country. Thanks for watching. If you want to watch the series again, do click on the links, and don't forget to subscribe to CNA Insider for more documentaries.
Chinese missiles are dangerously flying over Taiwan, and China's armed forces are conducting military exercises near the island, an exercise that could turn into a full-scale invasion by the army of Communist China and result in a Third World War for all mankind. What was the history of China's relations with Taiwan, and why did such tensions arise between the two countries? Taiwan before Chinese rule. The first attempts by the Chinese authorities to incorporate Taiwan were made in 610. Later, however, these lands fell under Japanese rule, local pirates, or returned to Chinese territory. Before the 17th century, the majority of Taiwan's population was Austronesian. Chinese craftsmen, pirates, and traders made up only a small proportion of the population. Initially, in the era of geographic discoveries, the island was under Portuguese rule and was named Formosa. Subsequently, the Dutch East India Company established itself on the southern coast, and the Spanish established themselves on the northern edge. The Dutch desire to get rid of their trade rivals and sworn enemies spurred them to war with the Spanish colony of Taiwan and culminated in a victory for the Dutch in 1642. The Dutch colonists developed a network of rice and sugar plantations and also used Formosa as a trading base in the Pacific. Chinese Civil War. By contrast, China itself was in turmoil at this time, with several massive uprisings and the overthrow of the corrupt Qing dynasty in 1912. The Xinhai Revolution, in which the rule of the Chinese emperor was abolished, led to the establishment of a republic and the formation of several political groups. They were engaged in an intransigent struggle that eventually degenerated into a civil war. The Kuomintang and the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, were two major sides in that war. Kuomintang was a Chinese nationalist party that was close to the ideas of capitalist economics. The communists sought to build communism and nationalize the enterprises. Despite sharp ideological contradictions, these parties united against the various military juntas that controlled much of China. Thanks to the success of the Northern Expedition, the parties were able to establish their power in almost the entire eastern part of the country, where the majority of the population lived. Soon after, however, a bloody standoff broke out between the Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek, and the Chinese Communists, which began with the execution of the Shanghai Communists by the Kuomintang. The Communist Party went underground. Most of its military units had been destroyed, and party members had been subjected to reprisals. However, the Communist Corps, led by Mao Zedong, managed to save its forces and redeploy its units from southern China during the Great Campaign to the area near Yan'an, where it was much more convenient to receive aid from the Soviet Union. China's war with Japan. Meanwhile, Japan, taking advantage of China's weakness and disengagement, captured Manchuria in 1932 and established the puppet state of Manchukuo, led by former Chinese Emperor Puyi. 5 years after a series of localized military engagements with Chinese forces, the Japanese army of nearly 500,000 launched a full-scale invasion of China. Despite the numerical advantage of the various Chinese armies, the Japanese were able to quickly defeat the Chinese forces near Shanghai with better training, discipline, and equipment. The Japanese also defeated Chinese forces near Nanjing and occupied almost the entire coast of China and much of the eastern province. In this situation, the Communists and Kuomintang members decided to reconcile temporarily and join forces to fight a ruthless enemy. The bloody and bitter war with the Japanese occupiers continued with mixed success until the end of the Second World War, costing the Chinese people more than 17 million lives. The Communist Kuomintang standoff after World War II. It was not until 1945 that the Allies in the anti-Hitler coalition were able to defeat Nazi Germany and launch an active offensive against the Japanese troops stationed on mainland Asia. The Soviet Army liberated North China and Manchuria from the Japanese. The liberation of other Chinese territories was carried out by the forces of the Kuomintang and the CCP, with significant support from Britain and the United States. Immediately after the expulsion of the Japanese, an irreconcilable struggle between the Communists and the Kuomintang resumed, with Mao Zedong relying on the support of the USSR, the resources of Manchuria, and northern China. The US government, fearing the rise of communism, began to lend support to the ruling nationalist Kuomintang. In the same year, the Republic of China, led by Chiang Kai-shek, became a member of the United Nations. In addition, the island of Taiwan was returned to China. However, total corruption, fatigue from the Kuomintang's repressions, and the collapse of government forces led to the triumph of the Communists. They managed to capture all of eastern and central mainland China until 1949. Kuomintang's loyalists, led by Chiang Kai-shek and the remnants of the defeated government forces of the Republic of China, evacuated to Taiwan, from where they planned to retake mainland China with US help. Meanwhile, Mao Zedong had established a communist People's Republic of China on mainland China, which regarded Taiwan only as an integral part. The China-Taiwan struggle. There were two small border conflicts between Taiwan, which was ruled by the Kuomintang, and the PRC. During the skirmishes, the Chinese people from Taiwan had to repel the Chinese mainland's attempts to capture the islands between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China. From 1954 to 1955, the People's Republic of China captured the Yijiangshan and Daken Islands, and 3 years later tried to take control of the archipelago near Tianmen. However, after losing 25 fighters in the battle, the Communist Chinese Army retreated. The United States has provided substantial support to Taiwan in these conflicts, having provided arms and financial support to this island nation since 1949. In addition, the United States passed the Taiwan Relations Act in 1979, which provides for military support in the event of an attack by another country on the island. The People's Republic of China was actively supported by the Soviet Union until the end of the 60s. Taiwan's political changeover. Both countries were ruled by authoritarian regimes in the late 1970s. They carried out brutal repression against their political opponents, turned the election into a sham, and imposed severe censorship. Chiang Kai-shek created a single dictatorship in the Republic of China in Taiwan, and Mao Zedong established a totalitarian regime in China. After the death of Chiang Kai-shek, his son, Chiang Ching-kuo, came to power in Taiwan and ruled until 1988. He abolished martial law and eased censorship. During the reign of his successor, Li Tenghui, the country underwent final democratization and held its first parliamentary elections. Li's reforms gave the Taiwanese complete political freedom. Today, Taiwan's political life is characterized by a clash between two major parties, the Kuomintang, which held power until 2000, and the Democratic Progressive Party, led by Tsai Ing-wen, who has held her position since 2016. Democrats advocate international recognition of Taiwan's independence and reject the possibility of unification or rapprochement with China. This, of course, is extremely unpopular with Chinese communists. The representatives of Kuomintang officially take a rather moderate position and advocate the preservation of the current state of relations with mainland China. Taiwan's economy. Taiwan developed as a capitalist country. It made good use of the infrastructure that had been built during the Japanese regime. Also, it was attracting foreign investments. The island republic relied on high-tech production of component parts and electronics. It also introduced land reform, which stimulated the development of farming. In addition, the government of the Island Republic introduced concessional assistance and loan programs for its citizens. This has contributed to the growth of small and medium-sized businesses. Since the 60s, Taiwan has experienced a boom in the production of chips and semiconductor parts. Many Japanese and American manufacturers of household and computer equipment, including Toshiba, Panasonic, IBM, and Intel, opened their branch offices in Taiwan. This helped the rapid economic growth that went down in history as the Taiwan economic miracle. During this time, the country's GDP growth increased by 9% during the year. At the beginning of the 21st century, Taiwan produced 62% of the world's semiconductors, and the country was ranked 18th in terms of per capita GDP. China's economic and political development. In China, after Mao Zedong came to power, enterprises were nationalized. There was also a failed policy of the Great Leap Forward, which was established to overcome China's economic and technological lag. During this program, an absurd and pernicious war with sparrows was conducted. In villages, the production of very poor quality steel was initiated. The village land was collectivized and harvests were requisitioned. The designs that were supposed to spur industrialization devastated mainland China's economy and resulted in the starvation of about 36 million people. China's economic policy changed significantly after the coming to power of Deng Xiaoping. During his reign, there was a transition from a communist state mode of production to a private capitalist one. Foreign investments were also attracted, including money from American companies, which were attracted by the shocking cheapness of Chinese labor and the presence of rich deposits of lithium, iron, and aluminum. After the economic reforms, the Chinese economy began to grow steadily and confidently, but no political liberalization took place in this totalitarian state. The Communist Party of China continues to maintain a monopoly on political activity in the country. There's a lot of censorship. Wikipedia, YouTube, and Facebook are banned. Reprisals are carried out against dissidents and members of national minorities. International status of China and Taiwan and relations between them. For a long time, Chiang Kai-shek's government, situated in Taiwan, was recognized by the United Nations and most of the countries of that time as the sole legitimate representative of China. The situation changed in 1971, when a majority of United Nations members voted to replace the representative of the Republic of China, Taiwan, with the representative of the People's Republic of China. In 1978, Communist China began to open up its economy. A year later, the U.S. realized new trade opportunities and officially established diplomatic relations with China. However, they continued their partnership with Taiwan. Following this decision, most countries established diplomatic relations with China and severed relations with Taiwan. The few countries that still have formal diplomatic contacts with Taipei are under systematic political and economic pressure from Communist China. There is economic cooperation between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China, but at the official level, the countries do not recognize each other. In China, there is a Ministry of Island Affairs, which is responsible for contact with Taiwan. In Taiwan, this role is played by the Mainland Affairs Council. The desire of the Chinese authorities for world domination and expansion in Asia stimulates the People's Republic of China to intensify its efforts in the sphere of Taiwan's annexation. Most of the island's residents feel no political affiliation to mainland China and do not want to live in Communist China. The People's Republic of China increased pressure on Taiwan after the Taiwanese elected President Tsai Ing-wen, who is a supporter of Taiwan's independence. The People's Republic of China's desire to show its military might through constant military exercises in the waters near Taiwan and a possible military invasion could trigger a full-scale war between Communist China and the United States, which has been a long-standing ally of Taiwan. Summary: Taiwan was annexed to mainland China for a long time in the second half of the 17th century. It was then that the Chinese refugees arrived and became the majority of the island's population. After the First Sino-Japanese War, Taiwan was occupied by Japan. Only after the Second World War did it return to China. At the time, the ruling party in the Celestial Empire was Kuomintang, but 4 years later, the party was defeated in a civil war with the Communists. The leader of Kuomintang, Chiang Kai-shek, along with his supporters, remnants of the armies, and settlers evacuated to Taiwan. The Communists formed the People's Republic of China throughout mainland China. Taiwan and the People's Republic of China followed different paths of development. As a result, Taiwan had established a democratic country with a high standard of living and a post-industrial high-tech economy. In China, despite changes in economic strategies, a totalitarian communist regime continues to reign, seeking to extend its dictatorial power to freedom-loving Taiwanese.
We thought that the democratic world order we built in the West would last forever. But since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we find ourselves at a crossroads in our history. While one autocratic superpower, Russia, shows its true dictatorial face, another superpower, China, is repositioning itself on the world stage.
中俄关系发展有着清晰的历史逻辑，具有强大的内生动力，两国人民的友谊坚如磐石，双方的合作前景十分广阔。
What will the world look like when not America, but China is the leading economic superpower? This is Backlight. Welcome to the world according to China.
Stel je voor, je bent het Chinese staatshoofd en je staat op het strand van China en je kijkt de oceaan op. Wat zie je dan? Dan zie je een heel benauwend beeld. Recht tegenover je zie je Taiwan, je ziet de Filipijnen daar, je ziet Japan daar. Je ziet eigenlijk gewoon een soort cordon om je heen. Hè? Een omstrengeling eigenlijk. Het is voornamelijk psychologie. Wij zijn een wereldmacht. Dan moet je kijken, man. We zijn aan alle kanten zijn we gewoon ingesnoerd. En dat is eigenlijk vergelijkbaar met hoe het Russische staatshoofd naar het Westen kijkt. Die ziet ook een soort omsingeling. En dan zie je ook eigenlijk dat de Amerikaanse invloedssfeer de hele Pacific omvat. Tot en met Taiwan. Het is allemaal van Amerika als je vanuit de ogen van de Chinees bekijkt. Dus in die zin is de visie en het gevoel, die zijn wel begrijpelijk.
Unfortunately, we're headed towards the scenario that China has to fight for its place in the world. I think the West does not want to adjust for China's weight.
En vanuit Taiwan is het natuurlijk duidelijk. Die maken zich zorgen over het Amerikaanse antwoord op die Oekraïne-crisis. Die hebben daar inmiddels al enige ervaring mee.
相信的价值的话，那一定得面对可能的暴力，可能的战争。
Taiwan is following events in Ukraine with fear and trepidation.
因为咱看得到，咱应该知影，咱即摆看到乌克兰，咱看到欧洲的战争，迄是同款，甲中国军队伫1947年的时阵，打入来咱台湾人的土地，屠杀咱台湾人。战场毋是上战场，战场就伫咱的街头，就伫咱的厝外口。即日吧，毋若是事件，中华民国甲咱教的，伊毋若是中国人甲咱屠杀。中国军队甲咱屠杀，台湾人有反抗，台湾人这是一场台湾人战到当还袂战衰的独立战争，这是台湾民族的革命。
Are you following the events in Ukraine?
当然，就是这几天，其实我完全。你刚才看到我一直在那边看手机，就是我实在我就只要一停下来，我就会很想知道，又发生什么事，会觉得就是他会一直警告啊，说今天乌克兰，明天就是台湾，就是我们不应该去挑衅大的国家，这样子会造成我们的危险。
Taiwanese artist Sheikh feels personally invested in the war in Ukraine.
俄罗斯对乌克兰宣战的那一天就有9架中共的飞机飞来台湾，然后就更不用说，就是前一天，昨天中国已经宣布他要在南海演习3天，然后他们 有故意释放那个就是气球到台湾的陆地的领空上面，然后那基本上就是在定位就是导弹可以射中的范围、射中的位置。那其实他其实是在做一个准备了。我觉得西方太天真了吧，就是中国跟俄罗斯其实一直都在玩一种就是 double game 这种东西啊。然后我不知道在西方你们收到从媒体上面看到的中国是什么样子，但是光这几天其实我自己看到的就是中国其实开始就是在做它的propaganda，就是对啊，就是比如说我有看到他们找俄罗斯的小女孩，大概可能18、19岁，然后拍 video， 然后应该是在那种 TikTok 上面发布，然后说就是他们俄罗斯并不怕西方的制裁，因为中国会帮助他们。
我们俄罗斯人和中国人两国是不好惹的，惹火了那也不是好办的，老子就是要开炮。
Less than 10 years ago, we thought China would concentrate on the West. To be rich is to be glorious, was the motto that then leader Deng Xiaoping used to announce the beginning of an era in which China developed a new form of state capitalism. The country slowly opened its borders to global trade, and Western businesses fell all over themselves to be the first to secure a position in this attractive growth market. It would only be a matter of time before China would join the Western world order.
Eigenlijk moeten we even terug. Zullen we even teruggaan? Ja.
Economy editor Martin Schinkel has studied China for years. In 2019, he traveled to Beijing and Shanghai for Backlight to see the Chinese growth model for himself.
Als je kijkt hoe de verhoudingen in de wereldeconomie zijn geweest sinds het begin der tijden, dan zijn China en daarna India eigenlijk altijd de grootste economieën geweest in de wereld. Tot rond 1800, kolonisatie door Europeanen, daarna de industriële revolutie, de opkomst van Amerika. Toen zijn ze die positie pas kwijtgeraakt. Dus die landen komen uit een enorme historische continuïteit en die zijn eigenlijk op zoek, zeker China, naar het innemen van wat zij zien als hun rechtmatige plaats in de wereldeconomie. Nou, dit is een grafiek over de verdeling van de wereldeconomie van het jaar 1 tot het jaar 2000 iets daarna. En dan zie je hoe lang het normaal is geweest, hoe lang India en China gewoon hun plek in de wereldeconomie innamen, hoe plotseling die schok is geweest. Wat je ziet is dat hier de eerste kolonisatiegolf begint, ook voor vanuit hun eigen gezichtspunt, hoe plotseling dat gegaan is en hoe volkomen vanzelfsprekend het voor hen is dat ze straks deze positie weer innemen. Zij zien natuurlijk gewoon die periode van, wat is het, 1,5 eeuw als een aberratie. En we gaan nu weer terug naar normaal. En wat China betreft is dat ook in hoog tempo aan het gebeuren.
En hoe zien we dat?
Het deel van het wereldwijde bruto binnenlands product wat China voor zijn rekening neemt, dat is hard op weg. En ja, dat zal ergens in 2050 zover zijn. Hard op weg om gewoon weer het deel te hebben waar China meent recht op te hebben. Je ziet dat de bestaande macht Amerika een rivaal naast zich krijgt. En niet de rivaal op basis van de meeste kernkoppen. De Russische economie stelt niets voor. Die is even groot als België en Nederland samen. De Chinese economie daarentegen, die is waarschijnlijk ergens in 2030 al groter dan de Verenigde Staten in harde dollars gerekend. Dus op dat moment streeft China de Verenigde Staten ook voorbij. En dan heb je het over economische macht. En economische macht is veel belangrijker dan militaire macht. Want met economische macht kan je militaire macht natuurlijk heel makkelijk opbouwen. Als je daar aan vastkoppelt dat de grootste economie over het algemeen ook de grootste macht wordt in de wereld, dan zie je het gewoon voor je.
Most people in China believe that China needs to reassert its place in the world. It's sort of going back to where it was before.
According to financial economist Andy Xie, it's inevitable that China will become the greatest superpower again in a few years. From his hometown Shanghai, he offers his outlook on how this will happen.
I still remember a decade ago at a kind of a brainstorming seminar in the United States, a US senator asked me when China's economy would be bigger than the US. At that time, I was more optimistic about China's economic policy, so I said 2022. And he was shocked. He thought it would take 100 years. And now, obviously, this year, China will not exceed the United States. Probably still would be like 10% or 15% smaller. But the issue is that why people in the United States were shocked that China's economy would be bigger than the US economy. So they still believe that China should never be bigger than the US. Okay, so a lot of politicians talk that way. Even when you look at what Trump said and what Biden is saying, that means conflict down the road.
Deze kaart kwam ik tegen in Indonesië al heel lang geleden. In 1992 kwam ik hem tegen. En sindsdien hangt hij altijd op mijn werkplek. En dat is om me te herinneren dat de wereld echt anders is als je in Azië woont. Als je in Azië woont, dan is de Pacific het middelpunt van jouw wereld. Je ziet Taiwan hier liggen. Moet je kijken hoe centraal en strategisch dat eigenlijk ligt. Je ziet dit hele gebied, waar een ongelofelijke bevolkingsconcentratie plaatsvindt. Wat echt het nieuwe middelpunt wordt van de wereldeconomie. Indonesië, 200 miljoen inwoners, vergis je niet. India, 1,4 miljard inwoners. China, 1,4 miljard inwoners. Landen als Cambodja, Maleisië, Thailand. En als je ze allemaal bij elkaar optelt, dan heb je gewoon meer dan de helft van de wereldbevolking die gewoon op dit vierkantje hier woont. Het is het gebied waar het allemaal gaat gebeuren in de rest van deze eeuw. Kijk, wij zijn eraan gewend dat eigenlijk de Atlantische Oceaan in het midden ligt. En dan is het heel verhelderend om te zien wat er gebeurt als de Stille Oceaan in het midden ligt. En dat de landen die hem omcirkelen bezig zijn met de machtsstrijd om, zeg maar, de heerschappij of in ieder geval een soort hegemonie in de wereldeconomie. En je ziet Europa hier liggen in een stukje periferie wat zo te zien eigenlijk helemaal niet ter zake doet. Dit is heel verhelderend en ja, af en toe dan kijk ik gewoon even om en dan realiseer ik me weer hoe de wereld in elkaar zit en hoe ik erover moet schrijven.
From Singapore, former UN diplomat Kishore Mahbubani watches the rising tensions between the two biggest economic players on the world stage.
Over this coming decade, US-China relations will progressively become more difficult. And for a very simple geopolitical law, okay? Whenever the world's number one emerging power, which today is China, is about to overtake the world's number one power, which today is United States, United States will do its very best to stop China. So this is going to happen over the next 10 years. This is a given.
For years, the government of China has conducted illicit espionage to steal our industrial secrets, of which there are many. Today, I will issue a proclamation to better secure our nation's vital university research and to suspend the entry of certain foreign nationals from China who we have identified as potential security risks.
The mood in the United States is very anti-China. Very anti-China. In fact, I was in the US in both October and December 2021, and I was personally shocked by how strong the anti-China sentiment has become in the American body politic.
China ripped off our prized intellectual property and trade secrets, causing millions of jobs all across America. It sucked supply chains away from America and then added a widget made of slave labor.
This is going to be them showing the world that they are the new superpower of the world. And you mark my words, after that Olympics, if everything goes smooth, they're going to take Taiwan. And when they take Taiwan, it's over.
But in this contest, I thought that most Americans would see China as a competitor. But more and more Americans now see China no longer as a competitor, but as an enemy. And if China becomes an enemy, then it's not a competitor. Then you try to destroy your enemy. You don't try to compete against your competitor. So there's a big difference between the two. And so that shift away from seeing China as a competitor towards seeing China as an enemy has made the situation between United States and China very dangerous.
A lot of Americans are saying is that they are saying that China should not be bigger than America. Why should Chinese productivity be less than like 1/4 of the U.S. productivity? Doesn't make sense. You know, Chinese people are better educated than Americans on average, and Chinese people work harder. So why shouldn't China's economy be much, much bigger?
For the last 30 years, we have lived in an American world, a world structured and undergirded by American power. We are clearly moving out of that phase, and the phase we are moving into is a bipolar world.
Fareed Zakaria, one of the leading political commentators in the US, also sees how relations between America and China have flagged in recent years.
There's no question that the United States' fundamental attitude towards China has changed in the last few years. It has gone from, broadly speaking, being one of engagement to one of confrontation and competition. This has happened, I would argue, for two fundamental reasons. The first is that the United States has found that it faces a much greater degree of competition from China at every level than it experienced before. And you could look at it and say maybe the United States is very jealous of its position as the leading power in the world and does not want anything that encroaches on it, and that may well be part of it. But the second piece of this, which is important to note, is China has changed. Think about the two Olympics and the difference. So the 2008 Beijing Olympics, China was trying to present itself as the country long poor, long backward that had finally kind of made it and was part of the world, was integrated into the world, and much of the world celebrated it and celebrated it as a kind of return of China and Chinese power. And in the West, this was widely appreciated, the Beijing Olympics. George Bush went to the Beijing Olympics, the first American president to ever go to an Olympics in a foreign country. If you look at it today, the Beijing Olympics, the Winter Olympics, very few Western countries have sent heads of government or heads of state. The most important head of state is not the President of the United States visiting, but is the President of Russia.
Уважаемый председатель Си Цзиньпинь, дорогой друг, я очень рад вас видеть. Приветствую вас.
Putin was one of the only major world leaders showed up in the Beijing Winter Olympics. And right after the arrival, Chinese government and the Russian government, after meeting between Putin and Xi, signed over $100 billion worth of bilateral contracts. Foodstuff and energy and technology, lots of bilateral trade agreements.
As a student, Howard Zhang was present at Tiananmen Square when riots broke out there in 1989. They were violently crushed by the Chinese regime, and he fled to London. From there, he comments daily on the developments in China for the BBC.
Well, many has described the personal relationships between Xi Jinping and Putin as bromance, in a word of a brotherly romance. from all the evidence we can see, from the top of the government, people start to see what they call the long-term strategic rivalry set in motion. So how do you rival this number one in the world while you're number two? And it's to trying to get as many people as you can on your side. And Russia just somehow fits this criteria, because Russia's still got some military might, still got some scientific potential. And also Russia's got huge reserves of energy and one of the biggest food producing countries on earth. And all of that, I guess, in the eyes of the Chinese strategic thinkers, would be a good compliment. And if you look at the map, if you have the world map opened up, you got the entire northern Eurasian continent dominated by Russia, and the entire East Asia dominated by China. And then if you throw in, Central Asian, West Asian countries such as Iran and North Korea, you almost have a giant northern bloc of autocratic ruling, and but commonly against what they call U.S. threat and U.S. values. It's almost a new, I wouldn't use the word axis, but some type of alliance by mutual needs.
China has gone from a rule-based dictatorship to a personality-based dictatorship. They had a strict rule, 2 terms for every leader, and that is broken now. We are back to what appears to be a leader for life.
Xi Jinping came into office with his China dream. That was his main theme coming in 2012 when he first nominated and eventually inaugurated as the chief of the Chinese Communist Party. And his China dream, for a while, for a few years, really, I think, had lots of support because it's such a rosy and, a really feel-good type of dream. Essentially will be the Chinese, what they call the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. After hundreds of years being subjugated and humiliated by world powers, China, this once great power in the world, finally, under the leadership of the Communist Party, have united itself, got its act together, developed its economy, and now we're en route to become a great power again. And under this new government, we will. And some of the famous sayings is you don't need to look up to the rest of the world anymore. You can look at them at your eyeline level. We're the same. And Mao gave China the new sort of independence, and Deng made China rich. Xi Jinping is making China strong. And those are the broad outline of this dream. They believe this way of strongman politics, a strong leader leading a strong state machine that manage a strong economy and then a strong military. And that vision, then you become a credible rival to US-led post-war system.
It does appear that the Chinese government is much more centralized today than it has been in the past, that the leadership by committee that characterized the era for the last 20 or 30 years is gone. It is all much more centralized in one man, Xi Jinping. And this has coincided with a much more aggressive attitude abroad, a much more repressive attitude at home, much greater government involvement in the economy. So you have to assume that it is all coming out of this one man's ideas and practices and policy. So it would seem logical to assume that Xi Jinping is the architect of all of this.
And is Taiwan part of Xi's vision for a greater China?
I think the way the Chinese government viewed Taiwan and dealt with it was, we believe that over time, the extraordinary absorptive power of the Chinese economy, which will be larger and larger and larger, will draw Taiwan in like a magnet. And there will be a kind of de facto reunification because we will all be one economy, we will be one culture, we will be one society. I think at some point in the last several years, the Chinese government has realized that their fundamental premise, their bet was that time was on their side. But maybe time is not on their side, because what has been happening in Taiwan is every year Taiwan becomes more distinct and different, and it becomes more sure of itself as a democracy. And its identity has become increasingly linked not just to its Chinese culture, but to its democratic culture. And that means it separates itself more and more from the mainland. And so I think Xi Jinping is looking at this and saying, maybe time is not on my side. Maybe 10 years from now, Taiwan will be more independence-minded, more fiercely independent. So maybe I have to act now.
"现在的我会觉得我是100%的台湾人，对啊，我是在台湾长大，我认识的地理、认识的所有的东西，其实就是在台湾，然后那个连接是非常强。那这个东西并不是一个天生的东西，然后我想对很多，尤其是我这个年纪的台湾人，或者是比我再大一辈的，就是前几代的台湾人，其实都就是那个 identity， 那个身份认同的重新的建构，都是我们是需要重新建构的，那个不是一个天生的东西。我们从小被教育成我们是中国人，我小时候的学的课本、学的历史、学的地理，我们要知道中国的铁路，中国的哪边产什么东西啊，就是所有的一切都是认识中国，那个跟台湾一点关系都没有。所以你就会发现，那其实我以前认知的东西都是谎言的时候，那我自己是谁？
More and more people in Taiwan do not accept that they are Chinese, and I think the Chinese government will do everything to crush that. Make no mistake about it. Any part of China, if the people over there think they are not Chinese, this is going to lead to a huge response.
凡是数典忘祖、背叛祖国、分裂国家的人，从来没有好下场，必将遭到人民的唾弃和历史的审判。
And from China's perspective, is that the people on Taiwan cannot decide their own fate, because China is one country, and it's just like Catalonia cannot become an independent country, even though most people over there want to be an independent country. So I think that this is where there's some misunderstanding. They think that it's the wish of the people over there, and Beijing thinks this is happening because the West, especially the United States, is backing it. That's why the political changes happen that way. And Beijing feels that Taiwan is slipping away.
If you want to become an independent country, it's not a unilateral decision you make. Your decision has to be accepted by the vast majority of countries in the world. And certainly you've got to be admitted to the United Nations as an independent country. Now, Taiwan has zero prospect of being admitted to the United Nations as an independent country because China has a veto in the UN Security Council that will block Taiwan from being admitted to the United Nations.
China has always had the goal of reunifying with Taiwan. That goal is in the 1949 Communist Party Constitution. So this is not a secret. What has changed is, I think, fundamentally this. Chinese military has gotten more and more modernized, sophisticated. And for the last 25 years, the goal of China's military modernization was first and foremost to be able to dominate that area, that region, and particularly to be able to take Taiwan quickly and effectively in a way that the United States would not be able to block that. China has always wanted to militarily be able to take Taiwan. It doesn't mean that it will, but it means that it is very important for China to be able to send that signal. We can take you militarily, and we can do it fast.
Some American military experts claim that China is ready to invade Taiwan within a year.
Well, I think China is ready to militarily capable of attacking Taiwan now. It's not a question of whether or not China can invade Taiwan. It can. I mean, and I suspect that if it's just a war between the forces in Taiwan and the forces in China, China's going to win. It's got overwhelming power already. But of course, the United States could also come in. And that's an open question. Because once you start a shooting war, it's very hard to stop it escalating to a nuclear war. And neither United States nor China, I think, want a nuclear war with each other. I mean, from the United States point of view, the fundamental decision they have to ask is how many American cities does America want to sacrifice to fight a war across the Taiwan Straits?
I think the world should recognize that China will sacrifice a lot, more than any other country can imagine, just for taking back Taiwan. There's no way the West could win against China right next to China. It's not possible. So, because China can deploy all its resources so close to its shore. So for the countries from far away, how could they win? It's just not possible.
There are many ways in which China can put pressure on Taiwan. And one of the ways, of course, is to announce a naval blockade. And indeed, a former foreign minister of Taiwan, his name is Fred Chen, I met him in Harvard in 1991. That's 30 years ago. And 30 years ago, he said to me, this is 30 years ago, when China was still not very strong. He said, Kishore, China doesn't have to declare war on Taiwan. China just has to announce that there'll be a naval blockade of Taiwan. And then, you know what he said? The insurance rates for shipping to Taiwan will rise. And when the insurance rate for shipping to Taiwan rise, people won't export to Taiwan, people won't import from Taiwan because it's too expensive.
Beijing may announce that all airplanes and ships going to Taiwan or leaving Taiwan to another country must come to the mainland first. Basically, they don't need to use warships, and they just tell the airlines and the shipping lines that your ships or your airplanes must dock on the mainland first for inspection before you can go on.
If there's an economic blockade of Taiwan, I think it would be seen as an act of war by the United States. I think it would be seen as an act of war in Europe. But remember, an act of war does not mean that the United States would go to war. The United States, I think, would recognize that it could not change the outcome militarily.
If an economic blockade is seen as an act of war, would the US indeed be ready to act on that?
The Biden administration has repeatedly said that it supports a one China policy. And if the United States says it supports a one China policy, it also means it doesn't support an independent China and an independent Taiwan, because that's not one China policy. So I think in that sense, the repeated assurances by the Biden administration have been positive and constructive. They've been trying to send a strong signal that they are not going to support independence for Taiwan. But at the same time, they've also made it clear that they may be forced to defend Taiwan if China attacks Taiwan. That also they have made clear. And so that creates a kind of a stabilizing factor there.
Right. Because there still is this act between the United States and Taiwan, I think from 1979, the Taiwan Relations Act. That means that if there would be an incident and there would be a kind of an armed response, then the US has to step in, isn't it?
The US actually has a policy of strategic ambiguity. They have not said that they will categorically defend Taiwan if Taiwan is attacked by China, nor have they said categorically that they will not defend Taiwan. And I think this policy of strategic ambiguity has actually worked very well for the United States.
Wat is dat precies, strategic ambiguity?
Nooit het achterste van je tong laten zien. Nooit een toezegging doen, nooit ook geen toezegging doen. Gewoon in het midden laten hoe je gaat handelen. Dat is eigenlijk strategic ambiguity.
En waarom is dat zo functioneel in dit geval?
Omdat het je tegenstander onmogelijk maakt om een strategie te ontwikkelen. Als die niet kan weten wat je doet. Nixon heeft het destijds met China ook gedaan. Dat ze een Amerikaanse strategie was eigenlijk om een soort idioot te zijn. Een onvoorspelbare idioot. Waardoor de Chinezen ook niet wisten waar ze aan toe waren. Het resultaat was de eerste uitnodiging van een Chinees staatshoofd in China, begin jaren 70. Nixon goes to China. Dat was daar het gevolg van.
Maar Amerika heeft, naar aanleiding van dat bezoek van Nixon, heeft ze wel een act aangenomen waarin Amerika duidelijk belooft aan Taiwan dat ze Taiwan zullen steunen.
Zeker, ja. Maar niet hoe.
En dat is dus een hele slimme diplomatieke move geweest? Of hoe moeten we dat zien?
Ja, dat is een slimme diplomatieke move geweest. Je zal niet zeggen van als jullie aangevallen worden, dan komen we met alles wat we hebben.
Wat betekent die steun dan eigenlijk van het Westen aan Taiwan?
Dat zullen we pas zien als het zover is. En dat is dus ook weer helemaal de bedoeling van die strategic ambiguity.
Taiwan Relations Act says the United States will support Taiwan. It does not say it will go to war. It's very different from NATO. There is no obligation on the United States to go to war. And even if you look at the more conservative or hawkish or people in the United States, very few of them say we should therefore go to war with China. I mean, remember, you're talking about a country with nuclear weapons. That is a very serious proposition. I think most people would say that we should militarily help Taiwan. The United States is already providing Taiwan with a lot of military assistance to try to help them. But I don't think you would end up with World War III.
I just returned from Ukraine 2 days ago. My next stop will be Taiwan. Sir, these people are scared to death. They're scared to death. So can we get you on the record here today, sir, to tell this committee, this Congress, and our nation that we will unequivocally and unapologetically do whatever it takes to have the backs of our friends in Ukraine and our friends in Taiwan. Our friends in Ukraine in the event of Russian aggression, our friends in Taiwan in the event of Chinese aggression.
Absolutely. We stand by our commitments to both countries.
And we will do whatever it takes to defend them.
We will stand by our commitments.
Sir, I can tell you, I just left there. They are scared to death, and they question the commitment of this country. So I will take you at your word that we will do whatever it takes to defend Taiwan and Ukraine.
What do you expect from the West? Will the West come to help Taiwan?
这个协防的内容，老实说我不知道。对啊，就是它可以在实务上面，真的事情发生的时候，它会是怎么样的去应用，怎么样的去解释。但是我真的觉得，就是台湾人应该要先有。对啊，就是要有那个战争的心理准备，我们应该要自己要能够去备战。
You and your friends, what are you fighting for?
这还蛮明显的就是 我们的台湾的那个一直都是自由跟民主啊。台湾中国大家都知道，就是你的网络是不可以，对啊，你的网络它是有高墙的，然后那个是所有一切都是被监控的。在中国生活，你要得到一些资讯是非常困难，甚至可能会被抓，可能会被警察抓。取得，然后还有言论发表的方式什么这些的差异，我跟中国人的很多思考方式会，对啊，我们根本就是不一样的。这就是我那个时候做的 Tank Man， 它就是像是以一个威权政府的状态，然后就是要攻击人民。我是想要去重叠这个意向，就是对啊，就是中国人，对啊，就是中共的政权很，对啊，就是怎样对待人民。然后再来就是最重要是我是艺术家，我在做创作，然后就如果今天我想要说一件事情，我想要表达一件事情，我要被政府一关一关的审查，然后然后我要为了要配合一个政权，一直不停的修改我的思考方式，我的表达方式。我觉得这个是。对啊，我觉得对艺术家来说，对做创作的人来说，那个是完完全全没有办法接受的事情。
If China decides that it wants to strangle Taiwan, whether it does it through an economic blockade, whether it does it through a military intervention, a limited military intervention, I think that doesn't matter. We're then in a new world. We are then in a Cold War. Then you would see a real decoupling of trade. And we would enter into, that's why I would call it a Cold War. It would not be a fighting war, but we would end up with two blocks and all the things that go along with it. I think it'd be very difficult to imagine Western countries doing business as usual with a China that had militarily invaded Taiwan.
Het zou betekenen dat een van de voornaamste naoorlogse principes aan erosie onderhevig wordt. En dat is het principe dat handel vrede brengt. Handel brengt vrede omdat je afhankelijk bent van elkaar. En elkaar wat dat betreft gewoon beter met rust kan laten. Tot wederzijds voordeel. Op het moment dat een grote speler in de wereldeconomie zich niet langer aan het principe houdt, worden anderen gedwongen zich er ook niet aan te houden.
China is definitely watching what's unfolding in Ukraine very, very closely. And what the West has hit back at Russia, in terms of canceling its SWIFT status, and the financial sanctions, the economic sanctions, and the sanctions of businesses pulling out of Russia, all that, China will take note. And I'm sure there will be people dedicated to study these cases, case by case, and making sure they understand fully what the impact will be. But the Chinese entanglement with the West easily 100 times more than Russia. Russia, besides selling energy and having some of the Western exports to Russia, there's no major linkage in the economies. But China, just look at China. Its economy is completely intertwined with the US and Europe. And look at the trade figures. With US annually, it's over 600 billion US dollars. And with Europe, with Germany alone, was 220 some billion euros. And if you look at the two blocks, we're looking at a giant figure of $1 trillion a year trade. And to decouple China out of this giant world supply chain will mean huge cost. Even the pain people feel today about fuel decoupling from Russia will be nothing compared to that type of major operation. So China will be looking at that and look at its own leverage as well. So their calculation is not only what you can take away from me. Yes, China will suffer, but how likely you're going to do that.
Wat je krijgt is een grootscheepse verstoring van invoer, uitvoer, productieketens. Niet alleen omdat er westerse sancties zullen zijn voor wat betreft China, maar ook omdat schepen gewoon niet durven varen of niet kunnen varen. Iedereen komt erachter van, mijn auto heb ik helemaal af, alleen het ene schroefje, dat zit toch ergens in een container. Ik kan die auto niet afmaken. Dus het is een soort mutual assured destruction, maar dan in economische zin. Hè? Je kan niet zonder elkaar. De grootste chipfabriek ter wereld, TSMC, staat in Taiwan. Dus op het moment dat je die kwijt bent, dan loopt er echt heel erg veel in het honderd. En dan krijg je een flinke economische tegenslag. Dat wordt echt heel groot.
But just imagine, you have to pay 20, 30, 40%, or if not double the price more for your iPhone and iPad. If all these giant companies have to relocate their whole entire supply chain elsewhere, adding to the cost. And thinking about paying 40% or 50% more for your daily consumption, toys, electronics, your shoes, all the new clothes you wear, and will there still be that much consumption in the West if the prices start to go up?
At some level, we like the rhetoric that says bring it all home. But are we willing to pay? I once saw a wonderful survey in which they asked Americans, would you like American Levi jeans to be made in America? 80% said yes. And then they said, so we've done the calculations. The $40 jeans will cost $80. Are you still willing to pay? 65% said, no. We want the cheaper jean. It's okay for it to be made in China.
In America, they cannot make cars. Okay, they don't have the parts. Okay, they cannot make computers. They don't have the chips. So for many other countries, they'll be in a similar situation. So that we're talking about a tremendous economic crash like in the 1930s. And there wouldn't be no hope of repairing the economy in the short term because everybody needed to build up their own supply chain. So it takes 5 years to build up a simple factory. So this is going to be this has been terrible long grind for the global economy. People have to suffer a lot.
On both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. The issue is that the Chinese are used to suffering. When it comes to suffering, Chinese people are expert at that. So I'm not sure that the Americans who are used to partying all the time, they would be willing to accept something like that.
You think the Chinese people could stomach this, but the West could not stomach this?
I'm afraid so. I think that Chinese people, the Chinese culture, the essence of Chinese culture is something called eat bitterness. Okay, that's for forever. Is people talk about eat bitterness. Life is about eating bitterness. Life is not about pursuit of happiness. Life is about eating bitterness.
De Amerikanen hebben eigenlijk altijd gedacht dat alle landen uiteindelijk op henzelf zouden gaan lijken. Democratische markteconomie, kapitalistisch. En de verschillen tussen landen die zaten er eigenlijk alleen maar in dat sommige landen gewoon wat minder ver op dat pad waren gevorderd. Want aan het eind van het pad stond die shining city on the hill. Zoals de Verenigde Staten zichzelf altijd noemen. Daar waar we naar op weg zijn. En wat China doet, is een volkomen afwijkend model. Je hebt een autocratische, kapitalistische samenleving. En dat wijkt af. En moeten we nu toegeven, en Mahbubani heeft dat al heel lang gezegd. Hè? Het Chinese model, autocratisch kapitalisme. Ja, hij zegt het is stabiel. Vergis je niet, het is stabiel. Bereid je er maar op voor. Het feit dat dat automatisme er niet meer is, als het er ooit was trouwens, maar dat zit ver diep in de Amerikaanse psyche, betekent dat je opeens ook de 21ste eeuw met zijn machtsstrijd moet gaan beschrijven als een strijd tussen verschillende waardesystemen. En het Chinese waardesysteem is, denk ik, het onze niet. En dat is natuurlijk heel lastig. Hè? Er komt een enorme macht op met, wat met de Oeigoeren gebeurt. Is natuurlijk schandalig. De Chinezen zullen zeggen, hoe lang is het voor jullie geleden, jongens? Hè?
Ja.
Maar dat kenmerkt eigenlijk gewoon de strijd die er is in de 21ste eeuw. En dat hangt er natuurlijk ook vanaf of de grote mondiale instituties die we hebben, van de Verenigde Naties tot Wereldbank tot IMF, de zaak ook een beetje bij elkaar kunnen houden. En dat is nog maar de vraag.
En waarom is dat de vraag?
Nou, je ziet dat China ook hier zich roert en eigenlijk bezig is met de voorzichtige opbouw van een eigen systeem. Van een eigen mondiaal of regionaal beheersingssysteem. Met instituties die heel erg veel lijken op de instituties die we hebben. Hè? Om een klein voorbeeld te noemen. Een van de ergste sancties die je kan opleggen als Westen aan anderen is het loskoppelen van landen van SWIFT. En SWIFT is het interbankaire betalingsverkeernetwerk. China is al lang bezig met het opbouwen van een eigen systeem. Dat heet CIPS. En dat is eigenlijk een soort SWIFT, maar dan Chinees. China is ook bezig met het opbouwen van een eigen wereldbankachtige organisatie. De Asian Infrastructural Investment Bank. Nou, de Amerikanen deden niet mee, de Japanners deden niet mee. Maar het duurde niet lang of de Britten zeiden, nou, laten we het toch maar doen. En toen volgden alle Europeanen. En het slot van dit is dat Nederland een van de founding members is van de Chinese rivaal van de Wereldbank. Dat is eigenlijk best wel gek.
Want daar zie je een verschuiving dus al plaatsvinden.
Nou ja, je bent geen Amerika, je bent geen China. Je kijkt een beetje hoe de hazen lopen. We zijn een handelsland. Dus en dat geldt voor de andere Europese landen ook. Hoera voor de winnaar. Dus er wordt geschaakt, er wordt gebouwd aan tegelijkertijd deelnemen aan dat bestaande systeem en het ontwikkelen van een alternatief systeem. En dat zou ik, als ik China zou ik dat ook doen. Ik sta aan die kust. En ik kijk en ik zie een IMF waar de heersende wereldmacht, die ik spoedig van de troon zal stoten, gewoon een blokkerende stem heeft.
I think if you see some of the recent movements by China trying to decouple from their side, from the US stock markets by pulling companies back and already calling for a dual circulation, meaning trying to build up the consumption cycle, economic cycle within the country and hoard grain and hoard oil reserve. So many of those signs do suggest they're preparing for contingency as well.
For building a new economic bloc in Eurasia.
Without the West. And if we understand correctly, if the ruling class of the Communist Party do want to preserve their rule, then for them that is an option.
Today I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
Ukraine became the precedent set by the West. And, if you choose aggression, you choose force and trying to pursue might is right policy, we move away from you and we'll make sure you can no longer do what you do. And will China look at this and rethink its current move away from the world order, try to set up something else, and make that fateful decision of saying, okay, we try to reintegrate ourselves. Can we find the middle ground? Or will China choose the other road of the fork? That is really what all the major capitals, all the leaders in the world should really start to look closely and think carefully about.
with China. It sounds unthinkable, but according to many experts, the countdown may be on. China's President Xi Jinping is shaping up to the West like never before. And just last week, a major new military alliance was announced between the US, Australia and the UK to counter Chinese aggression in the Pacific.
The first major initiative of AUKUS will be to deliver a nuclear-powered submarine fleet for Australia.
America and its allies are preparing for a battle we didn't think was possible.
The idea that China would never attack, even never invade, well, I wouldn't count on that.
Xi Jinping is already on a collision course with his own people. From recently outlawing boy bands to enforcing propaganda lessons in primary schools. Xi Jinping is taking control, and he's prepared to fight for it even beyond his homeland. If this unimaginable conflict were to happen, it would begin with an invasion of Taiwan, the tiny nation off its coast that China has long believed is theirs.
Once they make the decision to do this, they will come full bore, like a crazy man with an axe.
Control of Taiwan would give China a huge new military reach over the Pacific.
That would put Australia in the firing line pretty quickly.
But is Australia putting itself in the firing line by talking too tough to China?
It is very dangerous to frame China as like worse than Darth Vader.
Tonight, we investigate just how close to war we really are.
The question of whether or not to go to war may well end up getting decided for us.
So is resistance futile?
We should not, to borrow a phrase from Game of Thrones, bend the knee to Beijing.
Good evening, I'm Liz Hayes, and this is Under Investigation. Joining me tonight, 5 experts who each bring a lifetime's experience to their views on war with China.
We've got to ask ourselves the question, do you want your children or their children to live in an authoritarian world where democracy is on the ash heap of history and states no longer have freedom of speech, freedom of thought? Or is democracy worth defending?
China has been preparing for war for at least 3 decades. Its whole military modernization has largely been aimed towards having a war over Taiwan.
I think that war with China should be unthinkable and should remain unthinkable, because when we talk about war with China, we're talking about the potential for a level of casualties and destruction that this country has certainly never experienced and would be devastating for people across Asia.
I do think it is very dangerous to frame China as completely evil, only malevolent. Yes, there is a bad China, where China does things that we find unacceptable. But I think it's really important for Australia to accept that there is also a good China. There are things that China does and can do that are for the benefit of the world.
Clinton Fernandez, you would argue that it's time for ordinary Australians to be aware of this.
Absolutely. I think it's very important that this debate occur. I'm glad it's occurring here. War is an extremely serious matter. It will shape the destiny of the world for the next 75 years.
There's no doubt Australia has been engaged in a war of words with China on human rights and more recently the origins of COVID-19.
It remains Australia's firm view that understanding the cause of this pandemic has nothing to do with politics. It's essential for preventing the next one.
And China has bitten back, hitting us with punishing trade sanctions. Tensions and rhetoric are escalating. Earlier this year, a senior Australian security official warned of the beating drums of war coming from China, echoed by Defence Minister Peter Dutton.
I don't think it should be discounted. I think China has been very clear about that goal.
So, are we unnecessarily antagonising a superpower and major trading partner? Are we talking ourselves into a war? Or are we bravely standing up to an aggressive China?
Australia has shown the world how one deals with the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party in particular.
Colonel Grant Newsham is a China specialist and former head of intelligence for the US Marine Forces in the Pacific.
Biggest complaint about the Australians is that there's not 10 times as many of them. They were the first ones to stand up and say, no, we're not going to put up with this. Australia's future is, you're going to have to fight for it if you want to keep it. And the idea that China would never attack, even never invade, well, I wouldn't count on that.
But Australia is making a very expensive enemy. Our war of words with China is already costing us billions in exports every year. And at a time when Australia is ramping up its defence budget to be better prepared for any conflict with China.
I just think it's tremendously ironic that we choose to lead the world in being tough on China, where we're so economically vulnerable. The military upgrades that we're talking about, the extra spending on our defence forces, we can afford this stuff because of our really profitable trade with China.
Is that true, Malcolm?
The decision to spend money on defence is based on threat perception, and that threat perception is focused exclusively on a rising China. We no longer have 10 years strategic warning time for a major attack on this country. The ball is in their court. They need to actually realise that they are responsible for the crisis that we're now in, not us.
Historian Dr. David Brophy believes the smarter strategy would be to engage with China, because he thinks a war-weary America may not have the stomach for more conflict, even if it is in our backyard.
America's position is slipping. And I think it's really unthinkable for a lot of people in Canberra, particularly in the defence sector, that Australia could be left alone without America in the neighbourhood in a position to help out if Australia gets itself in trouble. But there is no military threat from China to Australia. I mean, I want to state that very clearly.
Look at China's stated goals. They claim all of the South China Sea. If China achieves that, the way the region operates changes fundamentally. China spends more on its military than the whole of Asia combined.
He's absolutely right. It's about Chinese domination of the Indo-Pacific region. And I don't think any Australian citizen would willingly embrace that sort of relationship with China. We should not, to borrow a phrase from Game of Thrones, bend the knee to Beijing.
But experts warn if words ever turn to war, Australians will pay a terrible price.
We're dealing with the potential for a conflict that could be much more impactful on ordinary Australians than anything we've seen in recent decades.
A former Australian soldier and diplomat, David Kilcullen, now leads the Future Operations Research Group, which looks at how coming wars are likely to play out. He fears Australia is already China's punching bag, Xi Jinping's way of sending his message to the US.
We are seeing not only an escalation of US and Chinese rhetoric against each other, but Australia increasingly being seen as a US ally that the Chinese feel they can push around to try to send a message to others.
John, are we seeing China bullying Australia into thinking, at least, that there's trouble coming?
The grand narrative of the Chinese Communist Party certainly is that 1, China is undeterrable, 2, its goals are fixed, and 3, it will pay any cost to achieve those goals. Effectively to say, stay out of it because it is hopeless to put up any resistance and you might as well stay on the sidelines and deal with China as China wants to be dealt with.
I do think it is very dangerous to frame China as completely evil, only malevolent, trying to frame China as like worse than Darth Vader.
Yes, I agree with all of that, but at what point do you decide you can't just keep stepping back?
No, we shouldn't step back.
So is resistance futile? You know?
No, it's not futile. I just think this talk of war amongst the general Australian public makes people fearful, it makes people anxious, and unfortunately, I think it makes the prospect of more war more likely.
I think we can show as much nuance as possible and be as accommodating as possible and not mention the war word once, and they will still occupy the South China Sea, and they will still coerce their neighbours. It is China, after all, that rolls nuclear ballistic missiles through Tiananmen Square on National Day parades and tanks and displays their military might. And in speeches threatens that they'll bash the heads of Westerners against a great wall of steel.
The Chinese people will never allow any foreign forces to bully us. Anyone who dares to try will have their heads bashed bloody against a great wall of steel.
This is incredibly nationalist war talk that the Chinese are using.
But this war of words is increasingly turning into confrontation. If there's to be a war with China, everyone agrees that the trigger will be Taiwan. The tiny island nation sitting off its coast that President Xi Jinping has already stated he wants incorporated into communist China.
Xi Jinping cannot afford politically to walk back from his commitment to take Taiwan. That would be the end of his power base, the end of his control.
The Chinese Communist Party claims Taiwan is historically part of China, which, strictly speaking, isn't true. The island has an indigenous population dating back thousands of years. A flourishing democracy, Taiwan would be an immense strategic and economic prize.
From last year, our radar stations have detected incursions by nearly 2,000 Chinese military aircraft and over 400 military vessels.
Not only would it give China a military footprint well into the Pacific Ocean, it would also give China fabulous wealth. Taiwan has the 6th largest foreign exchange reserve in the world. And the island state supplies the bulk of the world's semiconductor computer chips, critical to most modern manufacturing products, from washing machines to cutting-edge weaponry. And it's sitting there, out of China's clutches, with America's backing. Why does China need Taiwan so badly?
Taiwan is the veritable unsinkable aircraft carrier from which China can project military power deep out into the Central Pacific. Taiwan demonstrates to the world that you can have prosperity and democracy.
Taiwan is definitely a prize. I mean, firstly, it's a challenge, an ideological challenge to the one-party state system of China. But there's also a deeply emotional sense that is motivating China's leadership.
Since it was created in 1949 after the Chinese Civil War, Taiwan has never officially declared its independence from China. Doing so, according to our experts, would be an instant trigger for war. If Taiwan does say it wants to be independent, what happens?
China will invade.
Simple as that.
Yep.
Those who warn of China's intentions for Taiwan point to the example of Hong Kong, which is now as good as taken over by the Chinese Communist Party after crushing pro-democracy demonstrations there. And there is no one who wants to protect Taiwan's independence more than its former Vice President, Madame Annette Lu, who spent years in jail fighting to establish the island's democracy.
So I think it's very immoral. If anyone has the interest in launching any kind of war at this critical moment of the earth,
Madame Liu proposes establishing what she calls a democratic commonwealth, comprising Taiwan, South Korea and Japan to balance China's power.
We can make a golden triangle in the region, and we also welcome Australia from the south, America, Canada from the other side of the Pacific. We all the peace-loving democracies.
Malcolm Davis believes Australia should stand up for a fellow democracy in our region, particularly if China should decide to invade Taiwan.
If we do not act in the face of a Chinese aggressive move against Taiwan, then morally and ethically, we have fallen off our pedestal. We have done the wrong thing. I think that we do need to think about the implications of the lives of 24 million Taiwanese. One only has to look at Xinjiang province, where there's over 1 million Uyghurs behind essentially barbed wire, just for being Uyghurs. You do not want the situation playing out in Taiwan where millions of Taiwanese are in essentially concentration camps.
I think as the world has seen from forays into Afghanistan, invasion is one thing. Keeping control, managing a restive Taiwan population who have experienced democracy and feel passionately about democracy is going to be quite another.
Whether it wants to go to war for Taiwan or not, China is certainly ready for it and ready to take on the US and anyone else who steps into the fight.
I've been watching China and the Chinese military coming up on 40 years now. And what you've seen really in the last 20 years is probably the world's biggest, fastest military buildup ever, not just since World War II, but perhaps in human history.
According to Colonel Grant Newsham, the former head of intelligence for the US Marine Forces in the Pacific, the scale of China's military buildup focused on Taiwan is unparalleled and alarming.
So, in your opinion, what are they doing? Are they preparing for a fight, or is this a deterrent?
Well, you first have to ask, who would it deter? Have you ever heard anybody say that they wanted to attack China? It's really for an offensive purpose, and the first thing they want to do is to get the Americans out of Asia, and the ultimate objective is global domination.
Here I really disagree. I really disagree with this idea of global domination. Nobody matches the United States when it comes to aircraft carriers and power projection. What China has got the ability to do with this buildup is to take Taiwan and prevent the United States from interfering with it when it does so. That's not global domination at all.
Taiwan has always counted on US support, but after a humiliating exit from Afghanistan, America may have lost its taste for war. In the event of China invading Taiwan, the big question that will determine the future of the region and probably the world is, will the US come to Taiwan's defence? Professor David Brophy believes that's no longer entirely certain.
We have tended to assume in this discussion that if there was a Chinese move that the United States would be there. But people in Taiwan are asking themselves the question, is that actually the case? Would America be willing to risk a confrontation with China that could escalate into attacks on America, on the Chinese mainland, for the sake of Taiwan?
If America does not do anything, it would be the beginning of the end of the US-led alliance in the system. And if you spend any time in Washington at all, you'll realise that that is not acceptable to the Americans. If you look at the last 100 years of history, America does sacrifice blood and treasure in a big way to achieve its strategic aims. So I would say almost with certainty the US will come to Taiwan's defence.
John Lee is right. If the US doesn't react, then it loses all strategic credibility in the region, and the broad risk of the US losing strategic credibility in the region would be horrendous. For Australia, we would be on our own.
as well as increasingly aggressive international moves like expanding China's huge navy into the Pacific, President Xi Jinping has been cracking down hard on his own people to bring them into line with Communist Party thinking. Xi calls it rectification, and he's banned everything from boy bands and reality TV shows to foreign computer games and apps. China's private schools have been all but decimated by new regulations, and lessons on what's called Xi Jinping thought are now compulsory in primary schools. It's as if it's a population being readied for trouble. So if it came to war, how would it actually play out?
We have to be able to sink the PLA Navy, the largest navy in the world today. We have to put it under the water, down to Davy Jones's locker. We have to sink that fleet.
Former Director of Intelligence and Information Operations for the US Pacific Fleet, Captain James E. Fennell, has war-gamed an invasion of Taiwan and says China would use a tactic learned from the US military Operation Desert Storm during the First Gulf War. The strategy called shock and awe.
We know from Chinese writings that they've studied Desert Storm. The Chinese have thousands and thousands of ballistic missiles that are arrayed along the Chinese east coast, and those rockets and those ballistic missiles would be targeting Taiwan's key nodes, military centers, their ports, their airfields, known garrison locations of Taiwan Army forces. I think there's no question in my mind that China, once they make the decision to do this, they will come full bore, like a crazy man with an axe.
The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated.
In the first Gulf War, the United States bombed Iraq for 42 days and 42 nights consecutively in order to achieve its objectives. There is nothing that's stopping China from doing that, and there is very little the United States can do to affect it, except at very, very great cost. Both sides know how this is going to play out. The only question is who's got the most will.
Malcolm, in terms of firepower, though, China has some very impressive weaponry.
Yeah, they're developing this very long-range strike capability that is designed to be able to strike at the US and its allies. One of the systems they're developing is the DF-26, which is an intermediate-range ballistic missile that can strike at US carriers as far out as Guam. If they can sink aircraft carriers, that's a huge loss of life. Each aircraft carrier has about 5,000 personnel on board. So the potential for the Chinese to impose huge cost on the US and its allies, including Australia, is very real.
以史为鉴，开创未来。
China's President Xi Jinping ensures his country's military might is there for his people and the world to see. And adding to his war footing, off the coast in disputed territory, China has built artificial islands loaded with defensive hardware. Dr. David Brophy argues China is simply defending its coastline, just as we do in Australia.
We do have to remember this is all playing out along China's coastline. To talk about deterring China, what that is effectively saying is that we want to maintain a favourable military balance right up to your doorstep, that we will be able to dominate in a situation of conflict anything that takes place right off your coast. Now, just imagine if a country on the other side of the world said that to Australia, that we want to prevent you from being able to control militarily the territory off your coast. I think we in Australia would regard that as a hostile posture.
And Dr. Brophy cautions an all-out war between the world's superpowers could well involve nuclear weapons.
I don't think there's any way we can confidently say that this can be contained to a small war, which I think some people imagine that it can be, that there's some sort of little stoush that we could have in the Taiwan Strait. I think that that's one possible scenario, but another is all-out nuclear barbarism. And America maintains the option of first-use nuclear strike, which suggests to me that it wants to position itself in such a way to say to China, we are willing to fight a nuclear war with you. We are willing to lob nuclear weapons at you.
When it comes to something this important, this potentially devastating to the globe, you don't take anything off the table.
Indeed, Jim Fennell believes the US needs to maintain its credible threat of using tactical nuclear weapons in a first strike.
I want Xi Jinping and the next person and the next person to always wonder, hey, is there a nuclear missile coming down on my head right now? I want them to think that. That doesn't mean I want to do it, but I want to be able to rationally let them know we have that capability, and if we get pressed too much, you think you're the angry guy with the axe? You have not seen anything yet.
Is this when you come out and just say that's just plain nuts?
I just find this whole discussion completely depressing. I think everybody around this table would agree we don't want war, because if it is a war between these superpowers, nobody knows where the nuclear threshold is going to be. Nobody knows what is that point when one side or the other will start to use nuclear weapons. It is that serious that I think we should all be focused here in Australia about de-escalating things and how do we do everything that we can to prevent armed conflict and to make sure that the United States and China can find some way to live with each other.
But Dr. Brophy believes that as China sees us as America's closest ally, there's even a possibility that Australia may become a nuclear target.
I hate to speculate about this situation because it's so horrible to think about, but if China and America do enter into a conflict situation, China wants to take a step up the escalatory ladder without necessarily striking the US mainland, then a country like Australia becomes an option.
You test the waters
as
with
a way
Australia.
of, sending a message that they're serious, but without taking the risk of hitting America directly because of the potential for that to produce massive nuclear retaliation.
Do you see that?
No, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to the Chinese that if the Chinese strike Australian territory with WMDs, that is treated as an attack on the US. The US would retaliate with overwhelming force.
Frighteningly, Australia's forward planners, including Professor Kilcullen, who leads the Future Operations Research Group, also don't rule out a nuclear strike from China.
If it does go kinetic, as we call it, if we get to battlefield shooting between the US and China and it reaches that tactical nuclear threshold, I think it is actually quite likely that Australia would take a nuclear hit fairly early in that conflict. Now, I think strategists on both sides don't want this to go nuclear, but if it does, then that would put Australia in the firing line pretty quickly.
The Chinese know that if they use nuclear weapons, we'll use nuclear weapons back, and that will be the end of the PRC. Okay, so they understand the implications of crossing the nuclear threshold.
Our strong relationship with America, including Australia's ANZUS Treaty, has meant we've stood shoulder to shoulder with the US in every major conflict of the last century, including the most unpopular, expensive and punishing like Vietnam, Iraq and Afghanistan. Our experts believe that a war with China, if triggered by an invasion of Taiwan, will involve Australia. That's because whatever America does, we will follow.
I think that Australia is acting in such a way as to signal its willingness to go along with the tougher American strategy. That is the strategy for Australia.
Given that any war between China and the US will essentially be happening in our backyard, is this a conflict Australia will be able to avoid, even if we wanted to? Our close military ties to the US include American intelligence bases on our soil, Pine Gap in the Northern Territory and Northwest Cape on the coast of Western Australia. Both would be critical in any conflict with China.
Facilities here that would, in the immediate moments of any conflict situation probably spring into action, and that would unfortunately entail that Australian soil may well be used in a conflict before Australians have actually had a say in that question.
The truth is, the Australian government has little control over what occurs at these bases or what defence decisions might come from them when the US faces war. Because of the US assets on Australian soil, it's true, isn't it, that an order to fire can be made and we won't know about it.
Absolutely. We call these things the joint facilities, but the fact is, members of American Congress have more oversight and knowledge as to what goes on in these facilities than members of the Australian Parliament. We have to recognise the position that we're in. The most important question that any society can face, the question of whether or not to go to war, may well end up getting decided for us.
Whatever the scenario for war, our future planners agree it would be a front line like no other in history, where Australia might be crippled before a single shot is fired.
Almost certainly one of the first things that would happen in a major conflict between the US and China would be knocking out of the GPS system to disable a lot of US military systems that rely on that. The moment that happens, you can't run an FPOS transaction in Australia. You can't fuel up your car at the petrol station because all of that depends on GPS. Australia's economy would be very heavily impacted in the first few minutes. In a matter of weeks, we'd struggle to get enough fuel and oil. So it's really tempting to think that we could just sit this one out and ignore it. But the reality is we can't. So this is one of these situations where you might not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. And there's just no way for us to avoid that.
But we have an ANZUS treaty.
Well, that raises a whole host of questions. The ANZUS treaty is actually, I think its importance is inflated. The only requirement that ANZUS imposes on Australia or the US is that there is consultation in the case of conflict. Why I think we should stay out is that this would not be a war for Taiwan or a war for democracy. This would be an escalation of the US-China rivalry, which to my mind is essentially about economic interests, political dominance in regions of the world. I don't ultimately see moral high ground.
I'm sorry, I can't agree with David's take on this. The US-Australia alliance is critical to our national security. Looking at the scenario where we choose not to go in other words, David's preferred option, we then have to think about the strategic consequences of doing that. ANZUS falls apart, okay? So we are on our own in every sense of the word.
An alliance is always a living agreement. But the reality is that if we are not in a conflict with Taiwan, where Japan, which is committed recently to entering, if Japan and the United States are in there and we stay out of the way, it is the end of the ANZUS alliance for any practical purposes.
But will ordinary Australians even get a say in whether we join the US in a war with China? Clinton, is it correct that Australia's involvement in any conflict doesn't necessarily need a vote in Parliament, does it?
That's correct. The decision to deploy troops is just a decision by the Prime Minister who tells the Defence Minister, and that's it.
And so, therefore, the Australian people don't really get to debate this, do they?
The only debate that's occurring is what's occurring here, thanks to you.
Yeah, because my whole point is that all of what we're discussing is pretty chilling on a lot of levels for the average Australian.
Yes. The last time the Australian Defence Force was involved in a high-intensity conflict was in Korea. We were 20 years in Afghanistan and the Taliban didn't even have an air force.
Also of critical concern to our experts is the impact a war with China would have on nearly 1.5 million Chinese Australians. After all, during World War II, Japanese Australians, despite having lived here for more than 50 years, were rounded up and imprisoned.
all those sociological consequences have not been factored in. With people of ethnic Chinese descent or people who look like people of ethnic Chinese descent being abused in the streets, calls from the extreme right and the fringes for them to be placed in internment camps.
Do you fear, all of you, that Chinese Australians will be seen as the enemy within?
Absolutely. I mean, the Australian Chinese community and everybody who look vaguely sort of Chinese, in the event that, there is a war with China, what Clinton said, this notion of internment camps, is a very real prospect. John, I'll see you there.
There is no cosmopolitan, anti-racist way to gear a country's foreign and military policy towards confronting China without that stoking anti-Chinese racism. That is the reality that we're facing.
The major wars of the last 20 years have produced no winners. The US struggles on in Iraq, and along with Australia, it has pulled the pin on Afghanistan. But the big question is, in a global showdown between China and America, who would win?
There's really no nice way to put it, but the Chinese have, if not overtaken us, they've put us in a position where they could probably defeat us in certain circumstances. Depends on how the fight took place.
Former US Marine Intelligence Chief Grant Newsham is far from sure that America would prevail in any showdown with China, especially if it was fought in the waters around Taiwan.
They have now got a navy that is bigger than ours. And just to give you one sort of a sense of things, the South China Sea, which is the hot spot that's contested now, the Chinese can probably put 10 ships into the water for every one that the Americans can send in.
Have we underestimated them, John Lee?
Yes, we have underestimated the Chinese consistently over the last few decades. We no longer do that. And certainly in a war in the Taiwan Straits, China could emerge victorious in a military sense. China has been preparing for a war in Taiwan for more than 30 years.
David?
Well, I don't want to find out the answer to this question. The scenario for post-war on Taiwan is not just bad for China, it's bad for the world. I mean, we're talking about a situation that could trigger, environmental crises, economic crises. I think that, we're being very light-minded just to imagine that the world would be sort of roughly the same as it was, just with China in control of Taiwan.
Do we take it for granted that America will win any kind of war, or do you accept that we may not?
The bottom line is America may not win, but they actually have to prepare their best to try and hold the line here because it's so crucial. If we just give up, throw up our hands and basically say, well, Taiwan, you're on your own, then we're giving China that century that it wants.
In conclusion, those warning of war tonight say we have two critical questions to consider. Should we be prepared to allow China to simply take Taiwan, as it has declared it will do and may do very soon? And if so, are we happy to live with the potential consequences of doing nothing? Or is there one more fundamental consideration? Are we really ready to face the prospect of a global war? Or, as we've also discussed tonight, are we more in danger of talking ourselves into one?
What I have issue with is this notion that China wants to dominate the world. China wants to protect its interests, absolutely. But this notion that China is a dark force that wants to take over the world and subjugate everybody, I don't think there's any credible evidence for that. And it's good that we've had this debate, but we have to make sure that we conduct a debate in a way that doesn't arouse fear and anger and anxiety amongst the Australian people. Because if we do that, it puts us on a path which leads more directly to all of the horrible things that we've been discussing today.
David, if China takes Taiwan or attempts to, do we do nothing?
Well, I think if things heat up, I think that we do need to stay out. I think we need to call on all parties to stop and pray that they do. I think for the future of humanity, we need to get away from this notion that it's just a dog-eat-dog world and the only way to resolve disputes is through military force. I think we see that on the Chinese side, but I think we also see that in some of the opinions that have been put forward this evening.
If China takes Taiwan, it doesn't stop is the first step in that expansion. China has told us that. The only thing stopping China from invading Taiwan is consequences. So if the United States or Australia said we will not be involved, that massively increases the chances that China will be inclined to use force to so-called resolve this Taiwan question.
If you have the US going into harm's way to defend Taiwan, which after all, remember, is a fellow Western liberal democracy, just like Australia, we would be negligent in our responsibilities as a US ally if we stood back and did nothing. I do think that it is incumbent upon our government of the day to recommend and make the decision to intervene alongside the United States to defend Taiwan.
And Clinton, what is your message to Australians?
Well, they should understand that the Chinese government's resolve has been well expressed, and I believe it is genuine. They intend to take Taiwan by peace or by war. And the question is, what happens not just to the region, but to Australian society as a consequence.
Hello, I'm Liz Hayes. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new stories and exclusive clips every week. And don't miss out on our extra minute segments and full episodes of 60 Minutes on 9now.com.au and the 9Now app.
Right now, there are hundreds of unfinished apartment towers across China.
Social media footage shows crowds protesting in front of the offices of the Chinese real estate developer Evergrande.
Now the big risk comes from property, where developers are crumbling under mountains of debt.
Analysts fear the crisis could spread throughout China's property sector and the entire economy.
The Communist Party is paranoid. It is obsessed with internal security.
So the question is, will the Chinese government step in and act as a backstop?
Hi everybody, China is witnessing one of the most challenging economic crises in its history. The real estate market, which accounts for nearly 30% of its GDP, has come crashing down in the past 1 year. Property sales plummeted by 72% and thousands of people are now protesting in 86 cities. And now there is a banking crisis whereby banks have started freezing the accounts of the depositors. And in spite of all this trouble, experts say that this is just the beginning of one of the worst economic crises that is to follow in China. The question is, why is China at the brink of an economic crisis? What exactly went wrong with the real estate market of China? And most importantly, what are the lessons that India needs to learn from this Chinese economic crisis? This video is brought to you by Cuckoo FM, but more on this at the end of the video. The story of China's real estate bubble dates way back to the early 2000s. During this time, China was an ultra-fast growing country. This is when the manufacturing revolution of China was at its peak, wherein companies from all across the world were setting up their manufacturing hubs in the cities of China. Before this time, China was just another agricultural nation with very little to nothing to do with globalization. So, if you look at urbanization in China, after 1995, huge chunks of population started moving from the rural places to the cities of China. So back then, only 29% of the population was living in the cities. But after 1995, you will see that the population in the cities skyrocketed to nearly 50% of the entire population. And today, 63.89% of the Chinese population, as in nearly 900 million people, live in the cities. Now the catch over here is that in China, unlike in India, you cannot own a land. So the entire land of China is owned by the state and can only be given on a lease to the builders and developers. So when so many people started migrating to the cities, the demand for houses skyrocketed. And when demand for a product skyrockets, what happens? The price of the product increases and more players jump into the market to cater to the rising demand. So not so surprisingly, hundreds of developers flooded into the Chinese market to meet this demand. And this is where we saw the massive rise of Chinese real estate developers. Now, as we all know, construction is an extremely capital intensive business. So these companies first of all took heavy loans on the banks to pay the heavy leasing amount to the state. Then they took even heavier loans to build these buildings and started selling them to the people of China. Now, from the Chinese bank standpoint, construction was an amazing business to lend to. Why? Because there was already over demand in the market. The business had a healthy profit margin of 15 to 20% in spite of being a high ticket business. And most importantly, from the state's perspective, it generates a lot of employment, profits a huge supply chain of steel, glass, cement, brick and hundreds of other suppliers, and eventually makes a huge contribution to the GDP of China by giving jobs to many workers. In fact, this is the reason why real estate contributed to almost 30% of the Chinese gross domestic product. This is the reason why banks kept on lending, the developers kept on building, and the people of China kept on buying houses. And due to this increasing demand, the price of houses increased, so more lending, more developers, and more sales. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, the property boom in the Chinese economy started. As a result, the real estate prices in China started shooting to new peaks, making the Chinese cities some of the most expensive cities in the world. Now, just to give you an idea about how bad the condition is, there is this index called price to income ratio to understand the affordability of houses in a particular locality. It's nothing but the ratio of the price of an average apartment to the median household income of that particular place. So if this index is 10 for New York, it means that it would take 10 years of the median household income to buy an apartment in New York. So while a median New York household needs 9.92 years of income to buy an apartment, in London it's 17.3 years, in Mumbai it's 26 years, whereas in Beijing it's 56 years. And even in other Chinese cities, it's more than 35 years. Now the question over here is, if the price of these houses was so high, why were the Chinese still buying houses? Couldn't they just rent an apartment? Well, here's where, apart from urbanization, there are two more reasons why the Chinese were buying houses in spite of high prices. Number one, just like in India, even in China, you will be respected as a well-settled person only if you own a house. So if you're a man who does not own a house in China, the family will be too hesitant to get their daughter married to you. Secondly, just like gold is our go-to investment in India, for the Chinese people, property was the best investment instrument in the market. And just like our elders refrain from stock investing, even the Chinese people consider stocks to be dangerous and real estate to be extremely safe. And if you look at the increasing prices of the houses in China, it kind of looks like it was a great investment instrument. Cherry on the cake, there is zero property tax on buying private residential places in China. And you know what, guys? In the race of the social norm, GDP and property boom, the Chinese developers built so many buildings that today there are buildings for 90 million people that are completely vacant. To put that into perspective, that is more than the entire population of France, Germany, Italy, UK and even Canada. And this led to the creation of what we know today as the ghost cities of China. Take a look.
These are China's ghost cities, sprawling, empty spaces.
City meant for thousands of people that's just completely empty.
Many Chinese cities constantly conducting real estate development in pursuit of GDP growth simply turn urbanization into building houses in cities. But their floor areas and increase in population are out of sync, leading to the ghost city phenomenon.
And guess what? Most of these apartments are already owned by the people in the hope that the real estate prices will go up and their investments will appreciate. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, the government of China realized that they are in a super bubble where developers are borrowing dangerous sums of money to keep feeding the real estate bubble of China. So they came up with something called the 3 red line policy, whereby they put forth 3 criteria that the large real estate developers in China are supposed to clear. And only if they clear these criteria, they can extend their debts with the bank. These 3 criteria are liability to asset ratio of less than 70%, net gearing ratio of less than 100%, and cash to short term debt ratio of at least 1. Now this is a little complex, but don't worry, you don't have to understand all this. All you need to know is that if all 3 criteria are passed, then the company can increase its debt up to 15%. And as you keep breaching a criteria, the percentage at which your debt can grow will be decreased to 10%, 5%, and then to 0%. And as soon as this announcement was done, all the real estate developers started cutting down on their expenses and started optimizing their finances. But, while many medium and small scale developers fulfilled this criteria, as it turns out, the second largest real estate developer in China crossed all 3 lines. And this company is named China Evergrande Group.
Evergrande borrowed a lot of money, what we call offshore, in international financial markets, and it's probably not going to pay it back.
China Evergrande is the most indebted real estate developer in China.
Evergrande is a ticking time bomb, and it's about to blow up in the face of foreign investors. In other words, if this company fails, it hits 171 domestic banks in China.
Now the question is, what exactly is wrong with Evergrande and why has a single company triggered such a massive unrest all across the country? Well, the story of Evergrande is pretty straightforward and astounding at the same time. The founder of the company saw the real estate wave, started the company to serve the over demand of homes, took a ton of loans from the banks, built huge buildings and sold them and made a lot of money. But the problem was that they were growing and borrowing at such a rapid pace that it started to get more and more dangerous. And if you look at the numbers, within just 10 years, they went from a revenue of 45.8 billion yuan to 507 billion yuan. This is mind-blowing, right? But you know what, guys? Behind the scenes, they used all this debt not to complete the existing projects, but kept on funding new projects before the existing ones got sold out. So you will see that in this graph, from 2010 onwards, after they started expanding, the gap between the properties under development, contracted sales and completed projects started increasing. And as you can see, by 2021, it had already touched a dangerous level, whereby the completed projects held for sales were barely 1/6 of the properties under development. And as a result of this super fast growth fueled by a mountain of debt, Evergrande ended up crossing all three red lines in the policy. And now they can no longer extend their debt with the banks. And this is where, ladies and gentlemen, the chain reaction starts. Now the question is, it's just another company that would go out of business, right? Then how is it possible that a single company going down can affect the growth of the second largest economy in the world? Well, here's where you need to know about a category of companies that are said to be too big to fail. In this case, if you see, Evergrande is not the only player to get affected. They are yet to pay bills worth $100 billion to their suppliers. This includes steel suppliers, cement suppliers, paint suppliers, trucking companies, brick suppliers and thousands of other vendors. And now that these supplies won't be paid, it directly affects their suppliers and their balance sheet. Secondly, the banks that have given out loans to Evergrande, they cannot get their money back unless all these Evergrande projects are sold out. But as we saw, most of these projects are still under development and the news of Evergrande has already sent shockwaves across the market. So now no one is going to buy those incomplete apartments, right? And what's even worse is that since these incomplete projects cannot be completed without more loans, even the people who have paid for the apartments cannot get their house or will lose their money altogether. And you know what, guys? These angry home buyers are now waiting on as many as 1.6 million apartments. And many of these people have also taken out loans, and now all home buyers are threatening not to pay mortgage on their loan at all. And if they don't pay the banks will have to write down $220 billion of mortgage loans, which will put them in a disaster. Fun fact, mortgage loans account for 20% of all loans in China. So you can imagine how bad the condition is. And you know what? Evergrande did not just borrow from banks, they also raised billions of dollars from the common people through bonds. And now even those people will lose money. And the most insane fact of all is that as of October 2021 itself, 2/3 of the top 30 Chinese property firms have breached at least one of the metrics in the 3 red line policy. Which means more defaulting, more companies going out of business, more defaulting customers and more loss for suppliers, and ultimately the collapse of one of the biggest sectors of the Chinese economy. This is the reason why there is so much chaos in China. Now what remains to be seen is how will the Chinese tackle this crisis and how will it prevent itself from a catastrophe. And this brings me to the last part of the episode, and that are lessons that India needs to learn from this Chinese economic crisis. Before we move on, I want to thank our partners Kuku FM for supporting our content. People, if you're someone who wants to learn more about business and geopolitics in your own regional language, you must listen to the fantastic audiobooks on Kuku FM app. Kuku FM is India's largest vernacular audio learning platform with over 1000 plus hours of content in their library with 4.5-star rating and a ton of insightful audiobooks in multiple regional languages. In this case, if you're fascinated by the rise of China, you could listen to this audiobook called The Rise of China or this audiobook called China and India, Asia's Emergent Great Powers. So if these kind of subjects intrigue you, then use the code THINK50 to get a 50% discount on the Kuku FM subscription. This is applicable only for the first 1000 people, so go ahead, use the link in the description and download the Kuku FM app now. Moving on to the lessons, the first thing we need to learn from this Chinese crisis is that investment instruments driven by mindless social norms will often cost both the people and the economy heavily. In this case, the Chinese definition of a well-settled person got a ton of debt piled up for the Chinese people in spite of the sky-high prices. So you see, in spite of it not making any economic sense, because of the social construct, it has now put millions of people's lives at stake. In our case in India, the same thing happened with FDs because we outright considered FDs to be safe because of the social norm without understanding inflation. Similarly, the mindless purchase of gold is now hindering our economy. So take a step back and assess whether your instruments are backed by calculated strategy or just mindless social norms. Number 2, piling up of debt of any company might showcase accelerated growth in the beginning, but with today's volatile, uncertain and chaotic market conditions, it comes at the risk of everything falling apart at once. In our case, just like Evergrande, the Adani Group is taking up a huge amount of debt. And like I said in the previous episode, it sounds both risky and genius to me. And as much as we must vouch for Indian businessmen to prosper and become the pillars of our economy, we must also keep an eye on the implications in case they start defaulting. And just like China had a huge supply chain, banks and people that got affected, if a huge business group in India starts defaulting, even our economy will face troubles. So be careful with that. And thirdly, with China being a monopoly with solar components and cobalt, because the Chinese banks have curtailed the lending, the cost of these trades to India might actually keep increasing. So keep an eye on your solar and electric stocks. And lastly, I am attaching a ton of study materials for you to read in the description. So read through them and let me know in the comment section as to how will this Chinese crisis affect India according to your perspective. That's all from my side for today, guys. If you learned something valuable, please make sure to hit the like button in order to make YouTube Baba happy. And for more such insightful business and political case studies, please subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. Are relations between the two biggest powers in the world, China and the United States, on an unstoppable collision course? Let's get to the bottom line. Despite their differences, the U.S. and China have gotten by for decades. Up until recently, American manufacturers loved moving their operations to China. On human rights questions like concerns about repression of Muslims in Xinjiang or suppression of rights in Hong Kong, the nations are passionately divided. In Washington, there are fears that China's astounding economic growth and its attainment of technological and scientific parity in many key industries of the future threaten America's lead position in the world. And they see China as working hard to situate itself as the most powerful nation on earth. And if that's not enough of a hot mess of challenges, a bipartisan group of U.S. senators and House members have now followed on the trip to Taiwan by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who defied both the White House and China in urging her not to take that trip. China sees Taiwan as part of its sovereign territory, but the deal has been that China won't take the island by force, while the U.S. promises not to recognize Taiwan's independence. That ambiguity has kept the region stable for decades. In protest of Pelosi's visit, China has halted numerous bilateral talks and collaboration on everything from climate change to drug trafficking to regional security and military coordination. And President Joe Biden has stalled any action on lifting trade sanctions imposed by his predecessor, Donald Trump, on Chinese imports. But despite the downward spiral, the two nations are really joined at the hip, doing more than $700 billion a year in trade with each other. So what are they? Strategic partners, strategic competitors, or strategic enemies? And what does it mean to you, to me, and to the rest of the world? Joining me today is China's ambassador to the United States, Qin Gang. Prior to this post, he served as the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in Beijing. Ambassador, it's great to be with you today and talk to you. And I really want our audience to understand the Chinese dashboard when it comes to Taiwan. We've seen the trip of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. You warned her not to go and said there would be consequences. Why does Taiwan matter so significantly to you strategically?
Thank you, Steve, for having me. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was reckless and provocative because it upgraded the substantive relations between United States and Taiwan, and it violates the U.S. commitments in the three joint communiques of China and the United States that there's only one China, and the government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole and the same China, and the United States will not develop official links with Taiwan. And Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, we have heard and we have seen what she did and what he said. It's not an unofficial visit. He said very clearly in her statement upon arrival in Taiwan that her visit is official. And she herself is not a person in the street. She's number 3 in the US government. And she carries a great political sensitivities. So by going to Taiwan, declaring that the United States sides with the Tsai Ing-wen's authority, which put the Taiwan independence on its political agenda in the party's Democratic Progressive Party's constitution. It's a show of the United States emboldening Taiwan independence forces. The consequences are very serious, as we have warned the U.S. side repeatedly. Now, we are dealing with the fallout of her visit.
One of the things that I have been surprised by after her visit was that while President Biden did not ask her not to go, the national security bureaucracy, the Pentagon, various national security officials that work for President Biden were very concerned about her visit and thought that it would be a trigger. Were you heartened in any way to see that divide in the government, that there were a lot of people in the U.S. government who did not support her trip?
Well, we only pay attention to the end result. The Congress is a part of a U.S. government, and the Congress is obliged to respect and follow the American foreign policy. In any country, there's only one foreign policy. So you can't say that the executive branch has one and the Congress has another one. And we are dissatisfied with what has happened already. And we don't believe that the executive branch of the United States have done enough to stop her going.
What is China trying to achieve in the world?
So first of all, China is working for delivering a better life to its own people. This is at the centerpiece of the mission of the Communist Party of China and the government of China. So what we are doing is to make ourselves stronger and prosperous so that we can satisfy our people's desire for a better life. And at the same time, China can have many more to deliver for world peace, security, and common development. And China is a force for peace and stability. But regrettably, my country is being misperceived and miscalculated. Some people see China as a challenge or even a threat, trying to replace United States. This is it's not our intention. So we want to have a stable, cooperative relations with United States because we do believe that China and United States have a massive share responsibilities and common interests. We have our challenges at home. I think that the first thing to do for each of us to manage our own affairs well. And a good relationship between China and the United States will serve the interests of our two countries and will meet the desire of the international community for peace, security, and for joint efforts to tackle the common challenges the international community is facing. And sadly, the status quo of China-US relations is very worrisome. Is going downhill. This is because, as I mentioned, that China is being misperceived and calculated. And China-US relations now is being driven by fear, not by the common interests and by the common responsibilities of our countries. People forget that, the bilateral trade volume annually between our two countries have exceeded $750 billion US. People forget that before COVID, there are 5 million mutual visits between our two countries. And people forget that in China, United States are one of the most important trading partners to each other. And the people forget there are hundreds of thousands of Chinese students, studying in United States, and more American young people, they choose China to study. So I think it's time to bring back common sense, common interests, and common responsibility back to the center stage of U.S.-China relations. On our differences and disagreements cannot justify confrontation.
I've heard you recently use the term threat phobia and using the escalation of rhetoric over Taiwan in the United States as part of that. What do you think is driving American worries and concerns about Chinese behavior from your perspective?
I think there's indeed a fear or China phobia in the United States, and it's spreading.
Is that racism?
Well, maybe you can make a judgment, but I do feel that, in this country, the Asian hate is on the rise, and the Chinese scientists, Chinese students feel more and more unsafe in the country. And our normal interactions, cooperations in various fields are now being affected negatively by fear.
I think a lot of Americans look at what they see in China and Taiwan and Hong Kong, and some of what they see are, say, the zero COVID policy, where many people are locked in their residence for a very long period of times, and we've seen the YouTube videos, et cetera, people and their frustration. Or in Hong Kong, we saw massive protests that were put down, and a lot of Americans, because they believe that that was a democracy movement, or they see Taiwanese that worry about their future autonomy, and even some of them, as you said, want independence. There's a sort of affinity that many Americans feel for that. And I guess I'm interested when it comes to triggering this crisis again in the future. What is your response on those things? How can China either respond on those situations to alleviate Americans' concerns that China is trying to squelch autonomy and, basically basic freedoms and human rights, to have a more trusted relationship there? I mean, I'm just sort of interested in why Taiwan is such an exploitable situation that it can lead to a quick escalation like it did. And I think in part of it is because so many Americans basically have empathy for freedom.
Well, the question of Taiwan, fundamentally speaking, is not about democracy or freedom. It's about China's national sovereignty and the territorial integrity. It's about the national dignity of Chinese people. The historical fact is that Taiwan has been part of China since ancient times. And in the history, Taiwan was separated from its motherland by the Dutch colonials and the Japanese invaders, but the Chinese people, we worked so hard at a huge cost to get Taiwan back to the motherland. So people need to understand history and need to know the international law. So what is the international law? One China principle.
Kurt Campbell, who is President Biden's coordinator for Indo-Pacific affairs, he's a longtime Asia hand, has actually said, don't believe the Chinese on this, that peaceful reunification is not the agenda that they are seeking, that they use Nancy Pelosi's trip as a pretext to position itself better and to take advantage of this moment. A fairly strident claim from Kurt Campbell. I'd just be interested in how you see that moment. What were you doing to send the signals that this would be troublesome?
I don't know. Based on what this American senior official openly said that don't believe China will practice or will work for peaceful reunification. As I mentioned earlier, people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait are compatriots, and we will do our best to achieve peaceful reunification. But we will not renounce the unpeaceful means. This is not targeting at Chinese people in Taiwan. This is to deter a handful of Taiwan independent separatist forces and to deter the foreign intervention so that we can best protect the prospect of peaceful reunification.
Is there any way to get back to a healthier relationship from your perspective?
Firstly, China doesn't believe that decoupling is in the interest of either China or United States. And it will hurt both of us. And it will hurt the whole world, giving the weight and the influence and responsibilities of China and the US. And secondly, we do not want to decouple. We want more exchanges and more cooperation. To get this relationship out of the current difficulties, we need to take some very important principle to heart. That is, this relationship should be built on the principle of mutual respect, mutual trust, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, as proposed by President Xi.
I remember when then Vice President Biden helped arrange the Sunnyland Summit with Xi Jinping and Barack Obama. And I was with Vice President Biden in China when he met Xi Jinping the first time. And there seemed to be a very good relationship, a relationship of mutual respect. And Vice President Biden, now President Biden, told me that he respected Xi Jinping and thought that he was a forward thinker. Do you think there's a level of trust still in that relationship and mutual respect, or do you think it has been now spoiled so badly by the events that you've been concerned about?
Well, I'm very concerned about the level of trust between China and the U.S. Simply because that China is being seen as a challenge. And simply because that the China phobia is widely spread in the U.S. So if you see somebody as a friend or partner, it's something. But if you see somebody as a threat or a challenge, it's a totally different story. So how to restore trust? We need to back to the very basics. That is to have a fair and objective of China's intention of development, and to bear in mind our common interests and the common responsibility, which we believe that far outweigh our differences and disagreements. We should not let differences or disagreements in the way of the development of our relations. And our differences and the disagreements should not justify, confrontation and hostilities.
Ambassador, years ago, when then Premier Hu Jintao was visiting Washington, I was seated next to a guy who was the equivalent of the director of the policy planning staff of your Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I said, oh, this is a great opportunity. Tell me, what's China's grand strategy in the world? And his response to me, kind of joking, was how to keep you Americans distracted in small Middle Eastern countries, which had a ring of truth in it in that era. What is China's grand strategy today?
So China's grand strategy is to safeguard world peace, security, and joining hands with people of all other countries for common development and shared prosperity. And we want to have a peaceful and friendly international environment for us to concentrate on our domestic development, which will deliver better lives for our Chinese people. Nothing more, nothing else. And I'm as ambassador. My role is trying to distract United States from fear of China and from China phobia. And the world is big enough to accommodate China and United States. Let me give you a story. The first Secretary of Treasury is Hamilton. And there's a musical called Hamilton. And he had a political enemy. That is Alan Burr. At that time, he was the Vice President of the United States.
Yes.
And the end result was not happy. The two men,
to say the least,
had a deal.
Yeah.
And at the end of the deal, Vice President Burr lamented that the world is big enough for me and Mr. Hamilton. So let's look at the world today, and let's look at China-US relations. I want to borrow Mr. Burr's remarks that the world is big enough for China and United States. And we don't need to have the tragic incident more than 200 years to repeat itself today.
Well, Ambassador Qin Gang, Chinese Ambassador to the United States, I really appreciate your candor and for you joining us today and talking us through these issues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So what's the bottom line? Today we talked about the future of U.S.-China relations. My quick bottom line is that the two top global powers will always struggle for dominance. Brinkmanship and rivalry are really baked into this relationship forever. But the cataclysm that would come if the U.S. and China work harder to separate than to cooperate would probably doom us all. So another way must be found to avoid a catastrophic collision. But this week, we're also marking the killing of one of our dearest colleagues, Shireen Abu Akleh, by Israeli forces in Jenin last May. Shireen was a phenomenal journalist, an objective witness to events that she reported on so that all of us would have insights into what's happening. She was killed for doing her job. Analysis has shown that an Israeli bullet ended her life, and yet no one has been held accountable. Impunity is incredibly dangerous, and the death of Shireen is a placeholder for the harassment, the detention, the torture, and sometimes murder of journalists around the world. I hope you will think of her today as we call for authorities to bring her killers the justice that she and we deserve. And that's the bottom line.
Taiwan 祖国完全统一的历史任务一定要实现，也一定能够实现。
Taiwan is conducting its largest ever military drills which simulate the repulsion of an invading force.
It's just one of the many data points showing Beijing is preparing for war with Taiwan while we deal with arming Ukraine and inflation. Well, the communists are watching and plotting.
A potential visit to Taiwan by the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is becoming a problem for President Joe Biden's administration. Beijing, which claims sovereignty over the island, has already issued harsh warnings, even suggesting a possible military response.
Hi everybody! In the past 1 week, the US-China tensions reached peak levels and it sent shockwaves all across the world concerning the face-off of two of the most powerful military forces in the world. And the reason for this tension was the Asia visit of Miss Nancy Pelosi. She is the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives and was about to be the highest-ranking US official to visit Taiwan since 1997. And this visit plan itself has enraged the dragon so much that Xi Jinping outright warned President Biden military drills were being conducted by China and Taiwanese army, and the situation is so intense that every single media house is keeping an eye on this matter because this scenario could within a blink of an eye escalate to a World War III situation itself.
Speculation around a possible trip to Taiwan by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has triggered another warning from China.
CNN reporting that Speaker Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan, citing unnamed Taiwanese and U.S. officials down in D.C.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is kicking off a closely watched trip to Asia, and the big question is whether she will visit Taiwan. That is a prospect that has rattled nerves in Washington and Beijing.
So in this recap episode, let's try to understand, in spite of Taiwan being a different country with its own army, with its own government and a flag, why does China still consider Taiwan to be a part of its mainland? What is so special about this tiny island that Chinese are willing to wage a war against the American military itself? And most importantly, what are the study materials to help you understand the US-China tensions about the island of Taiwan? But before we dive into this detailed episode, I want to quickly thank our partners for this episode, and that is ET Money. You know, most of the people that I know use a simple shortcut to invest in mutual funds. They look at the top 5-star rated funds with good returns and invest in them right away. But you know, there's a slight problem over here. The problem is that the top funds actually keep changing every single year. So if you look at the last 15-year data, you will see that if you had kept jumping to each top fund every year, your overall returns would be around 14%, which would just beat the Sensex returns of 13.5%, which further reduces after paying taxes on short-term capital gains every year. But here's where ET Money Genius comes in. It's a membership that gives you different mutual fund portfolios that helps you invest in a mix of index funds of large cap, mid cap, small cap, international, along with debt and gold index funds. These portfolios, on the basis of the market conditions like inflation and interest rates, change the mix in such a way that you can earn better returns in all market conditions. Fun fact is that if you had invested in Genius High Growth Mutual Fund portfolio for any 7 years in the last 15 years, you would have earned an annual return of 16.1%. So if this sounds useful to you, use the special link in the description and download the ET Money app now. This is a story that dates back to 1945. During that time, the World War II had just ended and the Japanese had surrendered and given up control over China. And after the nightmare of the Japanese rule, the Republic of China officially began ruling Taiwan with the consent of its allies, which were the US and the UK. And even historically, Taiwan was a part of China since the 17th century. But in the next 5 years, a massive civil war broke out in China, and the then leader Chiang Kai-shek's troops were beaten by the communist leader Mao Zedong. This is when Chiang Kai-shek and his remaining people fled to Taiwan in 1949. This group then independently started ruling Taiwan and dominated the Taiwanese politics for the next 50 years until the year 2000. This is when finally democracy was established in Taiwan. And this history is the reason why China by default considers Taiwan to be a part of the Chinese mainland. So the question is, just because a leader considers it to be a part of the mainland, why would they invade, right?
Putin also essentially laid claim to Ukraine.
After weeks of warnings, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has begun.
But this is about more than tanks and troops and artillery. This is about power.
You get the point, right? This is the reason why the world considers the Chinese invasion of Taiwan very, very seriously. But this is not it. China is so serious about this that in 2005, they came out with something called the Anti-Secession Law. And in this law, there are 3 sentences that make it very, very clear that China wants Taiwan by hook or crook. And these are the 3 sentences. Taiwan is a part of China and the state shall never allow the Taiwan independent secessionist forces to make Taiwan secede from China under any name or by any means. Number 2. Solving the Taiwan question and achieving national reunification is China's internal affair, which subjects to no interference by any outside forces. And it even says that if Taiwan declares independence, China shall employ non-peaceful means and other necessary measures to protect China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So now the question over here is, this law was made in 2005, right? It's been 16 years now. So why is this a concern for the world now? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is because China's military strength has grown exponentially in the past 30 years. Secondly, China has already started flying its planes near Taiwan. Reuters actually made this beautiful, easy to understand visual of how China has constantly been crossing the lines. If you see this is the median line of Taiwan, as in it is supposed to be Taiwan's territory and military planes are not supposed to enter this space without their permission. But you see these red lines? This is the Chinese military frequently crossing this line. Not once, not twice, but hundreds of times in the past few years. And this frequency has only been increasing with time. But now the question over here is, Taiwan is such a small country, right? And if you compare both their armies, China has 10 times more ground force, 8 times more naval destroyers and 30 times more submarines. Then why didn't China attack Taiwan till now? Well, that is because Taiwan has been backed by none other than the United States itself. When President Biden was asked if he would come to rescue Taiwan if China attacked, Biden openly said yes and yes and stated that America has a commitment to do that. And that kind of upset China. So if China attacks Taiwan, according to President Biden, the US will intervene, which means what? We could be looking at a military war between 2 of the most powerful nations of the world, and more importantly, 2 nuclear superpowers will be head to head in what could perhaps escalate to World War III itself. This is the backing that Taiwan has. Now this begs the question, what is so special about this little island called Taiwan that the United States of America itself is willing to take such a big risk to go head on with China? The first reason for this is something called the South China Sea dispute. And this is one of the most critical reasons why China would invade Taiwan. To tell you about it, South China Sea is this region in the world map where you have Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan and Vietnam. And this is by far one of the most important regions in the world. Why? Because 30% of the entire world's shipping passes through this region and it amounts to $3.37 trillion in trade every single year. And as far as the strategic resources are concerned, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, the sea is estimated to have 11 billion barrels of untapped oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. And the most vital benefit of all is that the country controlling this maritime route will have natural military advantage over the rest of the world, including the United States. And China is so keen on taking control of this region that they have placed military ships, conducted military drills, and even built artificial islands. Yes, you heard that right. China has literally built artificial islands to claim the South China Sea. And in our context, if China attacks Taiwan, if it wins, it will have an insane upper hand over the second most important region in the world. and this region gives them more control over a plethora of resources, a strategic military advantage, and most importantly, dominance over this $3 trillion trade route. Secondly, for the US, it is a question of reputation and safety. Reputation because if the US does not defend Taiwan, then the rest of the countries that the United States has signed a defense pact with, like Japan and other countries, including the NATO allies, will be extremely offended. And thirdly, we have the critical aspect of the semiconductor crisis and a giant Taiwanese company called TSMC. For those who don't know, semiconductors are by far one of the most important components in the world. This is because they are used in almost every single gadget that you use, starting from your mobile phone to your oven to your lights to even your automobiles. And fun fact is that if you look at the market share of the semiconductor contractors all across the world, you will see that while China stands at 6%, South Korean manufacturers stand at 17%, rest of the world stands at 13%, Taiwan alone has a market share of 63%. And in that also, TSMC alone commands a market share of 54%. It's the world's largest foundry that counts major technology firms such as Apple, Qualcomm and Nvidia. And all the major car makers around the world, including Volkswagen, Ford Motors and Toyota Motors, are super dependent on Taiwan for its semiconductors. Furthermore, replicating the manufacturing of semiconductors is an extremely costly, tedious and time-consuming process that involves thousands of complicated procedures. And if you remember from our semiconductor episode, I said that the world is dangerously dependent on Taiwan for semiconductors. Why? Because this is what happened in 2020.
Massive worldwide chip shortage.
Earnings being cut by up to $2 billion.
We don't have these chips, we're in trouble. There's a lot of reasons why this is happening right now.
We still expect that through 2023 that we're still going to be facing supply shortage.
This is the reason why the United States is extremely concerned about Taiwan and takes its commitment to protect it very, very seriously. Like I said, not because human beings are in trouble, but because there is a rival superpower that might rise to power. This is the reason why the entire world is extremely worried about the China-Taiwan conflict. And even the slightest miscalculation can escalate this to a World War III itself. Furthermore, because the world is already suffering due to the Russia-Ukraine war, if this war happens now, it would be a nightmare for the world economy itself. And this brings me to the most important part of the episode, and that is, how will this China-Taiwan scenario affect India and what are the study materials to help you dig deeper into this conflict? Moving on, the first thing you need to understand is that India is an ally of both US and Taiwan. And regardless of whether China attacks Taiwan or takes it peacefully, it could be a disaster both for India and the world itself. Disaster for India because just like the Chinese vendors started abusing their monopoly position to increase the price of solar components, they are more likely to do the same with the semiconductors, and that could hit us very, very hard. Secondly, if a war breaks out, the US is more likely to pressurize India because we are the closest allies they have to China and we might be forced to go to war. This is because during such critical times, the United States often puts forth a condition saying that if you don't support us, you are by default against us. And that could put us in a catch-22 situation. So all we can hope for is that all of these wars settle down and we never come to this situation. Moving on to the study materials, the first thing you need to study about is how has China played games with the solar component supply and how much India needs to up its game with the semiconductors. For this, I am attaching the link to our old video and a few documents to help you understand this concept better. Secondly, I am attaching the link to a Reuters investigation report which actually made a scenario study of what all could happen if the invasion of Taiwan happens and how the forces of the world would engage in warfare. Read through it and you will understand how international relations and power works. And lastly, I am attaching a document written by an expert that actually talks about the war plans of China and digs deep into the intricacies of their military operation. So if you are a military operation or a strategy enthusiast, do have a look at them. I think you guys will love it. So go through all these documents and do let me know what you think about in the comment section. That's all from my side for today, guys. If you learned something valuable, please make sure to hit the like button in order to make YouTube Baba happy. And for more such insightful business and political case studies, please subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.